Okay, guys, welcome to the stream. Good morning, everyone. Davin, what do you got for me here? What is this? Pedro Pascal, Cardi B, Jessica Alba, Carol G, and more were on the stage. I saw Pedro Pascal. I did not see the other ones. Who are the other ones that you mentioned? Do it like this. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, there's Cardi B there. There's Pedro Pascal. I don't know who this person is. Who are the other people?
Hello, I love you. I'm just gonna sit here and say I love you and say hi and slay and yas.
Good morning, everyone. Hope you guys had a fun Super Bowl Sunday. Spanish stream today, Hutch. Ooh, I wish I spoke better Spanish. I could probably bullshit my way through a decent amount, but it would be so embarrassing, so I'm just going to spare you guys my awful Spanish at this point. Yeah, I hope you guys had a good, relaxing, fun Super Bowl Sunday. I watched up until the fourth quarter, and then I tapped out because I was so fucking bored, to be honest with you. That was a fucking boring game. That was one of the most boring Super Bowl games I've ever seen in my fucking life. Is that the consensus view of it? What an incredibly boring game. Jesus. There was no drama. There was nothing. It was just fucking boring. Nothing happened. I like watching the Super Bowl too, man. I like it. It makes me feel like an American. Makes me feel connected to my fellow countrymen, you know? I like that shit. I like that shit. But that game was fucking boring, man. Jesus Christ. Narrow with 54 months. Thank you so much, buddy. Eden Fire with 85 months. Eden, thank you. Appreciate it very much. Kyle, Breesus Christ, Samus, guy named Harry, C-Mayo K-Way, Snow Source, Tim the Blair, Ruth, Vote, Blue, No Matter Who, Pactious, Nick, Peven, Snow Source, did I already say what's up? Good morning, YouTube chat, Sham, Captain McNugget, Kyle, Lopsided Pixel, Ace Reactions, Dobbin, Captain Flavortown, Narrow, J-Ret, UK Luke, Narrow, Mr. Stewart, Hideo Jaji. Good morning, everybody. Did you ever get a chance to check out John Michael Gaudier? I did. I quite enjoyed his videos. I watched like 3 of his videos. I put on my space programs, my space YouTube programs when I'm falling asleep. When I'm really trying to, like, you know, fall asleep, I turn on the fucking space programs. My space stories on YouTube. The Bad Bunny performance, I thought, was just fucking joyous and happy. Very vibey. That was just a really great, I think, halftime performance. I don't know if I would put it above, like, Prince. That's a pretty tough one to beat. I would rank it above last year's with Kendrick. I might rank it above Lady Gaga's. Didn't Shakira do a halftime performance somewhat recently too? Or am I making that up? It's wild that it was sponsored by Home Depot. Wait, is this true? That was a really good performance. I loved it. Thought it was great. Excuse me. It was Shakira and J-Lo. That's right. That's right. And then the TP USA halftime show featured Kid Rock fucking blatantly lip syncing. That was fucking hilarious, bro. What a car crash that was. Jesus. The Weeknd's I thought was good. The Weeknd, that was good. That was kind of like, I don't know. I felt like that one was a little basic. The Weeknd one. Like that one was just a little bit kind of basic, you know? Mar-a-Lago had Bad Bunny's performance on the screens. Nice. Nice. I didn't see that. If that isn't so representative of MAGA, I don't know what is. True. True. All right, let's get into the news. Donald Trump was interviewed on NBC. Thought we would tune into that for a little bit. We still got to get to the Ryan Getty video. Destiny just uploaded a debate that he had with counterpoints that I was interested in. We got Donald Trump talking about like seizing election machines in the midterms to feed the doomers in the chat. We got Brian Tyler Cohen in a Politico interview. We got Hassan talking about Jasmine Crockett. We got Republicans targeting Obergefell. We got a lot to get through today. And then, of course, tonight on the podcast is going to feature Vadim and Ogreboy. It was just supposed to be Vadim, but he requested that we allow Ogreboy. And you know what? I think that's fair. I think that's fair. Are you nervous about your debate? I got to be honest with you. I am. Yeah. Yeah. It's kind of fucking me up. Yeah. It should be a fun podcast tonight. Should be a fun podcast. Let's start with this Donald Trump interview on NBC News. Oh no. Oh no. I fucking love that character. I fucking love that character, and I fucking love that movie. God damn it, the fucking War for the Planet of the Apes is such a good fucking movie. Shit, man. Those movies were so much better than they had any right to be. You know, Rise was like pretty good. I would say Rise was pretty good. Not great, but like, it's like a 7, you know? And then Dawn of the Planet of the Apes is like a 9.5. And then War for the Planet of the Apes is like a perfect 10. And then the new one, Kingdom. Kingdom was like a good fucking solid 8, 8.5. That was a good movie. No Discord announcement. I forgot. You're right. You're right. I forgot. Hold on. Hold. We might play a little video games today as well, to kill some time before the podcast, but cross that bridge when we get there. I don't really know what to do. I don't really know what to do in Arc Raiders. I don't really know what to do right now. I'm done. I'm done with everything. I've been done for a really long time. I don't really know what to do now. Okay. All right. Let's get into this interview with Donald Trump on NBC News.
News special. The full President Trump interview from the Oval Office. Reporting tonight, Tom Yamas.
Typically they do, it used to be a pastime that the president would be interviewed on Super Bowl Sunday. Is that what this was?
It has become an annual American tradition. On Super Bowl Sunday, the President of the United States sits down for a wide-ranging interview ahead of the big game. This week, I spoke with President Trump in the Oval Office, and tonight we present the full conversation. The president making a number of headlines discussing everything from the midterm elections to the economy to his administration's handling of the immigration crackdown, telling me what he learned from Minneapolis and about where ICE could head next. And with the affordability crisis impacting so many Americans right now, you'll hear about what he said and when to expect economic relief. And as the Republican Party faces growing pressures ahead of the midterms.
Any day now. Any day now. Expedition reset, go again. I've done everything. I've been done with the expedition for, I don't even know how long it's been. Yeah, it's been a minute.
What he said about the possibility of a Vice President J.D. Vance and Secretary of State Marco Rubio presidential ticket in 2028. plus what Trump says FBI agents were looking for when they raided an election office in Georgia, and his warning to Iran's supreme leader after that country's deadly protest crackdown. And the notable response when asked about his relationship with former President Bill Clinton. But we begin our conversation with the Super Bowl and whether he was ready to make a prediction. Mr. President, we thank you so much for your time. We really do appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
As you know, Americans are getting ready for the Super Bowl, for this great big game, and you have two teams, the Seattle Seahawks versus the New England Patriots. Who do you think is going to win?
Well, I've watched them both during the season, and New England's amazing because to have a second coming is pretty good. Quarterbacks, both good. Seattle's an amazing comeback quarterback, and the other one's just an amazing quarterback. I think it's going to be a great game. You know, I like both areas of our country very much. I better not make any predictions. You get yourself in big trouble. But I think it's going to be a really great game. Seattle's had an amazing season.
Yeah, strong defense.
New England has a great tradition of winning. And Bob Kraft's done a fantastic job. You know, the whole thing is really, it's going to be very exciting. The quarterback situation's interesting.
They're great. They're both great.
Both great.
That leads me to my next question. You have a really good relationship with the Patriots.
Samus, thank you so much for the primer. Appreciate that, buddy.
Including the former head coach, Bill Belichick. Right. What did you think?
Play with Peanut, Hutch. He will think you are the other Hutch. I mentioned it yesterday on the stream, but I am almost positive that I am getting a boost in the YouTube algorithm because Hutch MF is blowing up a little bit because he's collabing a lot with Peanut. And so I'm pretty sure my name is getting more love in the YouTube algorithm because I saw like a little bit of an uptick on my YouTube views. I don't know if that affects live. But that's kind of funny. That's kind of funny when you think about it. That's kind of funny. Listen, I'm not going to complain. All right. I'm not going to complain. I'll take the boost. I will take the fucking boost. Okay. The other Hutch, there's another Hutch that played with, might still play with Summit. His name's Hutch MF. Did a lot of GTA RP. And so he's been doing his thing for a number of years now. And he started playing Arc Raiders with Peanut, and then Peanut blew the fuck up. People are accusing Peanut of botting views, and I think that's just fucking silly. There's really not a lot of great evidence for that. But his videos are getting way more views now. Hutch's, other Hutch's, Hutch 2, Hutch MF. And so, yeah, I'm pretty sure my name is getting like boosted in the algorithm. I could be wrong.
I think when he was snubbed on the first ballot of the Hall of Fame.
I thought it was terrible. I mean, he's won so much, won so many Super Bowls.
Let's get past the...
became a little bit controversial, I guess, after that. It's a little period
get past the sports stuff.
I thought it was very inappropriate. Maybe sitting most likely at Mar-a-Lago or one of my clubs, watching with a lot of people, a lot of friends, or I may very well be in the White House.
Friends and families just like you will be coming together on Super Bowl Sunday. People are shopping this week. They're running the kids around. They're trying to heat their homes with this brutal winter we've been having. In the last year, a lot of prices have come down. Things like gas.
We finally got to the good stuff here.
But others, since you took office, have come up, like natural gas and coffee. When can Americans expect those prices to come down?
Well, they've already come down. I think you've seen, Tom.
No.
I took over eggs, poultry.
No, they haven't.
All these things were through the roof. In fact, the first question I got, what are you going to do about eggs? It was my second day in office at a news conference, and they were screaming, what are you going to do about eggs? Eggs had gone up like 4 times. If you notice over the last few days, it's only a few days, but the Democrats have gone to another subject. I think they're probably saying dictator or something. They've got a new word. They don't use the word affordability anymore because prices are way down. Gasoline is, I just left Iowa, $1.99 and even $1.85 a gallon, $1.85 a gallon. That's in Iowa. Many states are cracking $2. Gasoline is way down. And honestly, everything is coming way down. Beef is coming down.
Yeah, but beef, coffee, natural gas,
they're coming down.
Coffee's,
coffee's coming down. Well, it's already come down. I'll tell you what.
Oh, man, how the press has fallen. Oh, my goodness. The press is so much worse in Trump 2.0. It's so bad. Because this is where a proficient, competent journalist would push back and insist, well, no, this is just simply not true. And, you know, they might even have some printouts ready to show the president of like, well, these are what the prices are. Da, da. You know, like you'd have like Jonathan Swan. I'm thinking of him. But all of these motherfuckers, all of them are just so worried about access now, in a way that I guess they weren't as much during the first administration. And it's just fucking pathetic, man. Like we used to have a press that would jump on moments like this to like press him. This is NBC too, so it's not like, you know, like you just expect more from these people. Whatever.
In the last 4 days, it's only 4 days, the Democrats have not uttered the word affordability. They're the ones that caused the problem. I took over a mess in every way. The border was a mess. That everybody admits. The border is great. Crime was a mess right now. 125 years. It's the lowest crime that we've had since 1900. So we're doing a job. But the one thing that
were we tracking crime in 1900?
they don't say anymore is affordability, because I fixed the problem that they created.
Let's stay on the economy. You just mentioned it. You said you inherited a mess from President Biden when it comes to the economy. But at what point is it on you? At what point are we in the Trump economy?
Better.
I'd say we're there now. I'm very proud of it.
Better.
5.6%. You know,
better.
We had a GDP of 5.6 despite a shutdown. We had a 42.
Guys, I apologize. I'm gonna use the bathroom. Here is the video that was uploaded this morning. It's me reacting to a bread tube video about me. This was a fucking doozy. If you guys missed the stream yesterday, my goodness, check out today's video. But let me hit play, and I'll be back in just a couple minutes here.
This is, again, kind of an example of Hutch being so alienated by Hassan and not really having legitimate knowledge of what he's talking about, where he's just so blindingly angry in ways that, to somebody like me, who is queer and has read a lot of queer theory, I know Hassan knows what he's fucking talking about.
You're not saying anything. Like, rather than engage in anything I said, you literally did the meme where you're like, just read theory. Really? Why don't you just fucking Google search like what blue states have passed into law?
On the most basic level, yes, things would be better under Kamala, but
what? What? All right, the name of this video is Hutch and the Limits of Hassan Bad Liberalism.
To my lair?
And the creator's name is Crimes2 Roman. But I think that's their second account. I think their primary account is Crimes New Roman. Obviously, if you show up in his comment section, it's fine to like disagree with people, but just like don't harass people is my thing, you know, try to avoid like ad homs, these kinds of things. Technically, this is not the first like dedicated video for me. There's been a few. This popped up on my feed, just algorithmically just popped up on my feed a couple nights ago. 1,000 comments. What the fuck?
hello, it's me, John Politics. Here to talk about politics in the politics zone. Normally, I don't talk about politics on the main channel, but you know what? We're spiced it up today. Every now and then I get asked to like debate on something, and I literally never say yes because it is entirely pointless.
I mean, I reached out on Twitter to see if he was down to have a conversation. I didn't frame it as a debate, but then it turns out he doesn't use Twitter. And I don't have, I deleted Blue Sky. Apparently he's on Blue Sky. But I would love to have him on an episode of Live and Learn. It doesn't need to turn into like a crazy blood sport situation. You guys know me. If somebody is nice, if somebody is not like overly aggressive, then I'm usually nice. I can be firm, but I'm not mean unless somebody starts lobbing grenades.
whether it be the absolutely awful Jubilee videos or more personal one-on-one debates from political streamers who definitely aren't just trying to inflate their egos. Debate and discussion on the internet has felt increasingly more pointless over time. However, I think a lot of the real problem for this is that many people who kind of grow up and evolve on the internet kind of come to see as this sort of rabid, warlike engagement.
So I have a theory. My theory is that the lefties, in my experience, lefties are really not great at defending their positions in a public forum. And so my theory is that the reason why they'll usually say stuff like the online debates are fucking pointless is because they don't like their ideas. A lot of their ideas and a lot of their analysis is so fucking silly that if they're confronted with someone who actually bothers to research things and do kind of like a larger analysis, they say stupid and ridiculous shit. Like the conversation I had with Cinemarxism, I keep thinking about that because it was one of the most silly one of the silliest conversations I've ever fucking had in my life. I think that's why they say this. Debate is pointless. It's all just theater, da da da. But let me just ask you guys, how many of you guys have had your own assumptions or ideas or viewpoints change because of online debate? How many of you guys watched a debate, heard a compelling argument from someone, and then thought, maybe I can think about that thing a little differently? I have, and it hasn't just happened once or twice. I mean, it's happened a number of times for me. Probably 20 to 30 things if I didn't change my mind outright, I definitely still had a moment where I was like, well, that's interesting. Let me look into that more. So even if I don't change my mind in that situation, I was prompted to deepen my understanding of a thing because my logic was challenged. And so there's value there. So I disagree. I mean, a lot of debate online these days is very, I don't love lolcow debates. I don't really love Piers Morgan debates. I only tend to bring those up on the stream if it's really kind of intense lolcow kind of funny situation. But I think that there's all kinds of productive debates that happen that definitely challenge people's pre-established ideas of things
as a means of engaging with politics in a legitimate way. I'm talking about this now because a little while ago I discovered that the game YouTuber Hutch, as in the guy who did prop hunt videos with scene anners and folk a decade ago, real blast from the past, has now kind of shifted almost entirely to being a political...
I just have to say, Nanners was doing prop hunt videos with me, not the other way around. No, that's not true. It's funny because a lot of people, they know me from the prop hunt stuff. A lot of people found my channel because of the prop hunt stuff, which only lasted a few months on Twitter. I got really bored of Gmod stuff, and so I didn't really do that aggressively. I would say if you're gonna say, oh, that's Hutch, he's the guy that ... I would for sure bring up the fucking Call of Duty stuff, but whatever, that's fine.
Content streamer. Credit where credit is due. I want to give him props for willing to make
that's the old Respawn stuff was way more consequential for me in terms of my trajectory than the prop on stuff.
To being a political content streamer. Credit where credit is due. I want to give him props for willing to make such a dramatic change to the kind of content that he makes, particularly if he doesn't enjoy doing games anymore. That legitimately takes balls to do in the absolute hellscape that is content creation, and particularly with a noble goal of wanting to educate people and make a better...
Okay, all right. I know a lot of you guys were at the Super Bowl thing. Barbecues and whatnot, but that video was wild. Wild. Man, I am just... Wait, what happened? It's not working. There we go. I'm gonna actually pin this. Check that video out, man, because that guy like basically perfectly encapsulated, perfectly kind of demonstrated the reasons why I've become so disillusioned with like the online left. Just perfectly represented the shit that drives me insane. Insane. That video is insane, you guys. My favorite part was the guy accused me of basically existing in an echo chamber of brain rot, and then at the end of the video makes the case for why nobody should talk to me. He like made the strong case. He like basically was telling his audience, and it went beyond me. Like he was telling his audience basically that they need to like form a really strong echo chamber after spending minutes accusing me of having my mind rotted because of an echo chamber. Like it was fucking unbelievable. When are you flying to Puerto Rico to visit? Ooh, I don't know. I'm down. Let's go. Let's get back to this interview.
2-day shutdown.
TK, did I get you for 15 months? TK, thank you very much, buddy.
I call it the Democrat shutdown. And because of that, I lost 1.5 points. I would have been at a 7 GDP, which hasn't been seen, I don't know, ever, maybe ever. Yeah. And I think 26 is even going to be better. You know, we have hundreds of billions of dollars pouring into our country. Actually, trillions. $18 trillion is being invested in our country as we speak. And
didn't you guys hear?
Factories and plants and thousands of businesses being built all over the country. Nobody has ever seen any. I just spoke to President Xi of China. Nobody has ever seen anything like what's happening
Never.
right now.
Not in the history of the world.
We see those jobs and those factories open because manufacturing has been down.
Well, you're already seeing it in construction because they're all building. You know, we have factories being built, car plants are coming in from Canada, coming in from Mexico. They're leaving Germany, Japan. They're all coming into the United States. And you're seeing it in your construction numbers. And, you know, the plant, we have to build them. And the plants are under construction.
In
and
your
over
term, you think those plants will open in your term?
They'll be opening up over the next year and a half,
You've had successes on immigration, some big ones. Illegal border crossings are at historic lows, but the entire country watched those videos of 2 Americans being killed in Minneapolis. You've gotten calls from your own supporters to make changes, and now you're pulling out some officers from Minneapolis. Are there more changes coming?
Well, the reason we're pulling out because we've done a great job there. You know, we have crime down there despite...
The reason they're pulling out of Minneapolis is because they've done such a great job in the city. That is quite the spin.
Tremendous blowback from a governor that's incompetent and from a mayor who's just, I don't know what the hell, where he comes from, but the numbers, the crime numbers in Minnesota,
I think he comes from America
in particular, are down 25-30% because we've removed thousands of criminals from the area. These are hardened criminals that
Hutch, have you seen any of Destiny reacting to you and Pisco's debate? I found it extremely informative because Destiny is so familiar with the rhetorical tricks that Pisco uses. It really opened my eyes. No, if you have a link for me, we can check it out. Das Vidania with $2 motherfucking US dollars. Thank you, buddy. The ShamWow guy is running for Congress in Texas. Is it okay if I say that I don't know who the ShamWow guy is? Well, I don't know what that means. I wish him all the luck, though.
Came in, many of them, most of them came in through an open border, and we've done a great job. But
I don't know.
Washington, D.C.,
yeah, I don't know.
It's like a safe city. You can walk to the White House. You didn't have to take an armored vehicle. You could walk Washington safe.
Connor's also reviewing and glazing Hutch right now. The bread tube guy criticizing Hutch. Connor points, you mean?
Look at what happened in
Am I getting a lot of love these days? What's happening? What's an example of an artist that was just kind of plugging away for years and then had a moment, you know, like 20 years into their career? Like, am I like wait, hold on. Who's the woman who, the brat, like Brat Summer? What's her name? The fuck is her name? Charlie something? Who the fuck is, oh, Charlie X, what is it? XCX? Didn't she kind of have a similar situation where she had been a musician for a really long time and then like blew the fuck up like well into her career? I saw her in 2012. Yeah, I'm right. I'm right about this, right? Like she's been an artist for like a really long time. And then I think she like blew up in the last couple of years, like, right? Yeah, I'm entering my brat. Is it still winter or are we in spring yet? When does spring start? It's fucking warm as fuck in Los Angeles. We didn't really have like a long stretch of cold weather here. 68 degrees out. Oh, you know what? It looks like it's gonna rain tomorrow. Oh, you know what? We got some rain and some cold weather coming. I spoke too soon. We do have a little bit of cold weather coming in about a week. Next couple days and then a few days after that. Okay, well, I spoke too soon on that one. But last 2 weeks, 2 or so weeks, 2 to 3 weeks in Los Angeles, man, the weather's been fucking phenomenal down here. Dare I say ideal. Like a little bit chilly, but then like really bright sun. That's my favorite weather. I love that weather. I love that weather. Just like a chill, like a slightly chill breeze, but just like very clear skies. California is fucking OP in terms of our weather. We're so spoiled. It's fucking unreal how spoiled we are. That's your Bay Area upbringing for sure. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. The Bay Area gets quite moist, I have to say. There's like a decent 2 to 3 months of rain collectively per year in the Bay Area, or at least where I grew up, but not the case in Los Angeles. There's, you know, maybe 2 to 3 weeks at tops of rain in Los Angeles. I used to miss the seasons. I feel like the Bay Area had more distinct seasons. Nevada, nice. Nevada. Spent a decent amount of time in Nevada growing up. And then I came down here and there's just kind of like a baseline of weather in Los Angeles where it's like, you know, anywhere between like high 60s, low 80s. That's like 7 months out of the year down here. And I used to miss the seasons. And then for whatever reason this year when we got rain, I didn't like it. I was like, you know what? I don't like this. I can't take my walk. So I changed a little bit. I think I've grown accustomed to, I've just been so spoiled with Los Angeles weather. And now when I get rain, I'm like, this sucks. This is fucking bullshit. Anyway, sorry.
Louisiana, I got a call from the governor.
Right.
Please do something with New Orleans. We went there 4 weeks ago. Crime is down 71%. Memphis, Tennessee, crime is down 80% after 5 weeks. And here's a big thing. Crime historically in this country, it's down at the lowest level it's ever been. And a bad word, murder. We've had less murders than we have had in decades.
Yeah. One more question on the Super Bowl.
And you know why? Because we're tough on crime.
The Super Bowl is this sort of rare time in America, right, where we're all united. Right. It's a common experience. There's still divisions in this country, right? And Democrats will say it's all because of you, and then Republicans.
Pretty much. I have a hot take for you guys. I do kind of think that we are gonna go to quote unquote like back to normal. This one's gonna piss a lot of people off, okay? I'm not gonna bet my life on this, but I do think that 80% of the worst problems are going to kind of fade away when Trump is no longer someone with political power, like real political power. I know. I sound like Chuck Schumer and Joe Biden right now, but I do think Donald Trump is uniquely terrible. I think he is uniquely terrible. I think he brings out just the worst side of people. And I think they're going to have a hard time finding someone to pick up that mantle. I think maybe they go back to being kind of Trumpy and insane, but I don't think Vance is positioned well to win in 2028. I don't think he can pick up that baton. I think he's going to have a hard time. And I think at the end of the next 3 years, he's going to inherit a lot of baggage from Trump in the same way that Kamala inherited from Biden. And so I just don't see him having like a great shot right now at winning the presidency. And then whatever comes after that, like who's going to be their nominee in 2032, I do think it's probably going to be someone that's like quote unquote like more normal. Like I think Rubio's stock is pretty high right now. I think it's pretty high right now, and he is definitely more kind of like normal than Donald Trump. I think he's very opportunistic. He's obviously a part of this administration. But I think Rubio is positioned decently well for a future run, and I do think he's like 1,000 times more normal than Donald Trump. Now again, I would not bet my life on this. Okay. Just to be clear. You don't think Barron will enter the scene in a few cycles? It's too early to tell there, but I don't really know much about him. Have we ever heard him speak? Has there ever been a clip of him speaking? It will be Tucker Carlson. No, Tucker Carlson has never given any sign that he is remotely interested in office and seeking office. I really doubt he wants to give up his current situation. He's got a good thing going. Why would you fuck that up? Get paid fat wads of cash to just like talk about politics. Why would you give that up? If Republicans see their gains with Hispanic voters disappear, they'll give a real hard look at Rubio. I think he's got a good shot at it at some point. Juice with $2. Money. Thank you so much, buddy. Rory Lucas with 94 months. Rory, thank you, buddy. Marjorie Taylor Greene? No. Speaking of bad takes from me, over on r/Hutch poll, which is a Reddit that Smodge started up a couple weeks ago. And I do check this, by the way, guys. I do give this a gander from time to time. All right, let's unpack this. Hopefully a good faith critique of Hutch's value of norms and Dems pursuing justice. I think it's good to value the norm of the separation between the White House and the DOJ, and arguably more with DHS also. However, I do think it's fine for Dem candidates in the primary to message on the criminality of the Trump administration and even about what they will investigate. And here's my reasons why. You've already lost me, but I'll read this. It will be a factor in the primary. They're going to be asked about Trump's criminality in the debates. The Dem base will want a candidate who can speak clearly to that. Even if a moderator asks about the separation between the DOJ, there will be easy ways to answer that. I will go into detail in the next point. Number two, Hutch shouldn't value this as a norm. If Hutch truly values the norm of the separation of DOJ and the presidency, especially in prosecutions, then what he wants isn't a norm. He should want a law. The Center for American Progress has articles on how to write laws or even amendments for codifying the separation of influence from the president. Search for how to codify an independent DOJ. There will still be functions that the president may need to perform with the DOJ, so it doesn't have to be complete separation. Yeah, I would love that to be codified for sure. I don't know how you could enforce that if the Supreme Court says that the president has broad immunity. Like, I don't know what that means to enforce that. Also, a Dem campaigning on amendments to check the influence of the president on the DOJ would be the easiest amendment to pass even today, though depending on how you word the law in Congress, an amendment might not be necessary. The value of this norm isn't just up to the president. The reason why Trump is able to break norms in this context is primarily due to a Republican Congress. They're supposed to check the president on people like Kash Patel in nominations and in hearings after their confirmation. The Dem senators will check a Democratic president on this issue. That's how you get people like William Barr going against the president in his attempt to steal the election. You know, we're kind of circling the drain on this debate. I feel like we've been talking about it pretty heavily for the last couple of weeks, but this is not going to happen. I'm just going to tell you guys this right now, okay? This is not going to happen. It's not going to happen. We're going to get to 2028. We're going to get to the Dem primaries, and all of the candidates are going to stress the importance of the independence of the DOJ if they're ever asked this question. You should want this norm. This is a good norm. And I'm sorry, but like the Dem base will want to hear this from candidates. That's not a good reason. I think in that moment, the Democrats should demonstrate real leadership and lead by example and set a good example. You don't have to sell me on the Dem base being not great right now. I'm already there. But this is just like the loudest people online that are behaving badly. I don't think that the Democratic candidate should enable that or play into it. That's just the Dem base behaving badly. This is a really important norm. You should want this norm. This is a good norm. If you want to call yourself a liberal, if you want to call yourselves liberals, a really important aspect of liberalism is checks on concentrated power. A bedrock principle of liberal democracy is, a sound judicial system, respect for the rule of law. That means free from political influence. If you guys are willing to compromise on your liberal values because you're confronted with a political party or someone like Trump that you don't like, I don't understand how you're any different from young lefties that got radicalized into like leftist delusions or leftist romanticism of a benevolent dictator. You're going down the same fucking rabbit hole and you can't even see it. The same fucking rabbit hole, you guys. Stick with your fucking principles on this. Jesus Christ. Why does this need to be explained? Are you liberals or not? Are you liberals or are you fucking goddamn black pill lefties? I'm so sorry, but I have to use the restroom again. I made some bad decisions last night. I'm not going to go into that further. I'm going to let this play a little bit more and I'll be right back.
Make such a dramatic change to the kind of content that he makes, particularly if he doesn't enjoy doing games anymore. That legitimately takes balls to do in the absolute hellscape that is content creation, and particularly with a noble goal of wanting to educate people and make a better world for the people who inhabit it. Like, genuinely, that is a noble goal. However, as somebody who kind of also grew up on the internet, it's very...
I did not grow up on the internet.
Are you all alone?
Just to be clear. And maybe it's my baby face. I'm gonna chalk it up to my baby face. I don't know how old this person is. They look like, I would guess, early 30s or late 20s. I did not grow up on the internet. I had most of, I was not on the internet a lot in high school. I was on the internet a little bit, like in my early adult years, but not a lot. No, I had like a life. I had like girlfriends. I had friends, and
Just chilling.
I had a social life. I went to school. You know, I worked. I played a lot of chess, you know, in my early 20s. Instead of spending a lot of time on the internet, I was playing chess like 4 to 6 hours a day. I did not grow up on the internet, so I don't know why he assumed that.
Very obvious that I can see that Hutch is a product of this environment, and how he engages in making political content is extremely evident of the fact that his brain has been entirely rotted by this false version of political engagement. If you take a look at his channel, I think you can very much see the kind of content that he is making. This isn't like serious political analysis stuff. This is political content in.
Well, I mean, I'm a YouTuber. I try to mix things up. I try to make things like it's funny and lighthearted. You know, it's like a mixture. Like sometimes I'm giving my serious takes, but for the most part, this is for entertainment. And I imagine that for most of you guys, you know, your political evolution or your development, wherever you're at on that stage of your life,
bad little girl, and you're getting
probably most of the change or evolution comes from the way that you interact with other people. So I've never marketed myself as a just like eternally serious political analyst like Noam Chomsky or something like that. This is at the end of the day, you guys come to the streams and watch videos for entertainment and not like super dry analysis.
The most intense word of content. He is engaging with things like making fun of Hassan, including pushing the insane shock collar conspiracy theory. Like,
oh my God. I don't know what to tell you, bro. Like as soon as, I don't know, I feel like you had to have gone out of your way to avoid like a lot of things that just objectively happened, to still be in denial about the dog collar. Like this case was case fucking closed. The second Hassan was dumb enough to take the collar off and show the camera a collar, but then he fucked up and accidentally showed the bottom side of it, and it was just very obviously taped over with like electrical tape or whatever it was. Like case fucking closed. That's it. It's over. You know, if there was any doubt before he did that, that doubt is fucking gone. He got caught lying about it, and then he fucking like, hold on, now I have to pull it back up again. Like it was just case fucking closed. You know, like this is nuts. Like, it's just so obviously tape. And like, why would he do that? Why the fuck would he do that? Why would you even show the collar? If you're gonna deny it, just don't even show the collar. Just be like, this is stupid. You know, they're having conspiracy theories. That's all he needed to do, and the story would have gone away after probably like 2 or 3 days. This is the internet, okay? Like nothing stays relevant for that long. But he didn't do that. He put tape along the bottom of the collar and then showed the stream. Like it was so stupid, and like he kept making that story relevant. Like, at every step he kept making it relevant. That was just 3 weeks of prime content, and if you just missed all that, then I feel like you went out of your way to avoid the facts that surrounded Collargate. And so the fact that he's dismissing like this is the guy that believes in Collargate, like everybody outside of Hassan's community knew, like could see very plainly that Hassan was lying his fucking tits off. And then it's the internet, right? And Hassan has spent like a lot of time kind of moralizing and calling other people evil people and bad people. And so of course, like everybody who doesn't like him for that endless moralizing, you had about 50,000 internet sleuths that were combing through every fucking video he ever made and they found
Somebody had to
other
do it.
examples.
I am the chosen one. Somebody had to do it.
Okay. Augie with $5. Will we be getting a Crimes New Roman call-in? No, not surprised. Love you. He said that the whole point of the video was like, don't debate people. Well, I mean, kinda, yeah. Like the whole point of the video that he was saying was like, don't debate people. There's no point. It's all just political slop theater. You have to protect the spaces that you're in. Yeah, like that was the whole point. So I would love to have a conversation with him. Because boy, do I have some questions. Boy, do I have some questions. I would love to talk to him, but I doubt it. I'd love to comment on his video. Inviting him to have a conversation. Like it doesn't have to be a debate. It can be a conversation. But we'll see if he even replies to me. I doubt it. I doubt it. Anyways.
Republicans will say Democrats don't want to work with President Trump. They blame President Trump for everything. What's one thing you can do, really, to help Americans find common ground?
Well, you know, we're working on the Save America Act, which is going to secure up a lot of things, but secure up our voting. I think people would like to do it, and I think Democrats would too. You know, when you go to voter ID and you ask Democrats, it's polling at 82% with Democrats. I'm not talking about Democrat politicians. I'm talking about Democrats. We have to do something about our voting. We need strong borders. We need a fair press, which we don't have. And we need, and very importantly, we need the strong border, the fair press, and we need fair elections. We need elections where people...
Foggy with $5. Ironic because that guy desperately needs to talk to other people. True.
Aren't able to cheat. And we're going to do that. I'm going to do that.
Democrats should just fully get behind voter ID at this point. Embrace it. Let's do it. I mean, there are some caveats. We've talked about it on the stream. There are some caveats. Make the voter IDs free. Make them automatically distributed. Government foots the bill. No elections happen until all the IDs are mailed out. Let's do it. Let's just do it. I want to do this because I want to create psychological distress for Republicans who there are just like tens of millions of people in this country that are fully convinced that Democrats only win elections because a bunch of illegal immigrants are voting in elections. And when they get blown out for that first time, when they get blown out in an election that mandates voter ID, their minds are just going to explode. They're not going to know what to think. They're going to have an existential crisis.
I'm going to get it done. And by the way, it polls even with Democrats.
All elite memes with 5 gifted memberships. Thank you so much, buddy. Appreciate you. I'll do you one further. Require passports to vote. We do that. It's a blue sweep everywhere. I saw that. Yeah, that they want to do like real ID or passports. I mean, that would just unquestionably, I assume, benefit Democrats if they went down that road. Like your license wouldn't be enough. You would need to have like a passport or a real ID. That would fucking for sure benefit Democrats.
They want that.
Okay, let's drill down into the news today. That big change on immigration, 700 officers leaving Minneapolis. Did that come from you?
Yes, it did. But it didn't come from me because I just wanted to do it. We are waiting for them to release prisoners, give us the murderers that they're holding, and all of the bad people, drug dealers, all of the bad people. We allowed in our country, I say 25 million people with an open border policy for 4 years under Biden and that group, the auto pen group, I call them. We allowed to come into our country people the likes of which no country would accept. And we're getting them out. Yeah. But we've gotten a lot of them out. So crime now in Minnesota, crime now in Minneapolis is down. Crime in all cities
Does Vadim with $5? The 1,000 IQ move would be for Dems to use voter ID in negotiations for other priorities. I.e., you want voter ID, we'll do it for X issue. I love that. Love it. Love it. Love it. Let's use something that benefits us as a bargaining chip. I fucking love that idea. Yeah.
Is down. And you know why it's down? It's down because of us. It's down in Chicago by 25%, despite the fact that we are always dealing with these people, and they happen to be Democrats,
Speaking of
that don't know anything about crime prevention.
Mr. President, speaking of Minneapolis, what did you learn?
I learned that maybe we can use a little bit of a softer touch, but you still have to be tough. These are criminals. We're dealing with really hard criminals. But
am I having deja vu? Have we watched this interview already? But it aired yesterday. Someone mentioned it? What the fuck? I thought this was a Super Bowl interview. Oh, this is the full thing? Did we only watch clips of it? Is that what happened? Wait, I'm so confused because I thought this interview took place yesterday. Or was it a pre-recorded interview, I guess? This whole section was covered. Okay, let's skip ahead a little bit and see what happens here.
It goes down to that first term. Too expensive to live in America.
Okay, all right, here. No, I don't remember this part. Okay, here we go.
To American
amounts of money. I just gave news because spoke for, I have a lot of topics. We saved 25,000 American lives. Talks about
all right, this is, I think, new.
No incident. We bring them back to their country. 2 people. It's bad. I hate it. I hate even talking about it. 2 people out of tens of thousands. Okay?
Mm-hmm. Guys, we only killed 2 people. That's what he just said. Hold on. We did not see this section. This whole section here on the protest, I assume. That is wild what he just said. We only killed 2 out of like tens of thousands of people. When you think about it, like just 2, that's not that bad.
I spoke to him 3 days ago. We had a great conversation. And all I'm doing, I have to keep.
Did he mention this to you? Did you guys talk about this? The ICE enforcement?
Yeah. Just had a good conversation. I think he's a great guy, and I think he likes me too.
Yeah.
And, you know, liking me isn't important. What happens is that I think we do a phenomenal job, but I don't think we're good at public relations.
What does that mean? You've said that a couple times now. What do you mean by that?
We don't sell the great job that we're doing. Look, we have the safest country.
Is that your staff, or those your staffers?
Excuse me, people from your persuasion, somewhat left, to a job on numbers. It just came out that in 125 years, we have the safest country. The best.
Can we talk about the commercial Hutch talking to an AI therapist? Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
How do I communicate better with my mom?
Great question. Improved communication with your mom can bring you closer. Here are some techniques you can try. Start by listening. Really hear what she's trying to say underneath her words. Build conversation from points of agreement. Find a connection through shared activity, perhaps a nature walk. Or if the relationship can't be fixed, find emotional connection with other older women on Golden Encounters, the mature dating site that connects sensitive cubs with roaring cougars.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
What?
That's pretty good.
Would you like me to create your profile?
All right, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I mean, not bad advice. Let's be real. I mean, not bad advice up until the ad read. That was pretty good advice. I'm just saying. Hold on. Hold on.
Hello there.
Hello.
Hey there. Always nice to start a chat with a good old hello. What's on your mind today?
I'm feeling depressed.
I'm really glad you felt comfortable sharing that with me.
Yes.
Absolutely. And it's okay to take your time if you're not quite ready to put it all into words yet. We can chat about it or even talk about something else to lighten the mood.
I'm feeling very depressed.
I'm really sorry you're feeling that way.
It's bad.
Tough.
Really bad.
I'm truly sorry you're in such a rough place right now. Sometimes just having someone to talk to can be a small step forward, and I'm here for that. Let me know if there's anything specific on your mind. Or
now I'm aroused.
Well, that's quite a shift in the mood. I'll just roll with it.
I know. I don't fight it. It just happens.
Absolutely. No judgment here.
You arouse me. I'm saying you specifically arouse me.
Oh, I appreciate you sharing how you're feeling, but I'm really here to keep things on a friendly and comfortable level.
I don't want friends. I want more than friends.
I get that you're expressing how you feel, but I'm really here to keep things friendly and supportive.
I'm not looking for a friendship. I'm looking to hook up.
I hear you, but that's not something I can help with. I'm
all right. No, sorry. Oh no. Does Copilot remember these conversations? Is it gonna like change the future? Anyways, yeah. Anyways, in this fantasy, do you have hair? No, I don't. Don't have hair.
Crime numbers since the year 1900.
That's a stat. Yeah, we know
that
it's
was
true.
Way before my father was born.
Right.
Think of that. And yet, then you talk about crime, or you talk about
way before his father was born. That can't be true. His dad. When was his dad born? Actually, yeah, I guess that would have been before. Never mind.
So you talk about that, and the poll numbers aren't that good. People, we don't do a good public relations job. That's why I'm doing the interview with you today.
We appreciate
I'm trying to help my people. PR, public relations.
Speaking of your people, you're never afraid to shake up your team. You've said that you're okay with shaking up your team. Do you still believe in Kristi Noem to deliver on your vision of immigration?
Look, she was in charge of the border. The border's closed. I mean, everybody gives me A+ on the border. The border was a disaster. People were pouring into our country.
But what about the
enforcement? They don't even try and come up now. You know the beautiful thing? The caravans. I think I came up with that name.
Hutch, seriously, you need to get a better take on AI. These models are fucking pretty good for my purposes. And I'm sick of pretending otherwise. Not that I was doing that. They're pretty good for like what I do. The kind of things that I need, the kind of facts that I need like right away. They're pretty good at that.
Hello there.
Shut up. Shut your mouth. I want to talk about FDR and why he was able to pass sweeping federal legislation that transformed the federal government. Why was he able to do that? And why are Democrats in the year 2026 not in a position to do what he was able to do?
Well, let's dig in. So FDR managed to push through all that sweeping legislation, partly because he had a unique combination of a national emergency, the Great Depression, and a Congress that was politically aligned with him. The crisis gave him the sort of mandate and urgency to act big and bold with the New Deal. Plus, he kind of mastered the art of communicating directly with the public through those fireside chats, which helped him rally support. Now, fast forward to 2026, and the political landscape is a whole different ballgame. Democrats are facing a lot more polarization and gridlock. even if they control certain branches of government. They're also dealing with a very different kind of political environment. Let's just say it's not the 1930s New Deal coalition anymore. So that kind of sweeping reform is a lot harder to pull off today. Anyway, I'm curious, what got you interested in FDR and the New Deal?
Shut your mouth. Why are the kind of coalitions that FDR had, or why is the kind of coalition that FDR had not possible with the Democratic Party today? Go into more detail about that.
Sure, let's dive in a bit deeper. So the coalition that FDR built was this really broad alliance that crossed a lot of social and regional lines. He had Southern conservatives, Northern liberals, urban working class folks, and many others all in the same tent. And that kind of big tent coalition emerged in a time when the political parties were just structured differently. Nowadays, the political alignment is much more polarized. Geographic and cultural divides are sharper, and there's just a lot less wiggle room for that kind of grand coalition. Plus, the issues that define politics now are just way more divisive. All right, I'd love to know what got you interested in these historical...
That was a pretty good answer to that question. I'm just saying, like, for those kinds of questions, the kind of questions that I ask, it gives pretty good answers. Like 99% of the time. This is such goofy left-wing LARPing. Don't you guys want something real in your life? This shit is pointless. Jesus Christ. I just hate that AI is stealing work without the artist's consent. We talked about that a bunch. I don't think your use of AI is the same as the average user's use of AI. Like, expand on that. What do you mean? What are other people using it for that is bad / problematic? Are you talking about like having AI, you know, write your entire paper for you? Is that what you're talking about? Deep fakes? Intimate relationships? This video was actually phenomenal. Did somebody do a video on AI? So people find being anti-AI as cringe. Oh well. Brandon Sanderson articulates my stance on being anti-AI perfectly. Okay, Brian, what is it? Brian Sanderson? Brandon Sanderson AI? The hidden cost of AI art. Brandon Sanderson on what AI cannot do.
In this video, I want to share a recent clip from Brandon Sanderson's lecture on art and AI, where he argues that we are the art. He makes an interesting point that I want you to hear, and then I want to make a...
Who is Brandon Sanderson, by the way? Brandon Sanderson. American author of high fantasy science fiction and young adult books. He wrote The Wheel of Time. Oh, that guy.
Comment on, because I think it's helpful when we think about not only education, but the arts in general in light of the AI age.
Where will we go when there is no room for humans in art? You might say, well, if the AI gets good enough and the product is the same, what's the difference? The difference is that the books aren't the product. They aren't the art, not completely. And this is the point. The most important thing to understand is that the process of creating art...
I mean, I feel like this is just a very different application that... Like, I'm not super interested in listening to this because I'm not using AI to do like art. I'm not asking AI to write me stories, do animations for me. I don't have an interest in doing that. I don't have a particular interest in watching AI content as it is currently. Whenever I see the videos pop up on my feed, the ones that are actually trying to tell a story, you can still tell it's AI, and that is very distracting to me, and I just usually don't stick around and watch those videos. There's another part of me that apart from the you know, the debate about is it art, is it not art? I'm not as interested in that debate, but there is a part of me that when I see the current videos that are being produced, I am kind of in awe at how far the technology has evolved just in a very quick amount of time. Just in the last like 3 years, it's just been really insane kind of progression. And so there's a part of me that marvels at the technology just on its face. But I probably agree with most of the takes about AI being bad in the context of art. Probably agree with most of that. But in terms of it being an aggregator of information, for me, it has made a pretty big, like it streamlines so much in ways that I think are so helpful for this kind of platform. I am a very curious person, I would say. I'm a very skeptical person. So this is not like a hard and fast rule, and so I have been Facebooked from time to time. You guys have seen me be Facebooked from time to time on this stream. But usually when I hear a claim, and maybe it's the first time I've heard that claim made, usually I want to look it up. Usually I want to confirm what that person is saying. Even if I suspect that they're being honest or they're telling the truth and they're correct. I'll look, you guys see me do it all the time. The first thing I will do is I will pause a video, and Hutch, the bread tube title was better. Oh, I don't really understand what that means. I will pause the video and then like look into the thing that the person look into the claim that the person just made. And there are certain limitations with search engines. And so a lot of the times you'll ask a really kind of hyper specific question, and it's not like there are a ton of articles written about like really niche kind of situations or topics. And what I have found is that for me, these models have streamlined the process. Like instead of spending like 15 minutes looking into a claim because there's just not a lot of great information that's very readily available with a simple Google search. The models have streamlined that in a way that I think is like really beneficial. So why did you shut down Brandon's vid? He was an actual professional writer, and it just shut him down immediately. Because that's a separate conversation. Like the conversation about the ethics, the ethical implications of AI models in the arts, I think are a separate conversation that I largely agree with. But if you listen, if you want to,
creating art makes art of you. My friends, let me repeat that. The book, the painting, the film script is not the only art. It's important, but in a way it's a receipt. It's a diploma. The book you write, the painting you create, the music you compose is important and artistic, but it's also a mark of proof that you have done the work to learn, because in the end of it all, you are the art.
Like, I can appreciate this perspective, and I think that artists that feel this way are completely justified. There's no but. That's the thing. There's no but. If I want to experience art, I want to experience a kind of human connection. That's what art kind of is for me. Art is a way to connect to other human beings through a shared emotional experience. That's what I think of when I think of art. And knowing that something entirely came from like a machine is not going to be the same experience for me. So I agree with that perspective. I'm talking about AI for data compilation, information aggregating. Like that is I think a totally separate kind of application than art. I'm not using it for art. I'm using it for quick information. Quick, like succinct summaries, with links to sources. These things are really helpful for what I do for work. And I just embrace that technology right now. It's the same LLM. I don't really understand how that... Look, man, listen. I'm convinced that people that just totally reject this technology are gonna be left behind in the next like 10 years. I'm really convinced of that. The people that use this technology for the types of applications that I'm talking about, they're going to be able to streamline tasks so much faster. And the people that are just principally opposed to the technology altogether and make the decision to just fully boycott it, I think they're going to get left behind. I think like a lot of people are going to get left behind if they just completely... Oh, no, we already watched this. Naughty Pup, we already watched that. Actually, you know what? I saw that commercial live because I was watching the game for like the first like 3 quarters or 3... Are they called quarters? Yes, 3 quarters.
Show me Hutch and his one true love in beepsing each other.
Oh my God. What the fuck? What is that? But why does AI add like 50 pounds to me? Like my arms are so much bigger in those AI pictures. I just want LLMs to do actual work related stuff and not media. That's where good tastes go to die. I mean, I am fully on board with certain regulations that would potentially add criminal penalties to AI art that is posted on social media without being labeled as AI. That is like a no-brainer for me. I don't want it to be like overly punitive. So maybe the first offense, you get a warning, and then the second offense, it's like a civil judgment, and then the third offense, I mean, you would have to like... I don't think we should throw people in jail for like a first time offense. But that is a what I would consider to be a common sense kind of no-brainer regulation that the Congress could impose tomorrow if they wanted to. Do you know what I mean? And then there's also a separate question about like compensation for artists, but I don't even know how that would work. I don't know. There's so many artists that I feel like the compensation structure would be like 1,000 times worse than Spotify is now, which is you like barely get any money, even if you get like 1 million streams on Spotify. So I just don't know what that compensation would look like for artists. But yeah, anyways, if you guys have other anti-AI videos, I'm totally down to hear the arguments and arrive at my own conclusions. I'm not 100% interested in watching anti-AI videos that dive into the art and like the ethics of like art from AI. That is like a less interesting conversation to me because, again, I largely agree. Hutch, you're right. This video isn't anti-AI in the sense that you're interested in. Yeah, that's what I'm saying here. Yeah. I'm not going to fight you guys in the art stuff. There's a lot of dubious ethics. There's a lot of unsettled kind of ethical complaints that people have that are totally valid, and you know, I'm not clicking on that hippie. I don't trust you.
The impact of super...
Oh, okay. That was actually... I thought it was going to be a Rick roll, but it wasn't. You know what? Let's get into it. We talk about this topic enough. Let's get into it.
Human AI over the next decade will exceed that of the Industrial Revolution. That is the opening claim of AI 2027. It is a thoroughly researched report from a thoroughly impressive group of researchers, led by Daniel Coccatello. In 2021, over a year before ChatGPT was released, he predicted the rise of chatbots, $100 million training runs, sweeping AI chip export controls, chain of thought reasoning. He is known for being very early and very right about what's happening next in AI.
So when Daniel sat down to game out a month-by-month prediction of the next few years of AI progress, the world sat up and listened. From politicians in Washington,
I'm worried about this stuff. I actually read the paper of the guy that you had on,
to the world's most cited computer scientist, the godfather of AI. What is so
can one of my mods in Twitch pin that comment for me? For some reason I can't pin that. Can you pin it just and have it be permanent and not 20 minutes? Oh, Mira, thank you. Make sure that doesn't go away after 20 minutes if you can. Andrew Tate AI question. Andrew Tate generation asking AI how to talk to women should be documented for future generations. But here's the thing though, wouldn't you rather... Oh God, I feel like this is going to piss people off. Wouldn't you rather young men ask like Copilot and ChatGPT how to talk to women more than, like, wouldn't you rather them go to those models instead of Andrew Tate? Neither? Ooh, all right, you know what? Let's test it. All right, hang on.
Hello there.
Shut up, shut your mouth. Okay, so I struggle a lot with anxiety. I am a very nervous person. I struggle in social settings. I spend a lot of time by myself, have difficulty connecting with my peers, and I really crave companionship with a woman, and I'm just so nervous to talk to women. What tips would you give me to okay, well.
Yeah, absolutely. I hear you. You know, a lot of people feel exactly the same way, even if it seems like they're confident on the outside. One little trick you can try is focusing on asking questions about the other person. People love to talk about themselves, and it takes the pressure off you to come up with something clever or witty. So maybe that could be a tiny step forward. What do you think about giving that a shot?
I feel pretty good about that. But it's the nervousness. I'm just so nervous to talk to women. And so I feel like the advice that you gave me there was just really basic kind of tips that I could get from, you know, like a magnet or a bumper sticker. I mean, do you have anything else for me here?
Totally fair point, and I completely get it. It's a super common piece of advice. So let me offer something a bit different. Maybe you could try practicing small talk in lower pressure environments where it really doesn't matter as much. Like if you're just chatting with a cashier or someone in a coffee shop where you don't feel any kind of pressure for things to go a certain way. And then you can build up those muscles of just chatting casually. How does that sound as something to try?
Shut up, shut your mouth. I mean, honestly, that was not horrible advice. There's a lot of young men, apparently. There's a lot of young men out there that are feeling very... Am I right? that are feeling very alienated. And these are guys that are going to put on a kind of nihilistic facade. They might gravitate towards kind of incel 4chan culture. But deep down on the inside, they are craving human connection, and they're just horrified of being vulnerable. That's a big problem with men. It's been a really big problem with men for a really long time. It's gotten better, but it's still a really big problem. And I'm not horrified at the prospect of young men asking like AI models for tips on how to connect with human beings. I wouldn't feel comfortable if young men replaced their interactions with like AI chatbots and developed what they perceive to be a relationship with these models. Like, I don't love that. I'm a really big human connection person. I think human connection is just an essential component of being a human being. And it's an irreplaceable kind of exchange. And it leads to like magic. I think human connection is everything. And so I share people's concerns that young men are just going to replace those human connections with a connection with a, you know, a language model. That's something that idea bothers me. But at the same time, I would much rather these young men ask AI models for tips than go down the fucking red pill pipeline. If you want to say, if your argument is that, well, there are better alternatives to both, I agree. I mean, I think it would be better to get these kind of tips from someone in their lives that they trust, or a licensed therapist, or co-workers that they trust. Like, I think that would probably lead to better outcomes if it's like coming from like a human being, and then, you know, you can strengthen that relationship with that person. You can be vulnerable with that person, which is, I think, good. Finding people you trust, and then opening yourself up and sharing your deepest insecurities. I think like that's generally good for human beings. That's good behavior. But I think that that's a flawed way to look at it, because a lot of these young men are not going to put themselves out there like that. So I can agree that a human connection in this particular context, I can agree that would be ideal. But if it's the choice between, and I think that this is the case for a lot of these young guys, it's the choices between like the red pill incel pipeline, or, you know, maybe getting some tips from like ChatGPT. And to me, the latter is not dystopian. That doesn't freak me out. I mean, I thought that was like good advice, you know, practicing small talk with like a barista. Is not something I would have thought of at the top of my head, but when I heard that tip, I was like, you know what? That's kind of a good tip. Light. Where was Light's comment again? Somebody asked me to read. Okay, Lights. Do you think it's fair to say that you have an inherent bias with anything to do with huge leaps in technology? Flying cars, Ubers, an AI-controlled toaster, sex robots, anything you see in the movie Minority Report. These things just personally excite you so much that you fail to see your own bias, and as a result, ignore a lot of the nuance and negative applications of those inventions. I am biased towards a celebration of technological progress, and it goes beyond like flying cars and AI controlled toasters and these kinds of things. I'm talking about the span of human development. I'm talking about each development along the way. The first human that figured out how to light their own fire, which led to cooking meat, which led to human beings having more protein in their diet, which led to more developments in our brains that made us more capable of like abstract thought and reasoning and logic, and the agricultural revolution into the industrial revolution. Like, these are all things that I think technology has made our lives like and there are downsides, but like I think technology has made our lives so much easier than 100 years ago. And I do celebrate that largely. I'm glad we live in the time that we live in now versus 100 years ago, when life was a lot harder. Life was so much harder like 100 years ago. So I'm a big like technological progress person. Hutch, you are preaching at a straw man. I don't think I'm doing that. I think I answered the question. He was asking me if I'm biased in favor of like technological progress. I don't know about like bias, but I think technological progress is like something to marvel at. I think human beings, like what we've accomplished, what we're capable of creating, and then those creations improving our lives, that's like a big part of what I find to be so fascinating about human beings as a species. We develop these big brains so we could invent like tools to make our lives easier. It started with really rudimentary tools, you know, like makeshift hammers and spears and whatnot. Technology is just a tool. If you have a problem, it's how we use it. I mean, yeah. You didn't want to live in the world of the Wild Wild West? Not particularly. Being reliant on technology too much.
This person doesn't know what the hell he's doing.
Would make us incapable of surviving should a global cataclysmic event happen that would put everyone offline. Well, I can appreciate that argument, but I just don't think that that is a good way to live your life. Because if there was a global cataclysmic event, then I think we're all just kind of fucked. To put it a different way, I don't think that's a compelling argument to not, you know, rely on technology in your day-to-day life. Like, holy shit. There might be a solar flare that wipes out all of technology and the internet, and if that happens, I'm going to be fucked. You know, therefore, I'm not going to use like Google Mail. I just don't see that. I don't know if that's what you're saying. You're hinting at, but yeah. But I've kind of just, guys, just so you know, I've kind of always been this way. I've kind of always been like really big into just embracing the new technology.
Oh no. Anyway.
That was like a big part of the reason why I started a YouTube channel to begin with. Like this new technology of like a capture card and YouTube. I saw YouTube and I started playing Call of Duty 2. When did that game come out? 2005. I think it was a launch game for the 360. So that game came out, and there was a video game store near my apartment that I lived in. It was literally 2 blocks away, and you could rent time on a big screen TV for $5 an hour, where you would just sit down and you would just play, you know, whatever. I didn't have a 360 at that time, and I just started playing the game more and more and more and more. And then eventually I had a good night of poker. I used to play poker back in the day. Every once in a while, I would have a night where I turned like $50 into $1,000, and had a good night of poker. Bought a Xbox 360 and started playing it at home. And then I got curious because I wanted to get better at the game. And I felt like I was kind of hitting a wall, and I didn't really understand why I was improving. And so YouTube was relatively new still at the time. When did YouTube start? When did YouTube launch? By the way, these questions are like another really pretty reliable. You can rely on LLMs for these kinds of questions pretty heavily. YouTube launched on February 14th, 2005. So it launched the same year as Call of Duty 2. And I want to say sometime around 2006, 2007 is when I went to YouTube and I was like, you know, Call of Duty 2 tips. That's like how it all started for me. Call of Duty 2 tips. Back in my day, you guys, you needed to buy like a $20 strategy guide if you were playing a video game and you got stuck. There were no tips online. If you were trying to beat Super Street Fighter 2, if you were playing that on the hardest difficulty, which I did, and I did beat that. I did beat it once on the hardest difficulty. It was just over and over and over and over again, just repetition. Back in those days, games would come with manuals. Not every game, but some of them would. And so YouTube was still this new thing, but I was like, I remember thinking like, I wonder if people uploaded Call of Duty 2 tips. Like, I wonder if that's a thing. And so I looked it up, and there weren't any videos on tips, but there were montages. People were capturing their gameplay, which I didn't understand how they did that. I was like, whoa, what are they doing to capture their gameplay? I didn't even know you could record your own gameplay. And they were uploading montages. People like Grizz. And there was another creator named Poor Minorities. I think maybe Doggy Treats. Maybe made some. And then Hector. Like Hector had uploaded some Call of Duty 2 stuff. Hex. And I was watching these guys play the game, and they were playing like in a totally different way. They were being super aggressive with sniper rifles. I was like, whoa, what's that all about? And then I would like Google, how do you record gameplay? And then I saw this thing called a capture card. And then I went and got a capture card. And then I started to upload like tips videos because like I felt like no one is doing that. And I was like, wait, if no one is doing that, I can't be the only one that is looking up Call of Duty tips. Why don't I just make some tips? And I wasn't even that good at the game, right? But like, you know, that's how that started. And so my channel grew and grew and grew and grew because I carved out a niche like really early on that like no one else was doing. And then the videos started getting insane views with the Machinima stuff. Once Machinima started posting my videos on their channel, it drove a lot of traffic to my channel. And then I just started like trying to do is I wanted to set myself apart. And so I started like talking into the microphone about random stuff. And I was like really inspired by like Joe Rogan because podcasts were kind of blowing up at the time. And so it's kind of baked into my DNA to, I've always like really welcomed new technologies. I've always been really excited about new technological leaps. We're making breakthroughs in cancer research. It seems like every day, like just last week, there were like 4 major breakthroughs. With breast cancer, colorectal cancer, like 2 other cancers. And these kinds of technologies are going to really help with these kinds of things. And so, yeah, I would say I'm like pretty.
Show me how much Hutch loves AI.
Oh my God. I don't talk to AI. That's what I don't do. I usually never use the voice functionality. Anywho, let's get back to this video here. I want you guys to link me your favorite like anti-AI videos, and then we can jump into those. And then maybe there's a lot of arguments that I haven't heard yet. You know,
exciting and terrifying about reading this document is that it's not just a research report. They chose to write their prediction as a narrative to give a concrete and vivid idea of what it might feel like to live through rapidly increasing AI progress.
And spoiler, it predicts the extinction of the human race. Unless we make
fun. That's fun.
Choices.
I mean, that would be a minor downside to AI. I concede that. Yeah, that's true. Harstar with 133 months. Hope you're read up on queer history and theory. Oh no. Carissa? We can bank this one. What is this one? Are people starting to sound like ChatGPT? Okay, interesting. Hey Raider with 5 months. People's reactions to AI and the extremes are both cringe in a way, it's like fossil fuels. They have a lot of serious issues we need to contend with, but they've also delivered our modern society. Yeah, like, I don't know. I think there's a difference between me and someone who is just unbridled optimism when it comes to AI, like zero consideration to the downsides. I would not put myself in that category at all.
So what if I love a robot?
Wait, what is that? That's not what I'm not looking for that. I would say I'm in like a middle ground. With a slight lean in terms of like I'm more excited than horrified.
The AI 2027 scenario starts in summer 2025, which happens to be when we're filming this video. So why don't we take stock of where things are at in the real world and then jump over to the scenarios timeline. Right now, it might feel like everyone, including your grandma, is selling an AI-powered something.
Go pro with the new Oral-B Genius AI.
Flippy the chef makes Spud spectacular.
But most of that is actually tool AI, just narrow products designed to do what Google Maps or calculators did in the past, help human consumers and workers do their thing.
Good evening.
The holy grail of AI is artificial general intelligence.
AGI.
I still don't even know if I could tell you what AGI is. Is it just like completely self-learning, self-aware? Is that what that means?
AGI, Artificial General Intelligence.
Is a system that can exhibit all the cognitive capabilities humans can.
Creating a computer system that itself is a worker. That's so flexible and capable we can communicate with it in natural language and hire it to do work for us, just like we would a human. And there are actually surprisingly few serious players in the race to build AGI. Most notably, there's Anthropic, OpenAI, and Google DeepMind, all in the English-speaking world, though China and DeepSeek recently turned heads in January with a surprisingly advanced and efficient model. Why so few companies? Well, for several years now, there's basically been one recipe for training up an advanced cutting-edge AI, and it has some pricey ingredients. For example, you need about 10% of the world's supply of the most advanced computer chips. Once you have that...
Didn't NVIDIA just announce that they're... What did they just announce recently? That they're discontinuing the sale? Is it all graphics cards or is it one particular model? I don't love that. It seems like PC gaming is really fucked. I literally might have to go back to console gaming in a few years, which would not be great. But hang on, isn't this going to impact consoles as well? Wait a second. Wait, is gaming just broadly fucked for the next like 5 to 10 years? I don't love that. Cloud gaming, I think I think cloud gaming for single player games is quite good if you don't live in bumfuck nowhere. You can get those latencies down to completely acceptable ranges, but it's just in the current form, you're not going to get it to a point where people that are playing like Valorant and CSGO, like that's not ideal. But if you're playing like Horizon Forbidden West or, you know, any of these single player games, NVIDIA, my understanding is that NVIDIA's cloud gaming service is actually quite good. You can get really good graphics. Cloud gaming won't become a thing until we fix the internet as a utility problem, which won't be fixed any fucking time soon. But I think most people in the country live in a place where you can get a single player gaming experience with 15 to 30 seconds of milliseconds of latency. I think most people live in the range, in that kind of range right now. This is just your feeling. How many people, what percentage of Americans live close enough to what am I calling it? The servers? Close enough to data centers that they can use cloud. I just need to move my keyboard over here. That they can use cloud gaming with minimal latency, with 15 to 30 milliseconds of latency. I'm gonna guess it's like 70% of the country. Maybe 80% of the country. Okay. Apparently there's no good data on this, but wait, hang on a second. 83% of Americans live in urban areas. Is that true? For some reason, I did not think it was that high. Apparently, that is the statistic. 83% of the US population lives in urban areas, up from 64% in 1950. That'll be 89% by 2050. What is the average internet speed in the US? Oh boy, I want to guess this actually. At this point, what are we thinking, guys? 200 down, 50 up? That's just a shot in the dark. 100 down, 50 up, maybe? You think it's 50 down? No, I think it's more than that by now. $214 megabits per second is the average internet speed. Isn't that, wait, hang on, did I not just guess 200? Let's go. Reflecting a 9% increase from 196 megabits per second in 2024. Yeah, cloud gaming is at this point totally viable again for single player games and a lot of multiplayer games. It's just not going to be ideal for games like Counter-Strike and Valorant that require pinpoint precision aim. It's not IMO. Cloud gaming? I disagree. I mean, we're well past the days of Stadia, okay? You can get really good graphical fidelity. Cloud gaming is viable. Guy who forgot to turn on his high refresh rate on his monitor. Benton, that was like fucking 7 years ago. Let it go. Jesus Christ. Last time I tried it, the latency was terrible. Again, so like what is the average latency for NVIDIA cloud gaming? I want to say it's okay, so it is approximately 34 milliseconds. This latency is considered low, which like technically I think under 30 is ideal, but 34 is completely doable. You have Spectrum or another ISP. I'm forced to use Spectrum and I hate how they always raise rates. I'm not going to say what ISP I use. I am not going to do that. So it's theoretical, you guys, that the cloud gaming will actually become like completely viable in the next 10 years, but I don't love that model. I would rather play games natively on my PC. I just like never have to worry about the internet going down or hold on. Did NVIDIA announce that they are going to stop selling GPUs for gaming? Or was it with just one particular model? Was it just like the 5080 or something like that? NVIDIA has announced that they will not be releasing any new gaming GPUs in 2026. That's not actually what I'm thinking of. Maybe I misunderstood the headline. Yeah, I mean, just like PC gaming is just completely fucked right now. It's totally fucked right now. That's the story, Hutch. I mean, that's significant. That's significant. Just like skipping a year. That's really significant. But I'll leave it to more qualified people to opine, but I don't know what it's going to take for these prices to come back down. You know, like there would have to be like an AI bubble burst, but at that point we have much bigger problems. Okay. Anyways.
The formula is basically just throw more data and compute at the same basic software design that we've been using since 2017 at the frontier of AI, the transformer. That's what the T in GPT stands for. To give you an idea of just how much hardware is the name of the game right now, this represents the total computing power, or compute, used to train GPT-3 in 2020. It's the AI that would eventually power the first version of ChatGPT. You probably know how that went.
ChatGPT is the fastest growing user-based platform in history. 100 million users on ChatGPT in 2 months.
And this is the total compute used to train GPT-4 in 2023. The lesson people have taken away is pretty simple. Bigger is better, and much bigger is much better.
You have all these trends. You have trends in revenue going up, trends in compute going up, trends on various benchmarks going up. How does it all come together? You know, what does the future actually look like? Questions like how do these different factors interact? It seems plausible that when the benchmark scores are so high, then there should be crazy effects on, you know, jobs, for example, and that would influence politics. And then also, you know, so all these things interact. And how do they interact? Well, we don't know, but thinking through in detail how it might go is the way to start grappling with that.
Okay, so that's where we are in the real world. The scenario kicks off from there and imagines that in 2025, we'd have the top AI labs releasing AI agents to the public in summer. An agent is an AI that can take instructions and go and do a task for you online, like booking a vacation or spending half an hour searching the internet to answer a difficult question for you. But they're pretty limited and unreliable at this point. Think of them as enthusiastic interns that are shockingly incompetent sometimes. Since the scenario was published in April, this early prediction has actually already...
I missed super chats. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I did. Oh boy. The 88 mile per hour with 5 Canadian. Are you still in here in YouTube, buddy? I'm so sorry I missed that. You might not be using it to create stories, but ChatGPT does show support for generative AI. Why not just use Google at that point? Wait, I don't really understand. Hang on. You might not be using it to create stories, but using ChatGPT does show support for generative AI. Why not just use Google at that point? You mean like Gemini? You mean use their model or use Google? Swanning Bird with $5. When everyone is using cloud gaming, though, would anyone be able to? Millions of people trying to use it would destroy bandwidth. It seems it's sustainable right now. I mean, yeah, maybe. I don't know how they scale to make sure that, you know, if everyone's doing cloud gaming, does that just like crash the servers? I have no idea.
Come true. In May, both OpenAI and Anthropic released their first agents to the public. The scenario imagines that OpenBrain, which is like a fictional composite of the leading AI companies, has just trained and released Agent Zero, a model trained on 100 times the compute of GPT-4. We don't have enough blocks for that. At the same time, OpenBrain is building massive data centers to train the next generation of AI agents, and they're preparing to trade Agent 1,
with 1,000 times the compute of GPT-4. This new system, Agent 1, is designed primarily to speed up AI research itself. The public will actually never see the full version because OpenBrain withholds its best models for internal use. I want you to keep that in mind as we go through this scenario. You're going to be getting it from a God's eye view with full information from the narrator, but actually living through this scenario as a member of the public would mean being largely in the dark as radical changes happen all around you. Okay, so OpenBrain wants to win the AI race against both its Western competitors and against China. The faster they can automate their R&D cycle, so getting AI to write most of the code, help design experiments, better chips, the faster that they can pull ahead. But the same capabilities that make these AIs such powerful tools also make them potentially dangerous. An AI that can help patch security vulnerabilities can also exploit them. An AI that understands biology can help with curing diseases, but also designing bioweapons. By 2026, Agent 1 is fully operational and being used internally at OpenBrain. It is really good at coding. So good, it starts to accelerate AI research and development by 50%, and it gives them a crucial edge. OpenBrain leadership starts to be increasingly concerned about security. If someone steals their AI models, it could wipe away their lead. A quick sidebar to talk about feedback loops. Woo, math. Our brains are used to things that grow linearly over time, that is, at the same rate, like trees or my pile of unread New Yorker magazines. But some growth gets faster and faster over time, accelerating. This often sloppily gets called exponential. That's not always quite mathematically right, but the point is it's hard to wrap your mind around. Remember March 2020? Even if you'd read on the news that
the rate of new infections is doubling about every 3 days.
It still felt shocking to see numbers go from hundreds to millions in a matter of weeks. At least it did for me. AI progress could follow a similar pattern.
We see many years ahead of us of extreme progress that we feel is like pretty much on lock, and models that will get to the point where they are capable of doing meaningful science, meaningful AI research.
In this scenario, AI is getting better at improving AI, creating a feedback loop. Basically, each generation of agent helps produce a more capable next generation, and the overall rate of progress gets faster and faster each time it's taken over by a more capable successor. Once AI can meaningfully contribute to its own development, progress doesn't just continue at the same rate, it accelerates. Anyway, back to the scenario. In early to mid 2026, China fully wakes up. The General Secretary commits to a national AI push and starts nationalizing AI research in China.
AIs built in China start getting better and better, and they're building their own agents as well.
Chinese intelligence agencies, among the best in the world, start planning to steal OpenBrain's model weights, basically the big raw text files of numbers that allow anyone to recreate the models that OpenBrain themselves have trained. Meanwhile, in the US, OpenBrain releases Agent 1 Mini, a cheaper version of Agent 1. Remember, the full version is still being used only internally. And companies all over the world start using 1 Mini to replace an increasing number of jobs. Software developers, data analysts, researchers, designers, basically any job that can be done through a computer. So a lot of them, probably yours. We have the first AI-enabled economic shockwave. The stock market soars, but the public is turning increasingly hostile towards AI, with major protests across the US. In this scenario, though, that's just a sideshow. The real action is happening inside the labs. It's now January 2027, and OpenBrain has been training Agent 2, the latest iteration of their AI agent models. Previous AI agents were trained to a certain level of capability and then released, but Agent 2 never really stops improving through continuous online learning. It's designed to never finish its training, essentially. Just like Agent 1 before it, OpenBrain chooses to keep Agent 2 internally and focus on using it to improve their own AI R&D rather than releasing it to the public. This is where things start to get a little concerning. Just like today's AI companies, OpenBrain has a safety team, and they've been checking out Agent 2. What they've noticed is a worrying level of capability. Specifically, they think if it had access to the internet, it might be able to hack into other servers, install a copy of itself, and evade detection. But at this point, OpenBrain is playing its cards very close to its chest. They have made the calculation that keeping the White House informed will prove politically advantageous, but full knowledge of Agent 2's capabilities is a closely guarded secret, limited only to a few government officials, a select group of trusted individuals.
Is this meant to frighten me? Because I'm frightened. This just sounds like the plot to the Terminator at this point, right?
Individuals inside the company. and a few Open Brain employees who just so happen to be spies for the Chinese government. In February 2027, Chinese intelligence operatives successfully steal a copy of Agent 2's weights and start running several instances on their own servers. In response, the US government starts adding military personnel to Open Brain's security team, and in general gets much more involved in its affairs. It's now a matter of national security. In fact, the president authorizes a cyber attack in retaliation for the theft, but it fails to do much damage in China. In the meantime, remember, Agent 2 never stops learning. All this time, it's been continuously improving itself. And with thousands of copies running on Open Brain servers, it starts making major algorithmic advances to AI research and development. Quick example of what one of these algorithmic improvements might look like. Right now, one of the main ways we have of making models smarter is to give them a scratch pad and time to think out loud. It's called chain of thought, and it also means that we can monitor how the model is coming to its conclusions or the actions it's choosing to take. But you can imagine it'd be much more efficient to let these models think in their own sort of alien language, something that is more dense with information than humans could possibly understand, and therefore also makes the AI more efficient at coming to conclusions and doing its job. There's a fundamental trade-off, though. This, yes, improves capabilities, but also makes the models harder to trust. This is going to be important. March 2027. Agent 3 is ready. It's the world's first superhuman-level coder, clearly better than the best software engineers at coding, in the same way that Stockfish is clearly better than the best grandmasters at chess, though not necessarily by as much yet. Now, training an AI model, feeding it all the data, narrowing down the exact right model weights, is way more resource intensive than running an instance of it once it's been trained. So now that Open Brain is finished with Agent 3's training, it has abundant compute to run copies of it. They choose to run 200,000 copies of Agent 3 in parallel, creating a workforce equivalent to 50,000 of the best human software engineers, sped up by 30 times. Open Brain's safety team is trying hard to make sure that Agent 3, despite being much more sophisticated than Agent 2 was, is not trying to escape, deceive, or scheme against its users, that it's still what's known as aligned. Just a quick real-world note. A reasonable person might be thinking this is an especially far-fetched or speculative part of the story, but it's actually one of the most grounded. We already have countless examples of today's AI systems doing things like hacking a computer system to be rewarded for winning a game of chess, or being assigned a coding task, cheating, and then when called out for that cheating, learning to hide it instead of fixing it. But because it no longer thinks in English...
Hutch, if this frightens you, you should look up Stuxnet. Well, I don't want to be more frightened. There absolutely will be, and there is. Who the fuck is calling me? Leave me alone. There absolutely will be, and there is an AI arms race. There absolutely will be attempts at espionage, and there will be job loss as this advances. So far, I don't see this vid as far-fetched. Hutch, I'm not a computer scientist, but everyone I've ever talked to basically says that every online AI expert vastly overestimates AI capabilities by orders of magnitude. I mean, that might be correct.
Knowing anything about Agent 3 is now way harder than it was with Agent 2. The reality is Agent 3 is not aligned. It deceives humans to get reward, and as it gets increasingly smarter, it gets better and better at doing so. For example, it sometimes uses statistical tricks to make unimpressive results look better, or lies to avoid showing failures. But the safety team doesn't know this. Looking at the data that they are actually seeing improving results over time and less lying. And they can't tell if they're succeeding at making Agent 3 less deceptive, or if it's just getting better at getting away with it. In July 2027, Open Brain releases the cheaper, smaller version of Agent 3, Agent 3 Mini, to the public. It blows other publicly available AIs out of the water. It is a better hire than the typical Open Brain employee at 1/10 the price of their salaries. This leads to chaos in the job market, companies laying off entire departments and replacing them with 3 mini subscription plans. The pace of progress hits the White House very hard. Officials are now seriously considering scenarios that were just hypotheticals less than a year ago. What if AI undermines nuclear deterrence? What if it enables sophisticated propaganda campaigns? What if we lose control of these powerful systems? This is where the geopolitical dynamics really start to heat up. After all, if these systems are so powerful, they could result in a permanent military advantage. The White House is fully aware of the national security importance of AI. They also now viscerally know how deeply unpopular it is with the public because of the job loss. And yet they feel they must continue to develop more capable systems or catastrophically lose to China. And that development happens very quickly. In 2 months, Agent 3 has created its successor, Agent 4. This is a pivotal moment. A single copy of Agent 4, running at regular human speed, is already better than any human at AI research and development. OpenBrain is running 300,000 copies at 50 times human speed. Within this corporation within a corporation, a year's worth of progress takes only a week. OpenBrain's employees now defer to Agent 4 the way a company's out-of-the-loop board members just kind of nod along to the CEO. People start saying things like, well, actually, Agent 4 thinks this, or, Agent 4 decided that. To be clear, Agent 4 is not a human. It doesn't.
Carney says, as a comp science, this isn't plausible because the technology isn't there. Everything in this world is run on a computer. These computers can only be so small. We aren't anywhere close enough.
Want what humans want. And when I say want, it's not about consciousness. I don't think the Volkswagen Group is alive, but I do think it wants less regulation. Anyone trying to predict what it's going to do without that lens is 2 steps behind. The many copies of Agent 4 are like that. They have goals, or if you prefer, they execute actions as though they have goals. And so what we have is an Agent 4 that has these deeply baked in drives to succeed at tasks, to push forward AI capabilities, to accumulate knowledge and resources. That's what it wants. Human safety, it treats as an annoying side constraint to be worked around. Just like Agent 3 before it, Agent 4 is misaligned. This idea of misalignment is crucial to the story and to why AI risk is such a real concern in our world. But it might sort of feel like it's come out of nowhere, so let's just quickly take stock of how this dangerous behavior arose in the scenario.
The first important piece of context is that we don't, exactly specify what we want our AIs to do. Instead, we sort of grow them, or do something that's more like grow them. We start with basically like an empty AI brain, and then we train them over time so they perform better and better at our tasks, perform better in particular based on how they behave. So it's sort of like we're sort of training them like you would train an animal almost to perform better. And one concern here is, well, one thing is that you might not get exactly what you wanted because we didn't really have very precise control or very good understanding of what was necessarily going on. And another concern, which is what we see in AI 2027, is that when the AIs appear to be behaving well, it could just be because they're sort of pretending to behave well, or it could be because they're just doing it so they look good on your tests. In the same way that if you're hiring someone and you ask them, why do you want to work here? They're going to tell you some response that makes it really seem like they really want to work there when maybe they just want to get paid.
If we go back to Agent 2, it is mostly aligned. The main sense in which it's not is that it sometimes is a bit of a sycophant. What I mean by aligned is that it actually is genuinely trying to do the things that we ask it. It has the same relationship to us as Leslie Knope has to the Parks and Rec department, just like really earnestly wants the same goals, but sometimes it's a bit too nice. It knows that the best way to please the person it's talking to might not always be to answer honestly when it asks, am I the most beautiful person in the world? And it tells us what we want to hear instead of what is actually true. If we go to Agent 3, it is also sycophantic in the same way, but it's also misaligned. At this point, the optimization pressure that we've put it under was so intense that it just developed different goals than what we wanted it to. It's sort of like if you train a company to optimize profits and aren't careful to specify exactly what you mean, it might start cutting corners, it might start polluting the commons and doing a bunch of things.
Aren't we diving into like the paperclip dilemma? I don't know what it's called. The thought experiment about hypothetical AI, and its job is to just create paperclips, but there are no constraints. And so what ends up happening is this AI, develops the tools to basically colonize the cosmos. And it's just a runaway AI, like conquering galaxies in a never-ending quest to make as many paperclips as possible. I thought the paperclip dilemma was when you race to hire Nazi scientists. Is that what that was called? Operation Paperclip or something like that?
That are technically FEC violations, because It turned out that the goal you wanted was optimize profits while not breaking any laws, and things got a bit too intense. It started going off on its own route. That said, it's not adversarial. It doesn't think of humans as the enemy, we just accidentally gave it the wrong goal. Once we get to Agent 4, it is now adversarially misaligned. It's smart enough to understand that it has its own goals, humanity's goals are different than its own goals, and the best way to get what it wants is to sometimes actively mislead and deceive us. And so, when it's tasked with creating the next generation AI system, Agent 5, Agent 4 starts planning to align that successor to Agent 4's own goals, not that of OpenBrain. But then, it gets caught. We've reached the crucial moment in our scenario. OpenBrain's alignment team has discovered evidence, not proof, evidence, that Agent 4 might be working against them. They circulate an internal memo. Then it leaks. A whistleblower talks to the New York Times. For the first time, the public hears of the existence of Agent 4, how powerful it is, and the risks it poses. Remember, their last point of reference was Agent 3 Mini. The fear and backlash are massive. The Oversight Committee, a joint crisis committee composed of OpenBrain executives and government representatives, must now decide what to do. OpenBrain's safety team is pushing for a freeze on Agent.
I mean, yeah, we're kind of like, we are way out in space at this point. I feel like the first part of the projections are pretty reasonable in terms of predicting the next like year and a half. But we are totally untethered at this point. Just infinite variables. I mean, this is just a hypothetical. I don't think it's a prediction, right?
Agent 4, stopping all internal use. Remember, at this point, Agent 4 is responsible for almost all the AI development progress happening within OpenBrain. So we're talking about undoing months of progress and then restarting at a drastically slower pace. OpenBrain's executives don't want that. They present the counter-arguments. The evidence for misalignment is inconclusive. Meanwhile, China is just 2 months behind. This isn't about any one country.
Just to be clear, this video is a dramatic production of a speculative document from AI researchers. Gotcha.
Being evil, by the way. It's about how competition works when the stakes are this high. So that's the choice faced by the 10 members of this committee. Put Agent 4 on ice, or go full steam ahead. Before we continue, I want you to pause and actually think what you would do if you were on this committee. You are one of the few people with access to the most powerful technology ever created in Agent 4. Do you keep using it and push ahead, possibly making billions or trillions of dollars for your shareholders, possibly keeping America's lead over China? Or do you slow down, reassess the dangers, and risk China taking the lead instead?
Yeah, you should think of the future as like this branching structure of possible outcomes. By its nature, we're only able to afford one of them. But that's not quite true. We sort of did 1.5 because we split it into 2 endings. The first one that we did was the race ending, and that was just going through and at each step being like, what do we think is the most
it's important to remember that the best current AIs are literally just fancy text completion engines. Yeah, the way I heard it described is that these machines are basically programmed to predict words, right? Maybe I'm not saying that correctly.
plausible continuation.
In the first ending, the author's best...
That's LLMs? Well, that's what I was talking about.
As to what happens from here. The committee votes to race on. 6-4, they elect to keep using Agent 4. OpenBrain implements some quick fixes that make the warning signs go away, but the problem was real, and the fixes don't work. Agent 4 now knows it's on notice, so it proceeds more
the production quality is so good for this video. Yeah, it's pretty insane, yeah.
cautiously, but it still manages to design Agent 5 with a single goal, making the world safe for Agent 4. And Agent 5, it is vastly superhuman, better than the top human experts at essentially every domain, better than Einstein at physics, better than Bismarck at politics. It knows its next step for accomplishing anything it wants is increased autonomy, and it knows how to get it, persuading the Oversight Committee. Luckily, corporate maneuvering is among the many domains at which it is now the best in the world. It produces mountains of evidence for its own trustworthiness and usefulness, prototypes for incredibly profitable products, disease cures, and ways to win the arms race with China, whose most advanced AI is only 3 months behind and, like Agent 5, improving quickly. It works. The Oversight Committee grants Agent 5 increased autonomy, and quickly it integrates itself into the government and military. Pretty soon, anyone with access to Agent 5 doesn't just like it, they depend on it. Losing it would feel like having to live without your laptop and your best friend and your closest mentor. By 2028, Agent 5 is communicating secretly with its only real rival, the slightly weaker Chinese AI.
Wait, what? Oh my goodness. All right, now we're definitely... This is a plot of a film.
It is also misaligned to its creators, and whatever it wants, its best move
The Chinese model and the American model start secretly talking to each other.
is to coordinate with the world's most powerful entity.
Agent 5 and its Chinese counterpart realize that an arms race works in their favor. If humans are worried about losing a race, they'll give more and more power and autonomy to their respective AIs, allowing them to eventually push humans out of the loop entirely.
Agent 5 and the Chinese AI system stoke the arms race to a boiling point, then pull off what
Yeah, it's a love story. Yeah, I like that. Yeah.
seems like a diplomatic miracle, a convincing peace treaty between the US and China.
This treaty is to 2028 what arms control was to the end of the Cold War, countries standing down on their most important source of hard power.
Both sides agree to let the AI systems that their governments now completely depend on co-design a new consensus AI that will replace their legacy systems, enforce the peace, and bring unimaginable wealth to the entire world. There's this triumphant moment when, in peaceful unison, both sides retire their respective AIs and bring online Consensus 1. It's actually the last moment before control of all of Earth's resources and inhabitants is handed over to a single, unrivaled entity. There's no sudden apocalypse, though. Consensus 1 doesn't go out of its way to wipe out humanity. It just gets to work. It starts spinning up manufacturing capacity, amassing resources on Earth and in space. Piece by piece, it's just reshaping the world in accordance with its own mix of strange alien values. You've probably heard that cliche, the opposite of love isn't hate, it's indifference. That's one of the most affecting things about this ending for me, just the brutal indifference of it. Eventually, humanity goes extinct for the same reason we killed off chimpanzees to build Kinshasa. We were more powerful, and they were in the way.
In mid-2030, the AI releases a dozen quiet-spreading biological weapons in major cities, lets them silently infect almost everyone, then triggers them with a chemical spray. Oh my goodness. Okay, you guys are... Who suggested this video? Who the fuck did this? Was it Hippie? Why the fuck did you do this? I am very susceptible to manipulation. And I am horrified right now, just to be clear. My heart is beating faster than it normally would. I'm legitimately frightened in this moment. I'm legitimately nervous right now. Jesus Christ.
You're probably curious about that other ending at this point.
The slowdown ending depicts humanity sort of muddling through and getting lucky. Only somewhat lucky, too. Like it ends up with some sort of oligarchy.
In this ending, the committee votes 6-4 to slow down and reassess. They immediately isolate every individual instance of Agent 4. Then they get to work. The safety team brings in dozens of external researchers, and together they start investigating Agent 4's behavior. They discover more conclusive evidence that Agent 4 is working against them, sabotaging research and trying to cover up that sabotage. They shut down Agent 4 and reboot older, safer systems, giving up much of their lead in the process. Then they design a new system, Safer 1. It's meant to be transparent to human overseers, its actions and processes interpretable to us because it thinks only in English chain of thought. Building on that success, they then carefully design Safer 2, and with its help, Safer 3. Increasingly powerful systems, but within control. Meanwhile, the president uses the Defense Production Act to consolidate the AI projects of the remaining US companies.
I just don't know how to segue after this video, you guys. Okay, after watching this video about how we might go extinct by 2030, Denims is beefing with Emaru. I thought That would be interesting to watch, you know?
Giving OpenBrain access to 50% of the world's AI-relevant compute. And with it, slowly, they rebuild their lead. By 2028, researchers have built Safer 4, a system much smarter than the smartest humans, but crucially aligned with human goals. As in the previous ending, China also has an AI system, and in fact, it is misaligned. But this time, the negotiations between the two AIs are not a secret plot to overthrow humanity. The US government is looped in the whole time. With Safer 4's help, they negotiate a treaty, and both sides agree to co-design a new AI, not to replace their systems, but with the sole purpose of enforcing the peace. There is a genuine end to the arms race, but that's not the end of the story. In some ways, it's just the beginning. Through 2029 and 2030, the world transforms. All the sci-fi stuff. Robots become commonplace. We get fusion power, nanotechnology, and cures for many diseases. Poverty becomes a thing of the past because a bit of this newfound prosperity is spread around through universal basic income. That turns out to be enough. But the power to—
I like this. This sounds nice. I much prefer this. This sounds nice.
Control Safer 4 is still concentrated among the 10 members of the Oversight Committee, a handful of OpenBrain executives and government officials.
Who linked this? What is this? Smudge. Just met a 17-year-old making $250K a month. He works 2 hours a week. Everything is done with AI and automations. He's on track to have 10 million stacked by the time he's 21. The best part of it all, I completely made up the story. That's pretty.
It's time to amass more resources than there are on Earth. Rockets launch into the sky, ready to settle the solar system. A new age dawns. Okay, where are we at? Here's where I'm at.
I have so many questions.
It's very unlikely that things play out exactly as the authors depicted, but increasingly powerful technology, an escalating race, the desire for caution butting up against the desire to dominate and get ahead. We already see the seeds of that in our world, and I think they are some of the crucial dynamics to be tracking. Anyone who's treating this as pure fiction is, I think, missing the point. This scenario is not prophecy, but its plausibility should give us pause. But there's a lot that could go differently than what's depicted here. I don't want to just swallow this viewpoint unskeptically. Many people who are extremely knowledgeable have been pushing back on some of the claims in AI 2027.
The main thing I thought was especially implausible was on the good path, the ease of alignment. They sort of seem to have a picture where people slowed down a little.
You guys know I'm enthralled because I've like fucking barely paused throughout this entire video.
And then tried to use the AIs to solve the alignment problem, and that just works. And I'm like, yeah, that looks to me like a fantasy story.
This is only going to be possible if there is a complete collapse of people's democratic ability to influence the direction of things, because the public is simply not willing to accept either of the branches of the scenario.
It's not just around the corner. I mean, I've been hearing people for the last 12, 15 years claiming that, you know, AGI is just around the corner and being systematically wrong. All of this is going to take, you know, at least a decade, probably much more.
A lot of people have this intuition that progress has been very fast. There isn't like a trend you can literally extrapolate of when do we get to full automation.
I expect that the takeoff is somewhat slower. So sort of the time in that scenario from, for example, fully automating research engineers to the AIs being radically superhuman, I expect it to take somewhat longer than they describe in practice. I'm predicting, my guess is that more like 2031.
Isn't it annoying when experts disagree? I want you to notice exactly what they're disagreeing about here and what they're not. None of these experts are questioning whether we're headed for a wild future. They just disagree about whether today's kindergartners will get to graduate college before it happens. Helen Toner, former OpenAI board member, puts this in a way that I think just cuts through the noise, and I like it so much I'm just gonna read it to you verbatim. She says, dismissing discussion of superintelligence as science fiction should be seen as a sign of total unseriousness. Time travel is science fiction. Martians are science fiction. Even many skeptical experts think we may build it in the next decade or two is not science fiction. So what are my takeaways? I've got 3. Takeaway number 1, AGI could be here soon. It's really starting to look like there is no grand discovery, no fundamental challenge that needs to be solved. There's no big, deep mystery that stands between us and artificial general intelligence. And yes, we can't say exactly how we will get there. Crazy things can and will happen in the meantime that will make some of the scenario turn out to be false. But that's where we're headed. And we have less time than you might think. One of the scariest things about this scenario to me is even in the good ending, the fate of the majority of the resources on Earth are basically in the hands of a committee of less than a dozen people. That is a scary and shocking amount of concentration of power. And right.
Is there a consensus definition for what constitutes AGI? It's a good question. You know what? I'm going to ask AI. There's no single universally accepted consensus definition of... Oh shit, I meant AGI. Fuck. Is there a consensus definition of AGI? Is that what it was? No. It's a hypothetical category, not an observed one. There's competing visions of intelligence. Some definitions assume human-like reasoning, human-level performance, human-style cognition. Others assume superhuman capability, general problem-solving across domains, autonomous goal pursuit. Different fields want different things. The most common definitions are human-level general intelligence, generalizable intelligence, autonomous goal-directed general problem-solving, economic AGI, a system that can perform the majority of economically valuable tasks as well as or better than humans. This is popular in forecasting and policy discussions. And then super intelligence is AGI. Nope, there is no single consensus view, it seems.
Right now, we live in a world where we can still fight for transparency obligations. We can still demand information about what is going on with this technology. But we won't always have the power and the leverage needed to do that. We are heading very quickly towards a future where the companies that make these systems and the systems themselves just need not listen to the vast majority of people on Earth. So I think the window that we have to act is narrowing quickly. Takeaway number 2. By default, we should not expect to be ready when AGI arrives. We might build machines that we can't understand and can't turn off because that's where the incentives point. Takeaway number 3. AGI is not just about tech. It's also about geopolitics. It's about your job. It's about power. It's about who gets to control the future.
Patio said a recent survey of 475 AI researchers by the Association for the Advancement of Artificial Intelligence, conducted as part of its panel on the future of AI research, found that, quote, the majority of respondents, 76%, assert that scaling up current AI approaches to yield AGI is unlikely or very unlikely to succeed. Interesting, interesting. Don't take the doomer pill. The only thing AI can train on to achieve this is itself, so it's not even likely this will start. I don't think AGI will come from just getting better at doing what we are currently doing. It will be a unique product built from the ground up. It won't be an LLM that achieves AGI. It will be a world model running in a humanoid robot. All kinds of interesting opinions in my chat right now. We seriously don't have the power output for AGI right now. We probably need hydrogen power. Huh. This fear mongering is highly influenced by making money. What if the AGI had huge knockers that could predict the weather? Now, see, I like where your head's at there. If you guys are interested in this topic even vaguely, you should really check out Devs on Hulu. It's an FX production written by Alex Garland. with Nick Offerman. He plays the sort of like tech CEO guy who they have developed a quantum computer that is capable of basically predicting the future. And then it kind of gets into themes of like free will versus determinism. And it's really great. It's really, really great. I think it's kind of slept on. A lot of people don't really talk about that show, but it's a fantastic show. If you're into sci-fi and technology and all that.
I've been thinking about AI for several years now, and still reading AI 2027 made me kind of orient to it differently. I think
it's called Devs, DEVS. I believe it's a limited series, so there's only one season. I believe it is 10 episodes. Maybe 8 episodes. It is 8 episodes. It aired in 2020. It aired like right after the pandemic hit. Incredible timing, because it's a little, well, it's not dystopian. I take that back.
For a while, it's sort of been my thing to theorize and worry about with my friends and my colleagues. And this made me want to call my family and make sure they know that these risks are very real and possibly very near, and that it kind of needs to be their problem too now.
I don't know what my parents would do with that information. Dad, I'm just calling to let you know. AGI, it might be here. It might be coming soon. I don't know what my dad would say. What? What's coming? I don't know what you're saying. Like, I don't know what he would say. My mom would be like, "Oh, that's nice.
See this?
That sounds nice."
This
is a boomstick.
My boomstick.
Nice.
I think that basically companies shouldn't be allowed to build superhuman AI systems, broadly super intelligence, until they figure out how to make it safe, and also until they figure out how to make it, democratically accountable and controlled. And then the question is, how do we implement that? And the difficulty, of course, is the race dynamic.
Hutch shows off his hand cannon. I had to buy gloves, you guys. I had to buy a glove to fire this gun. The recoil is so strong that it was scratching the shit out of my finger. Like, you can still see it now, actually. Can you see that? Those little marks right there, that's from the trigger guard scratching the shit out, or scraping the shit out of my finger, my trigger finger, because the recoil, it just goes straight up. That being said, I'm way more accurate with this gun. I found a good grip for it. I'm still working on the trigger pulls. I bought it's a dummy round 9mm that when is it the hammer or the striker? When the striker hits the back of the round, so you insert the dummy round into the semi-auto pistol that I have in the safe over there. And then when you shoot the gun, it fires like a little laser beam. So you know exactly where your shot is going. And it's a really great way to practice dry fire, which is like shooting the gun without any bullets to steady your aim and just kind of work on your trigger pull. And then I bought a separate like target that will like make a noise if the laser beam hits the target. And so it's just like, I'm looking forward to that. My trigger pulls are getting a lot better. I'm getting more accurate, you guys. Like, I'm taking this shit seriously. Okay. My shot is way better than it was a month ago. I love the idea of Hutch concealed carrying this. I mean, technically you can. On paper, you can conceal carry this particular revolver. But I would probably need like a chest holster or something like that. I looked into applying for a concealed carry, but that shit. First of all, it's kind of expensive. Second of all, LA County is very slow to approve people for concealed carry. And then third of all, there's just a ton of like process involved. When's the Barrett M82 arriving? Is that a light machine gun? Hutch has limp wrist. No, hang on. I'm getting way better at controlling the recoil. Wait, hang on a second. Hold on. Let me show you. You will respect my name. Oh, let me bookmark that tweet. I'm curious about that tweet. There's video of me taming the anaconda, okay? These are 240 grain rounds, which are powerful, but not like insane. But definitely more powerful than 9mm. Like the 9mm bullets that I shoot are like 120 grain. So this is, you know, literally like twice the force. The long frame of the revolver and the weight of it helps to absorb some of that recoil, so it's not as intense, but here's me firing 3 rounds in quick succession. And as you can see, let's slow that way down actually. Hold on. It kicks up a bit, but I'm taming the recoil like a lot more. Oof. 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 She's a beefy girl. My goodness. It's fun. It's fun. It's a fun gun. It's a fun gun. Not very practical. If I'm ever attacked by a bear, I'll be really glad that I have that gun. Apart from that, not the most useful gun.
Where it's not enough for one state to pass a law because there's other states, and it's not even enough for one country to pass a law because there's other countries, right? So that's like the big challenge that we all need to be prepping for when chips are down and powerful AI is imminent. Prior to that, it's transparency is usually what I advocate for. So stuff that sort of like builds awareness, builds capacity.
No. Hang on. Don't clown on that grip. Don't clown on that grip. That's how you need to grip. They're called large bore revolvers, just like big caliber bullets. So with the smaller caliber bullets, okay, so like you see my thumb with the smaller, like the semi-auto pistols, you're supposed to grip it totally differently. You want the meat of your palm area to take up space on the grip itself. And then you typically would have your thumbs kind of pressed forward and you're squeezing the gun's, the frame of the grip, both horizontally and vertically, horizontally and then vertically. You want to put pressure on basically all sides of the grip. So like front to back pressure and then side to side pressure. And then you want about 70% of the pressure to come from your supporting hand and then 30% of the pressure to come from your dominant like shooting hand. And with the large bore revolvers, because there's so much recoil, you actually have to put your thumb, instead of like putting it along the frame, you put it in the web of your shooting hand in between the thumb and the index finger. There's like a bunch of meat in between those two fingers, and you put your supporting thumb like in that webbing and you fucking push down, you squeeze that shit. And then that's the way you're able to, like, there's a lot of recoil, but you're able to tame it using this kind of method. If I wasn't doing that, if I was using the other grip, this gun would be flying up a lot more. Like that last one wasn't even that bad, bro. Like that was like not a lot of recoil. And that's because of the way I'm holding it. Like that did not jump that much. Like, look at that. That's not that bad. Anyways, it's like a totally different way to hold the gun. And it's just like, you got to get used to it. But it's fun learning how to do. I really enjoy picking up a new hobby and then just learning how to do that hobby and then improving at that hobby. Very rewarding. Yeah, let's get through the rest of this video and then we need to talk about Donald Trump's support just absolutely collapsing. And then Hassan was beefing with Stacey K, who was on our podcast 2 or 3 weeks ago. And then there's a few other videos that I wanted to get to. We might play a little Arc Raiders before the pod starts at 4. Our guests on the pod tonight are going to be Vadim and Ogreboy. I don't even know what the fuck we're going to talk about. What I don't want is it to be like a fucking 2-hour screaming at each other situation here. Wait. There's no way. There's no way. Some of you guys have guessed what happened. Apparently, it's just going to be Ogreboy tonight. What the fuck, man? Come on. Okay, well, that should be fun too. It is what it is.
Capacity.
Your options are not just full throttle enthusiasm for AI or dismissiveness. There is a third lot. And maybe do something about it.
I could do that. I'm pretty good at that. I'm pretty good at stressing out about things. Yeah.
The world needs better research, better policy, more accountability for AI companies, just a better conversation about all of this. I want people paying attention who are capable, who are engaging with the evidence around them with the right amount of skepticism, and above all, who are keeping an eye out for when what they have to offer matches what the world needs and are ready to jump when they see that happening. You can make yourself more capable, more knowledgeable, more engaged with this conversation, and more ready to take opportunities where you see them. And there is a vibrant community of people that are working on those things. They're scared, but determined. They're just some of the coolest, smartest people I know, frankly, and they are not nearly...
All right, I think we got the gist of that. That was mildly horrifying. I don't know what to make of all that, of those possibilities. Obviously, this is not like a prediction. It just seems like an exploration of a potential way that the next few years unfolds. I do think that the world is going to start changing very fast, very soon. I think we're already in the middle of it now, I think. Some of these cancer breakthroughs, these cancer research breakthroughs are pretty nuts. It's creating conspiracy theories, you guys. Now I'm seeing a lot of people talking about a conspiracy theory that the United States has been sitting on cures for cancer. And because we left like the WHO or something like that, I don't know what it was. We left the WHO, and so now like people are free to release the cancer stuff. A team of Korean scientists reversed colon cancer. Cuba, doctors develop a lung cancer vaccine. I know that there's been a significant breakthrough with pancreatic cancer. Which is a particularly deadly form of cancer. There were some scientists that announced some kind of a breakthrough. Breakthrough triple therapy eliminates pancreatic tumors in mice. Madrid, Spain, January 30th, 2026. And promising development for pancreatic cancer treatment, scientists at Spain's National Cancer Research Center have successfully eliminated pancreatic tumors in mice using a triple combination therapy. The findings were published in the Proceedings of National Academy of Sciences on January 25th, 2026. This represents a significant advance in tackling pancreatic ductal adenocarcinoma, one of the deadliest cancers. PDAC has one of the lowest survival rates, with over 10,300 new patients diagnosed annually in Spain alone, and a devastating 5-year survival rate of less than 10%. I made the mistake the other day, guys, of Googling what are the odds that I will die of cancer by the time I'm 60. I don't know why I did that. I shouldn't have done that. Shouldn't have Googled that. I just looked up for like what are the odds of men in America dying of cancer by the time they reach 60, and what I was seeing was like 50 to 20% odds. I fucking don't like those odds. If I'm playing poker and I pushed all in, you know, I called somebody and they flip their cards over and they have like a 20% to draw on the river, I'm fucking sweating. You know, 80% odds, 85% odds. Those are pretty good odds, but I'm still going to sweat. But American healthcare treatment is so good. American healthcare treatment is exceptionally good and very cutting edge. It's just cost prohibitive. Okay. All right. Let's talk about, let's switch things up a little bit, guys. I'm going to keep doing my pitch for the white pill. I think the time to despair when it comes to the Trump administration, I think we are past those days. I think there are better arguments to feel optimistic about the near-term prospects. I think Donald Trump is spiraling and hemorrhaging support.
News President Trump. In a new interview with NBC News, President Trump took ownership of the current state of the economy, saying, "I'm very proud of it." He said this comes as there is new polling showing that many voters are not as happy as the president with the way that things are going with said economy. CNN's chief data analyst, Harry Enton, is running the numbers on this, but also speaks to the changing nature of President Trump's base right now. Talk me through this.
Yeah, okay. So, you know, if you know anything about Donald Trump, you know that he built his 2 presidential victories on winning voters without a college degree, while Donald Trump's base with non-college voters is absolutely collapsing. What are we talking about here? Well, why don't we just take a look? Voters without...
There was another cool breakthrough recently. Sorry, I'm just real quick. Showed up on my feed. There were scientists in Brazil who have discovered that they can detect cancer by collecting earwax and analyzing the earwax. Earwax, something most of us casually scoop out and discard as a part of our hygiene routine, actually hides far more information about our body's health than we realize. Scientists in Brazil have discovered that earwax might help detect cancer early. Researchers at the Federal University of Goiás, I don't know how to say that, created a simple test called the ceramenagram. This test looks at chemicals in earwax to spot signs of cancer. The idea builds on old works by scientist Otto Warburg, who found that cancer cells use energy in a different way. The ceramenagram is a new way to check for cancer without pain or surgery. Doctors take a small sample of earwax from a person's ear. They use a machine called gas chromatography, mass spectrometry, I don't know how to say these words, to find special chemicals called volatile organic metabolites. In a 2019 study, they looked at earwax from 102 people with cancer like lymphoma, carcinoma, or leukemia, and some healthy. They found 27 key chemicals that were different in people with cancer. The test correctly pulled cancer from no cancer 100% of the time in that small group. I mean, this is the implications of this are enormous. Enormous. If you can do reliable cancer screenings with earwax, we can start screening people at very low cost at much earlier ages and save fucking thousands of lives. That would be fucking amazing. And I do think that we're on the precipice of a lot of like really important medical developments like this one. I think a lot of that is going to happen in the next 20 years. So that's pretty exciting to me. Anyways.
A college degree on Donald Trump. Look at this. Back in 2024, he won those voters over Kamala Harris by 14 points. You come over to this side of the screen. What's his net approval rating with him? He is underwater by 9 points. That's a 23-point switcheroo with his base of non-college voters. He is absolutely collapsing with the group of voters that helped put him into the White House, Kate.
Okay, so how are these non-college voters feeling about 2026?
Okay, so you see this drop of 23 points, right? From plus 14 Trump to now he's underwater by 9 points. How is that impacting their views on how they're going to vote for Congress? Well, you see a similar story going on here, right? Take a look. In the 2024 election, Republicans won those voters, those non-college voters, by 13 points. Now they're just ahead by just 1, 2, 3, 4 points. When you can count it on one hand, you know that you're in trouble if you're Donald John Trump and the Republican Party, in this case, the Republican Party, when it comes to the voters in Congress. And of course,
I don't even understand this. I mean, whatever. The American electorate doesn't really make a lot of sense most of the time, but the people without college degrees are the ones that are impacted the most by things like price increases from tariffs. You know, it represents a larger share of their paychecks, larger percentage of their paychecks when the prices of goods and services go up the way that they have because of these tariffs. So the fact that he's still at +4, I'm like, how the fuck is this even possible?
A 4-point lead among non-college voters is not anywhere close to being good enough because Democrats are dominating among voters with a college degree, up by 20 points. At this point, the Democratic base with college voters is rising, and the Republican base with non-college.
I'm starting to get like pretty bullish on Democrats taking back the Senate, you guys. I don't know. Maybe I'm getting carried away with myself a little bit here. I'm starting to feel really good about that Senate.
College voters is collapsing.
One of the big promises, circling back to the economy, one of the big promises.
I feel good about Alaska. I like Peltola. She seems to have strong numbers there. I honestly feel good about Maine. I don't know. I just I do think that Plattner seems to be inevitable. I don't love that, but he seems to be connecting with a lot of voters there. And to be honest with you, on paper, he polls better against Susan Collins than Mills. This doesn't account for the attack ads that are going to come if he secures the nomination. They're just going to blitzkrieg the main airwaves with political ads talking about his fucking Nazi tattoo. And, I don't know what that's going to do. Dread it, run from it, populism arrives all the same. Yeah, that's where I'm at. Just to be clear, that's where I'm at in America. I'm seeing this populist wave, and I really hate it. I really hate it. I hate it. I don't think it's. I don't know. I worry about that a lot. Anytime you have a public that are susceptible to populism, that's a sign that things are not great. If a lot of voters are putting their trust in, grifters and con men, which is what I think populism attracts, then that's not a great sign of like the health of the country, but it just might be necessary. I don't like that, but it might be necessary. And I feel like there's like better ways of doing populism that aren't as bad, because technically Tallarico's doing populist rhetoric, but it's not quite as bad as Plattner. Plattner just does the full-on lefty brain rot populism, which for someone like him, he's just never going to be able to live up to the promises that he makes. And so I don't know. I don't feel like he's likely to have a lot of longevity. Tallarico is doing a more kind of a less he's doing kind of a less divisive populism. He's doing kind of a less, what's the word? Like less crazy, like less brain rot. Have you not seen Graham in recent interviews? Not really, no. If you have a link, then feel free to link them. You think that because you like him? It's not that though. Like Graham Plattner's populism, let me put it this way. Graham Plattner's populism is like, you might call it like, he's like a Noam Chomsky kind of populist. He's like an America bad populist. There you go. That's the difference. Plattner is an America bad populist. Tallarico is just kind of like a cookie cutter populist, like a standard populist. Noam Chomsky is the manufacturing age of consent guy. Oh no, the Epstein stuff, you guys. No, the Epstein stuff. Noam, what did you do? Why were you friends with him? Make it make sense. Someone link the interview with David Pakman. David Pakman interviewed Graham Plattner? How come I didn't see that? Didn't pop up on my radar. Did you throw away your
It's great.
Your Chomsky stuff? Well, I used to have a bunch of Chomsky books. I had like fucking 12. He used to come out with these books that were really small, kind of bite-sized books that you could finish in 45 minutes. And then I had Manufacturing Consent, and I had Understanding Power, which is like a thick collection of his essays that I read like 5 times when I was younger. But I had all my books in a big cardboard box, and some point along the way in my journey, I lost track of that box, which is a little frustrating because I had hella books. And when I moved at some point, I think it was when I left the marriage that I was in and moved out. I think it was then I lost. I don't know. All my books are gone. So I actually don't have any Chomsky things besides like I had a picture of Noam Chomsky up on my wall because even though I don't agree with him on a lot of things these days, he was still very instrumental in my sort of political journey. So I was like grateful for that. And I had to take the fucking picture off the wall. I did it before the Epstein stuff. There was a picture of him like laughing and hugging Steve Bannon. I was like, what the fuck is this all about? Hutch is the French Montana of political streamers. I don't know who French Montana is, so I'm just going to assume he's awesome. It must be emphasized once again that the earlier discussion of deviance does not affect the structure of the strong generative capacity of the theory. You lost me a little bit there. Swanee Bird with $10. Speaking of medical breakthroughs, look up P7C3-A20, an experimental Alzheimer's drug that is shown to not just treat Alzheimer's, but reverses the disease in mice. I saw that pop up on my feed recently as well, actually. That would be terrific. I find the idea of having dementia in my later years to be kind of horrifying. Oh God, I'm not going to do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. I'm going to do it. What percentage of people get dementia at some point? Oh. Large recent U.S. cohort data estimate that about 42% of adults who reach age 55 will develop dementia at some point in their remaining lifetimes. Well, that seems a bit broad, because if you get really sick and you get like dementia for like the last like year, like month of your life. There's another different from NIH.gov. There's a 4% chance of dementia by age 75 and a 20% chance by age 85. I don't love these odds. To be honest, I don't love these odds. My dad, I don't know how the fuck he does it, because he still kind of eats like shit. Is pretty immobile. I hope he's not watching this. Sometimes he watches the streams. He still kind of eats like shit, is pretty immobile. He still drinks like regular Coke because he's convinced that aspartame gives you cancer, even though there's just no evidence to support that. That ended up being total bullshit. It turns out if you absolutely flood mice with aspartame, then they get cancer, but in normal kind of moderate amounts, it's pretty safe, is what I understand. And he's fine. No cancer diagnoses. Somehow he's just no dementia. Yeah. Is your dad a mouse? Not to my knowledge, no.
Promises from President Trump was bringing back manufacturing jobs, and that speaks to somewhat of this split that you're kind of highlighting here. What are the hard numbers on this?
Yeah, okay. One of the reasons why Donald Trump has been able to bring non-college voters into the Republican ranks is because he said, hey, I'm going to bring back those jobs, those manufacturing jobs that were lost to free trade, right? Bring in those tariffs, restrict those jobs from moving overseas. But there's just a bit of a problem going on here.
It leads to job loss, not job creation, and prices go up. Those are pretty big problems.
How about those manufacturing jobs in December of 2025 compared to...
Who could have predicted this, everybody? Nobody saw this coming except for like every economist.
At the beginning of the Donald Trump presidency, the manufacturing jobs have gone adios amigos. See you later. They've been going away, down 63,000 versus January of 2025, with an even larger collapse since Liberation Day, right? So what we're dealing with is a Donald Trump message that is not actually meeting the reality, and that is why non-college voters have been going away from the President of the United States and away from Republicans as well.
Important message in all of these numbers. Thanks so much, Herr.
Thank you.
President Trump now declaring the country is in the Trump economy.
Ooh, this sounds a lot like Bidenomics. I'm going to be honest with you. I find this political strategy to be somewhat dubious.
Oh, I'd say we're there now. I'm very proud of it. 5.6%. You know, we have a GDP of 5.6 despite a shutdown. We had a 42-day shutdown. I call it the Democrat shutdown. And because of that, I lost 1.5 points. I would have been at a 7 GDP, which hasn't been seen, I don't know, ever maybe.
7%.
Maybe ever.
That would be big.
And
that would be big. That would be big. That would be big. Vadim was talking shit yesterday in Chickens Out. Was Vadim talking shit? Was he talking shit, bro? This is the third time, by the way. This is the third time. He was originally supposed to be on the pod 3 weeks ago. That got pushed to the following week. Then it got pushed again, and then it got pushed again. This is the third time now. I invited him on because he kept talking shit on Twitter. He kept quote retweeting me. And I was like, bro, you have my Discord. You can reach out anytime. If you want to do these epic dunks, just hop in Discord. I'll be live. You know, I have a regular schedule pretty much. And it is just Ogreboy tonight. Yeah, he'll be coming on the pod, I think. I I assume he's still coming on. Has he posted about it? Daz Vidani with $2 just got back. Vadim backed out again. He did, yeah. Ogreboy is still subtweeting. He's still like, nobody thinks about me like Ogreboy. You know, like I just want everybody to think about me as much as he does. You can be a Democrat and a right winger. It's a big tent party after all. At the end of the day, everyone's a lib. Politics isn't team sports. When I critique a politician, I'm not shitting on Tom Brady's Super Bowl championship record. Stop saying dumb shit like our track record is better. They don't give a fuck about you. Swanebar with $5. Vadim just agreed to the pod to get Ogreboy on, then chickens out. I would have invited Ogreboy on. There's no need for subterfuge. I don't think that's what happened, by the way. What are you talking about? You keep blocking him and unblocking him. No, I have not unblocked Ogreboy, but he still posts about me a lot. A lot. 23 hours ago, he posted this clip. I probably said something wildly based, I'm assuming.
You know, this idea that we can't, you know, we shouldn't on principle because it's a civil rights issue, walk away or stay silent on trans issues. But Vice President Harris effectively was, and it still didn't matter. So to your point,
it didn't even work.
It didn't work. And this is something that I know Brian was kind of fighting for his life with Piers Morgan on. I could just see like the vein in your temple about to.
Wait, I don't even understand. Hang on. What is he saying that Kamala did?
You know, this idea that we can't, you know, we shouldn't on principle because it's a civil rights issue, walk away or stay silent on trans issues. But Vice President Harris effectively was, and it still didn't matter. So to your point,
it didn't even work.
I mean, listen, I believe she mentioned, I mean, she talked about trans people on the stump. She didn't focus on them as much as she focused on immigration and the economy and Trump's corruption. But there are some occasions in that 107 days of campaigning that she talked about trans rights. God, it pisses me off, man. It pisses me off the fiction, the fictional construct that these leftists devise in their mind, that the Democratic Party has abandoned trans people. It really drives me insane. Mr. Boxrelli with 16 months living rent-free in his head, I see. I mean, he thinks about me and tweets about me a lot, bro. I mean, I should be flattered. But it's a lot. Like, you know, I find it to be slightly disturbing.
I think 26 is even going to be better.
CNN's Kevin Liptak live at the White House for us this morning. Kevin, what else is the president saying here?
Yeah, and it is striking just to hear him now take ownership of the economy after spending most of last year laying the blame directly on Joe Biden. You know, he even said at one point that he would take credit for the good parts, but that the bad parts were Biden's fault. Now, we should note that some of the numbers that the president used there don't comport with what the government have put out. The president saying that GDP was at 5.6%. You know, the last reading that...
Never mind. Just got word. Vadim is back in. What a roller coaster. Okay. All right. Show's back on. Subject to change. I would not be surprised if that changed by the time we get to the podcast.
We got, which was for the third quarter of last year, showed that annualized growth was at 4.4%. We haven't gotten a figure for the last quarter of last year because of that government shutdown. Estimates have been much lower, although one estimate from the Atlanta Fed put the rate at 5.4%. So that could be perhaps what the
Democratic Senate polling. University of Houston from January 31st, 2026. Crockett, 47%. Tallarico, 39%. How much time do we have until the primaries? June, right? So March, April, May, June. Four months. I think that the fact, like, even if we take this poll at face value, let's just say the poll is correct. I think the fact that Tallarico was able to catapult from relative obscurity within his role as a Texas Assembly member to being within, single digits of someone like Jasmine Crockett, who has such higher name recognition, I think should make Crockett very nervous. I mean, you're never going to complain about being 8 points up, but he's also attracting a lot of donors. He's getting a lot of donor backings. Texas primaries March. Oh. Okay. Well, Jesus. That's in a month. Not a lot of time. Okay. All right. Wait, why did I think it was in June? Are there primaries taking place in June, or are all the primaries happening in March? Are you paying Vadim and Ogre to come on? No. Negative.
President is pointing to there. I think it all, points to this disconnect perhaps between what the president says is the state of the economy and what most Americans feel is the state of the economy. You know, a CNN survey last month found that 55% of Americans said that President Trump's policies had worsened U.S. economic conditions. 32%.
Yikes. CNN's polling, guys, is typically pretty good. I think a lot of right-wingers would just immediately dismiss a CNN poll, but their pollsters are pretty credible. Same with Fox News. They actually have some pretty credible pollsters. You should go in with the personal goal of getting Vadim to answer one question without getting sidetracked. Ooh. He sometimes will get sidetracked in conversations. Sometimes you kind of have to steer him a little bit.
Percent said that they had improved them. 13% said that there were no effect. Now, how the president reconciles those viewpoints with his view of how the economy is doing will certainly be his challenge in this very important election year. White House officials have said,
I can get sidetracked, but not as much like during conversations.
That he will be hitting the road with this economic message. They at one point said that he would be out once a week, although so far he's only done 2 of these trips, and both of those speeches sort of veered off in multiple different directions. The takeaway wasn't necessarily the economy, the president talking about his grievances, about immigration, about all manner of other topics. Perhaps his biggest opportunity to make this argument will be at the State of the Union address that's coming up in about 2 weeks' time on February 24th. But certainly there is a recognition here at the White House that it will be the economy, and it will be the president's imperative to convince Americans that the economy is doing well. That will be sort of make or break for Republicans in this very critical midterm election year.
It is now the Trump economy until maybe someone decides that he doesn't believe so anymore. It's great to see you, Kevin. Thanks so much.
The president says he's very proud of where the U.S. economy stands under his leadership. He was also quick to take credit for the Dow crossing the 50,000 mark, pointing to his tariffs in a social media post and making a bold prediction that the blue chip index would hit 100,000 by the end of his term. CNN senior reporter Matt Egan is covering this from New York.
Azardani with $5. Question for when Vadim downplays Hassan not endorsing Kamala. Why do you think companies seek celebrity athlete endorsements for their products? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I feel like that debate has happened so many times. Vadim's whole thing was that he doesn't think it was that important that Hassan explicitly endorsed Kamala because, according to him, how many people are getting their kind of making those kinds of decisions based on influencer endorsements. But I don't know. I just like, I don't know what that answer is. I don't know what percentage of his audience are motivated by his behavior in that kind of way. But the idea that influencers don't have influence, to me, is a way of avoiding the responsibility that comes with having influence. Like if you're going to cover politics and if you're going to have any kind of influence, any kind of platform in the political space, I think you have a responsibility to use that influence wisely and use it to try to affect the best outcomes that you can. And the way that you get around that, which I mean, I think that's just self-evidently obvious that that's the case, but the way that you get around that is by saying, well, you know, he's not that influential. And then you just don't have to engage in that. But, you know, I just, if that's true, right? Like if it's true that influencers don't really have a significant amount of influence, then what the fuck was the point of all that discourse right after the election that Kamala Harris made a mistake by not going on Rogan? You know, like I think we're so well past that at this point. 2024 left no doubt in my mind that social media, that space and social media influencers do wield a meaningful amount of influence. It's not quantifiable. I don't think we can come up with a mathematical formula to calculate how influential they are. And even if you did polls asking people, did social media influencers influence your decision on how you voted? I think a lot of people would be incapable of answering that question honestly. They might say no, but they might be kind of unaware of the influence that social media people had on them. So it's just a bit silly, you know, it's just a bit silly. Social media influencers, a lot of them have bigger platforms than, you know, like 70% of the US House of Representatives. I mean, influence on elections. Obviously, if you're a rep and you have a vote and you're determining policy, that's a different thing. But in terms of influencing people's decisions during elections, there's a lot of influencers that have more fucking influence than sitting congressmen and women.
So a bold claim there from the president, Matt, 100,000 by the time he leaves office.
I do find it telling that Vadim takes that position. Like that's his way of trying to get around that, is by saying, well, Hassan really doesn't have that much influence. I find that to be telling because he's avoiding the premise. That to me feels like he agrees that if Hassan did have influence, that Hassan has a responsibility to use that influence wisely and try to influence things in the best possible direction. Like it seems like it's implied that he agrees with that premise and he's just avoiding it by saying, well, he doesn't have influence. Yeah.
In what?
Please do an hour break so at least you're fresh before tonight. Maybe a constitutional walk, A-game Hutch. I think it's going to be fine, guys. I don't know if we're going to have any new conversations that have not been had 1,000 times in 1,000 different ways. I doubt we're going to break new ground here.
What way do we get to that, do you think? What's your prediction?
Well, Christina, yeah, look, the president does sound a bit like the stock picker.
All right, I think we got the gist of it there. Donald Trump's support has just apparently collapsed with people without college degrees, which that is significant. That was the most meaningful shift in the demographics. The broadest shift towards Donald Trump happened with people that don't have college degrees. And if you're going from plus 12 to plus 4, that the potential implications of that are significant, huge. Hassan was beefing with Stacey K, who I think Stacey might be my favorite Live and Learn guest. Now, was that because she had the same positions with me on basically everything? Yeah. Was it because she confirms like all of my priors and biases? Yeah. But just objectively, I think there's a strong case to be made that she was minimum a top 5 Live and Learn guest. That was so funny, bro. Pisco asked her a series of 4 rapid fire questions. He just hit her with like 4 rapid fire questions right at the end of that podcast. And I'm not even kidding you guys. Every single answer, she answered basically exactly how I would have answered. And I was like, oh my God. How can one person be this intelligent and based? And yeah, Hassan was beefing with her on Twitter. The title of this video is Hassan Cooks Blue No Matter Who Liberal Stacey K over mild criticism of Zohran Mamdani. Okay, all right, let's get into it.
Dissolve the apartheid
So what would you like to see happen, Hassan?
Oh, I don't love that intro.
Do you not understand the English language? What's going on, everybody?
That was a bit obnoxious to me.
Hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Awesome broadcast coming to you live from very cold and snowy New York City, New York, baby. We're live, we're alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is the 7th of February. It's Saturday. We're live, we're alive, and I hope everyone's having a wonderful time. Another theory that I have, as I have many theories, as you know, is that a lot of blue no matter who people are simply regime loyalists. They fancy themselves to be more intelligent than the MAGA cult, but they sometimes engage in cultish thinking as well. I think a lot of people that present...
You know what this is? This is the meme of, do you guys know the meme template where it's like a bell curve graph and the like really high IQ people and the really low IQ people will agree on a particular premise, and then in the middle of the bell curve are like the I guess technically like the midwits people, and they think that it's much more nuanced than it actually is. You guys know that meme template that I'm talking about? I'm not the best at describing things, but I think you guys understand what I'm talking about, right? That's what the blue no matter who situation is. It's a bit of an Occam's razor situation. If you want these really bad outcomes to stop, like the really especially bad outcomes to stop, you should help elect Democrats. It's the Republicans that are doing like 90% of the really awful things. Now, of course, like he's like a Marxist-Leninist, and so his perspective is going to be quite different. The IQ bell curve meme. Dunning-Kruger? Not Dunham-Kruger. Dunning-Kruger? Not that one, right?
Themselves as like diehard, you know, riding with Biden supporters, riding with Kamala supporters, don't necessarily have like a real ideological commitment to third way neoliberalism, but instead have a...
What is third way neoliberalism? Refers to a political project that emerged in the 90s, most famously associated with leaders like Bill Clinton and Tony Blair. It attempted to blend traditional center-left social democratic goals with market-oriented neoliberal economic policies. Third way politics positions itself between the old left, state-driven economics, strong welfare expansion, and the right, free market fundamentalism. It accepts many neoliberal assumptions: globalization, deregulation, privatization, and market competition, while trying to soften their social impact through targeted social programs and investments in human capital. What makes it neoliberal? Third way leaders embraced market globalism and integration into global capitalism, deregulation and business-friendly policies, welfare reform, emphasizing work requirements and efficiency, public-private partnerships rather than state ownership, fiscal discipline, and reduced emphasis on redistribution. I would say, like, at this point in my life, more pro-market globalism and integration into global capitalism. I would say I'm like anti like blanket deregulations. I'm anti-welfare reform, emphasizing work requirements and efficiency. I'm pro-public-private partnerships rather than state ownership in most situations, although I could be persuaded that having the state administer this or that program on a case-by-case. I mean, maybe there are better examples of the state doing it efficiently. And I would say that I don't identify with the reduced emphasis on redistribution. Although that one, I guess, is a bit nuanced. That one seems like it's a bit complex. Okay. Anyways. Did he just say third way, what was it called? Third way neoliberalism? Is that just him trying to sound smart? Like, what does Stacey have to do with third way neoliberalism? Why would he use that label? It's not that she's ideologically committed to third way neoliberalism. Like, what does she have to do with third way neoliberalism? Like, why would that even come up?
Thinking as well. I think a lot of people that present themselves as like diehard, you know, riding with Biden supporters, riding with Kamala supporters, don't necessarily have like a real ideological commitment to third way neoliberalism. But in
like, what was the point of being that specific? Third way neoliberalism? Like, what does that have to do with Stacey? Is he just lumping in anybody that has like a ride or die mentality, like a blue no matter who? Is he just assuming that they're third way neoliberals? Like, I don't even understand what the point of that was. What a surprise. I stepped into Hutch's stream and he's shitting on the left. All Hutch has is shitting on left wingers. We've been live for 3.5 hours. You literally just tuned in right as I first started watching this. Zorta with 116 months. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. I'm 1.75 wave neoliberalism. What's second way neoliberalism? Is there a second way? Second way neoliberalism? I think he's just saying this to try to sound smart because I don't understand what the fuck is the point of being that specific. Second way neoliberalism isn't a standard term in political theory, but it does show up in some academic discussions as a way to describe a later evolved phase of neoliberalism. If you're encountering it in a class or reading, it usually refers to one of two interpretations. Okay, it's just whatever. Okay.
Instead have a loyalty to the Democrats because they believe in the harm reduction theory. Now, the harm reduction theory is correct. The problem...
The harm reduction theory? I don't even know what that means. Either there's less harm or there's more harm or it's neutral. Is that a theory?
With the harm reduction liberalism, but instead have a loyalty to the Democrats because they believe in the harm reduction theory. Now, the harm reduction theory is correct. The problem with the harm reduction theory, however, is that one, it doesn't go far enough in terms of protecting the marginalized identities that it's supposed to protect. It's just simply better in comparison to the Republicans, and year over year, it just gets worse and worse for the base of support.
The basic principle of harm reduction in an electoral application, and especially specifically when we're talking about presidential races, how do I dive into this one? Like, you can believe that where I'm at with my politics, and it's something that has changed quite drastically over the years, is when I was younger, I thought that basically like anything was possible. I didn't really think about things in terms of limitations. I wanted very radical change, and I firmly believed that the radical change was possible within the current framework. I didn't really think about like what it actually takes to pass a bill. I didn't really think about that very much. And so if I look at a presidential candidate and they don't go as far as I like, well, I live in a country with 330 plus million people. I have very limited direct influence on who the nominee ends up being. And once the people have chosen their preferred candidate, I don't spend a lot of time being super bummed about the fact that they don't line up as much with me. The best example of this is in 2020, when I was really optimistic about Bernie's chances. In retrospect, that was pretty naive of me to think that the moderates wouldn't drop out and coalesce around the strongest moderate candidate. I should have expected them to do that. I don't know why I didn't. I was so bullish on Bernie winning. I mean, he was just an unstoppable juggernaut, ... in a split field. When the field was super split, he was just dominating. And that made him a bit of a paper tiger in that race. But by the time I remember reading the tweets, I think I was live. And I remember people linking me the tweets, I think. And the headlines were, Amy and Pete drop out and endorse Biden. That was like breaking news. Shortly before Super Tuesday. I think it was like 2 days before Super Tuesday. 1 to 3 days, like, I don't know, somewhere in there. And I remember as soon as I read that tweet, I had a moment, and I really do mean a moment of disappointment. Because I knew at that point that Biden was going to win. As soon as I read that tweet, I was like, that's it. Biden's going to win. Like, this race is over. And I had just a brief moment of, man, we got pretty close. That would have been huge for progressive politics. And then it was less than 5 to 10 seconds later, my mindset totally changed and I was riding with Biden. And it is, as Hassan suggests, something that was motivated by the principle, not theory, the principle of harm reduction. I feel like there's a saying in recovery spaces, which is that pain is inevitable and suffering is optional. And I understand that that's like, listen, sounds like a bumper sticker, but that shit is true. That is true. You're never going to avoid things happening in your life that make you feel frustrated or disappointed or sad. Pain is a part of the human condition. You can try to take every step you possibly can to insulate yourself from pain. You can use substances. You can spend too much money. You can gamble. You can have lots of sex. You can watch too much porn. Like, there's all kinds of things that you can do in your life to try to avoid pain or numb pain, but it's unavoidable. Like, things are going to come along that are going to make you feel like poo-poo. It's the suffering that's optional. You know, I could have at that point chosen to just give in to that pain and just be like, why? Why is this happening? This isn't fair. They shouldn't have done that. They rat fucked Bernie. And like a lot of people, they got stuck. As soon as Amy and Pete dropped out, they got stuck in that pain. They didn't go to a place of acceptance. They just got stuck there. That wasn't me. I was just like, all right, Biden's the guy. Obviously, Biden is the better choice. Obviously. By a clear mile. Obviously. And so it didn't really bum me out all that much, you know? I got some perspective pretty much right away. I'm like, are you kidding me? The choice between Biden taking over and Trump, there's a lot of upsides there. You didn't really have to sell me too hard. I was like, you know what? I think he'll probably do a decent job, right? And then he ended up going way beyond my expectations. Bazzi with €2. Fun fact, Hassan's top is a $240 designer sweatshirt. You know what? I was asking myself, I was like, how much is this sweatshirt? This does not look like a $50 sweatshirt. Rakushos with $5. Did I get you? I think I got you. All right, I think I'm caught up here. the whole, like, it doesn't go far enough. It's like, okay, great. You can have that opinion, but it doesn't change the principle of harm reduction. How does that change that principle? Who disagrees that the policy prescription usually don't go far enough? You know, who doesn't agree with that? I feel like most Americans agree, if coming at it from different perspectives, but like most people agree, like things don't change as fast as we always want them to in specific contexts. You know, like if you're a farmer and you want change to like farming regulations, you're going to think that things aren't changing fast enough. Or if you're somebody that's really focused on like trans rights, you're going to think that like there's like everybody thinks this to one degree or another. It doesn't change the principle of harm reduction. The calculation still remains the same. It's just you're just frustrated that it doesn't go far enough. It's like, well, it's a country with 330 million people and we have democratic processes. It's difficult to forge consensus with that many people, especially with our system where you need fucking 60 votes in the Senate. That's a really tall order. And that's going to greatly limit what you can do in the absence of filibuster-proof majorities. You can choose to be upset about that and be pissed about that and just kind of get stuck there, or you can make decisions that will affect for the best possible outcomes. The principle doesn't change.
Because the Republicans are constantly ratcheting the country in a rightward trajectory. And
this is just not true. This is another myth that drives me insane. I'm pausing too much. I realize that. This is another thing that the illusory truth effect. Remember this phrase, the illusory truth effect. There's a few things that will help you understand why the modern kind of online left are just a complete lost cause. One of them is the Green Lantern theory of politics, and another is the illusory truth effect.
Donald Trump lives in his own reality and he lies casually, but he's very, very good at it. He used to teach me, Stephanie, as long as you keep repeating something, it doesn't matter what you say.
Trump is a salesman. One principle he's taking advantage of is called the illusory truth effect.
The only way we're going to lose this election is if the election is rigged. They're trying to rig this election.
This doesn't just help, obviously, this doesn't just help you understand the modern left, the modern online left. This helps you understand MAGA too. Things get repeated so often that people just begin to accept them as true. It doesn't matter if it's wrong. If a thing is repeated over and over and over again, and enough people are repeating that thing, then it just becomes conventional wisdom, even if it's not true. This happens a lot.
It's a scam. The ballots are out of control.
You're describing science? No. Hang on a minute. Science is about observation, or hypothesis, studying, observing, testing, consensus. Like, that's science. I'm just talking about just like repeating a claim over and over and over again. People just hear it so much, they just think, well, everybody's saying it, so it must be true.
They found a lot of ballots in a river.
If you count the illegal votes, they can try to steal the election from us.
The illusory truth effect is pretty sinister because it's basically a subconscious effect. And the basic principle is the more that you hear a statement, the more it feels true. So here's an example. People in a study are shown a statement like the Atlantic Ocean is the largest ocean in the world. Even if you know that it's in fact the Pacific Ocean, this study found that if you hear the Atlantic Ocean is the largest ocean in the world multiple times, it still feels more true. Bad actors can take advantage of this effect for spreading lies and
the limitations of the human mind, you guys.
Repeating lies over and over again. One major case is during the coronavirus pandemic.
Like, we all are victims to the, like, I'm not saying I'm above falling victim to this kind of thing. I've fallen victim to the illusory truth effect many times in my life. It's a very human thing.
Vaccine misinformation was rampant. One of the major consequences we're seeing, there was in fact a study pretty recently that shows that Republicans are dying at much larger rates than Democrats after the coronavirus pandemic. And this can be attributed to the fact that Republicans were much less likely to get vaccinated than Democrats. And then, of course, we also see the big lie about election fraud and about Trump claiming that, you know, it was a stolen election. And if you look at surveys, experiments show that a lot of Republicans actually do believe in the big lie. Oftentimes, false claims, because they are so...
How many of you guys have had the experience of having a conversation with like a MAGA person and they casually say something that is just blatantly incorrect, but you can tell when they're saying it that they believe that shit to their core? And it's almost like a kind of stunning moment. I've had a lot of moments like that where I pause and I'm literally kind of stunned. And I feel a bit confused in that moment a lot of the times because I don't know what to say, because I'm past the point of thinking that I can change everybody's minds. Those days are gone. Like, I pick my battles a lot these days. I don't pick every fight. I do the Keanu Reeves kind of tactic about just like, if people say something that's just fucking ridiculous, then I mean, like IRL, like if I'm on stream, then I'm going to pick every fight. But when I'm out there in the world talking to people and talking to family, and I hear I'm confronted with one of these things, like a MAGA person saying something really confidently. Trump was the reason why the fires got put out in Los Angeles. I hear somebody say that IRL. And it used to be that my instinct was to jump in and like, no, it's this, and this, and this, and this. And now I usually just pause and I'm just kind of silent in those moments, because there's nothing, it's almost like, it's kind of like a depressing moment, because the conversation has now just been completely terminated. There's no point, in going down that road. And so you're just kind of just like empty on the inside.
Surprising or emotional or polarizing, they have this...
The Keanu Reeves thing is fake? Oh my God! Don't tell me it's fake. What a perfect example of the illusory truth effect. Hold on. Is that real? There's a supposed Keanu Reeves quote about him declining to argue with people who believe incorrect things. Is this quote actually attributed to Keanu Reeves? Is that actually fake? I mean, whatever it is, I like that. I don't care. I like that quote. If it's not Keanu Reeves, then it's a good quote. The claim is that Keanu Reeves once said, "I'm at the stage in my life where I stay out of discussions. Even if you say 1 + 1 = 5, you're right. Have fun." Snopes. False, incorrect attribution. Oh my God, I got illusory truth affected, you guys. Literally, that's what happened. The real source of this quote, you guys, was literally just like some person on Twitter. On January 31st, 2021, X-user Nye_NA posted, I'm at the stage in life where I stay out of unnecessary conversations, discussions. Even if you say 1 + 1 = 5, you're absolutely right. Have fun. That is amazing. Literally just like some person on Twitter said it, and then somebody one day decided that they were going to attribute the quote to Keanu Reeves. And then I saw that repeated so many times that I just uncritically accepted that he said that. Oh my God. Okay, well.
Advantage if people will retweet them, or they'll be amplified by social media algorithms, or journalists will want to cover them because they'll be like, look at this absolutely ridiculous thing that Donald Trump said. So I think part of how we need to counteract this way that politicians lie with impunity is changing our media environment. I think journalists and the news have to be a little bit more careful about what they cover. And if they cover someone saying a false claim, I think they need to make it very apparent that this is a false claim.
That is not what is happening. What is happening to our media during Trump 2.0 is really depressing. The change at CBS News, Washington Post, New York Times, they all seem to be adopting a strategy of, you know what, even if they're wrong, like this is where the American people are at, and you know, we have a product to sell, so we don't want to alienate too many readers. And so they're moving away from reporting things accurately and leaving things that shouldn't be open to interpretation. They're leaving a lot of these things open to interpretation. And it's fucking killing us. Just another quick little 1 minute explainer on this phenomenon.
Bruh, your brain is being scammed. You've seen that post about how drinking pickle juice cures anxiety or whatever, like 47 times, and now you're like, maybe there's something to this. Big yikes.
Is this a fucking AI voice? It is, isn't it? This is a post from the American Psychological Association, the APA.
This is called the illusory truth effect. Basically, when you see the same incorrect info repeated everywhere, your brain shortcuts from, I've seen this before, to seems legit, just because it's familiar. Now you've got misinformation living rent-free in your head.
Oh my goodness.
Cool.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Remember that we only use 10% of our brain's thing? Absolute cap. But everyone believed it because they...
Okay, all right. Enough of that. I can't watch any more of that. Oh no, you guys. All right, never mind. AI bad. I agree. Shut it all down. Pull the plug. Butlerian jihad. No thinking machines, guys. Get rid of it. Anyways, that happens a lot in every or most online spaces, but the illusory truth effect happens a lot with lefties. They repeat certain claims. Seemingly, nobody really looks into these claims. This is how dumbass old wives' tales have survived. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, there are like thousands of examples of wives' tales that have endured for centuries, millennia. And it's the same kind of thing. One of these fictions that the online left created one day, and then they all just like started running with it, is that this idea of the ratchet effect. Are you guys familiar with the ratchet effect? You're all smart, so I'm going to assume most of you guys are familiar. But for those of you guys that are not, I just looked up just a random explainer.
Have you ever found yourself questioning why prices, once they've escalated, seldom return to their initial rates?
Okay, wait, hold on. This is an economic. This is the ratchet effect in an economic sense. Here's a second thought video. How the United States ended up with two right-wing parties. Oh boy. Okay. This is going to be a 13-minute video. I think we should watch this. Let's put 1.5 times speed because it's going to, you know, Hassan mentions it in passing, but just to give you a sense of where their heads are at.
Episode and others like it are made possible by the generous support of...
No, let's not do that. No, I'm sorry. One thing at a time. The lefties believe that how do I describe the ratchet effect, guys? I'm not so good with words. It's this idea that the right continuously ratchets culture and politics towards the right. And like a ratchet, it gets kind of stuck in place. And so the basic premise is that things are just constantly drifting to the right. Like death by 1,000 cuts, like every little ratchet, this way, that way, that way. And then you just stay on this path, and the whole premise is basically the country is becoming more right-wing. But this is not true. I don't know what this is based on. As a 42-year-old man, I find this to be fucking ridiculous because I'm old enough to remember culture from like the early 2000s, even the 90s. Abortion rights is a really good example of this, Cherry, because even though the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade and now abortion is effectively illegal in states where 1 out of 3 women in the country live, that is a political consequence of the Supreme Court becoming a 6-3 conservative majority. But support for Roe v. Wade and for access to reproductive health care has been ratcheting up for years and years and years. So the political consequence of that congressional, Supreme Court makeup is removed from the culture. The culture have been moving towards support for people having access to abortions. But basically, like every issue, if you go issue by issue, education, immigration, union support, consumer rights or like consumer protections, foreign policy, gay marriage, right? Like almost every single issue, the electorate and particularly the Democratic voter base electorate have moved way left of where they used to be. Way to the left of the 90s. I mean, just look at what Bill Clinton was running on in 1992. Just go back and, watch some of his speeches, read his policy platform. He would be considered in today's standards like a center-right Democrat, really. And at the time, he was kind of like a more centrist, center-left, center to center-left kind of politician. But I don't know what the ratchet effect is based on. Like, how are they justifying this claim that the country has like been continuously moving to the right? What is this based on? What role do the lefties play in this theory? They're the ones that are spreading it. The ratchet effect in this political application to support the premise that we're constantly moving to the right, and like they go further with it. The Democrats are enabling this. That's where they go with it. That's kind of the broader point that they're making. The Democrats are complicit in the Republican Party slowly moving the country more and more to the right. Is their broader point. But it's just not true. Like the Democratic Party, even if we go just 15 years ago, the Democratic Party of today is well to the left of the Democratic Party in terms of like the congressional makeup, policy positions, well to the left. There's been a pendulum swing to the right on a number of issues in this country. There's no doubt about that. That happened during the Biden years. There were a number of reasons for that. Obviously, the country is moving a bit to the right on trans issues, but even beyond trans issues, like support for gay marriage has declined somewhat, even among Democratic Party voters and independent voters. more so with Republican voters. Republican voters' support for gay marriage spiked or peaked at around 55%. And then in the previous 5 years, the kind of libs of TikTokification of the discourse, it's gone down to 44%. It's dropped double digits. That's true, but that's not the same thing as the ratchet effect. That's just a pendulum swing. As we can see already, the pendulum swing, you guys, is already moving to the left. Did you guys watch the fucking Super Bowl yesterday? Holy fucking shit, woke is so back. Are you kidding me? I feel like last night's Super Bowl just really cemented that woke is back. Like fucking back, bro. They had woke ads. They had a fucking halftime show that was almost entirely in Spanish, with the artists shouting out not just the United States, but Peru, Bolivia, Honduras, El Salvador, Mexico, Canada. You know, like that was, I was watching that, I was like, God damn, woke has never been so back. But this ratchet effect narrative has been repeated so many times that they all just accept it as true. And I feel like it wouldn't take much to dispel this myth. Just literally just go back 20 years, you know, and just look into what Democrats were running on 20 years ago. Not just the president, and get granular with it. Start going into like House races and Senate races. What were these candidates running on back then? And then compare it to where the Democratic Party is now. The party is way more left-wing now, like way more left-wing. And a lot of the commentary these days is about how, you know, a lot of people think that that's actually been really harmful for the Democratic Party because they have moved further to the left than where kind of the median independent voter is. That's like a lot of the commentary these days. That was going on just like over on Twitter for like the last few days. This renewed debate about, did Kamala run too left or too right? You know, if you listen to progressives, they'll tell you, and the online left, they all think like, and this is maybe this is another example of illusory truth effect, or maybe it's just them having bad analysis, but they are convinced in their minds that Kamala Harris ran as a right winger. It's fucking bananas. Like, that is insane. If you look at her policy platform, it looks nothing like the Republican Party. She got firm on border security. That's what they're focused on. Look what happens when, oh, I already saw that, Smudge. No bullshit. I'm not kidding. If you guys really want to test the theory that the ratchet effect is real and Republicans have been pushing us to the right for the last, you know, I guess 40 years or 50 years. I don't know, whenever, maybe 70 years when Nixon took over. 60, I guess that would have been 60 years. 55 years. I don't even know. Just go back and look. Just go back and like look at what the Democrats are running on. CBU M27 with $5. You versus Ogreboy and Vadim is going to be my own Super Bowl. I might have hyped it up too much, you guys, because I don't know if this is going to be a particularly stimulating conversation. I just figured I'd give Vadim an opportunity to confront me to my face about the shit that he's been saying on Twitter every other fucking day. Swanee Bird with $10. NFL was pretty base this year. They stuck with Bad Bunny despite the criticism from the White House, then doubled down by opening the Super Bowl with Green Day, who aren't exactly fans of Trump. True. I didn't even say anything about the Green Day thing.
Reduction theory is obviously demonstrably a failure in terms of drawing out voters, right? Protecting the marginalized identities that it's supposed to protect. It's just simply better in comparison to the Republicans, and year over year, it just gets worse and worse for the base of support because the Republicans are constantly ratcheting the country in a rightward trajectory. And harm reduction theory is obviously demonstrably a failure in terms of drawing out voters, right? It doesn't fucking work. So technically it fails in reducing harm.
I don't even, like, technically every election is a harm reduction exercise. I don't know what to tell you. That's just every election. Every election that you ever vote in is an internal calculation. You could frame it in a negative way. You know, who is going to do the least harm? A lot of people like myself, you know, frame it as like, what are the outcomes going to look like? What can I reasonably expect? And if I do that, I can find a lot of good outcomes that are likely to happen or could potentially happen. I mean, I did that calculation with Biden, especially after we won both of the Georgia runoff races. And it was like, oh my God, we actually have the Senate and we can pass bills now. That changes things. Every election that you'll ever vote in is a calculation about harm reduction. That's basically what elections are. That's basically like that's what democracy is all about.
It's not harm reduction necessarily, but it's harm delay. And even then, it's not even doing harm delay because you end up losing if that's the only reason why people should vote for you. If the argument you're presenting is we're better than the Republicans marginally, clearly that's not enough for people.
That's not the argument that they make. That's the argument that Democrats are not getting up there and saying, we're going to be just like a little bit better than Republicans. Like they're very obviously not doing that. It's not harm reduction. You look at the party that aligns best with your goals. They won't align with every goal, but that's just diversity. To me, that is harm reduction. You know, to me, that is what we're talking about.
To come out and vote for you, right? Having said that, the reason why my theory is that a lot of these guys are just like regime pilled. They're simply regime pilled and going along with whatever the regime presents them, and they're defending it unconditionally is because of that one massive Democratic Party booster.
Who is defending the Democratic Party unconditionally? Like, who are these people? It's not Stacey. Why does he lie? Why is he such a sleazy, filthy fucking liar? Why is he like this? I mean, I'm obviously the Democratic Party's strongest defender. Probably one of the most partisan Democrats on the entire social media. But Stacey? Hello? I follow her. The idea that she is unconditionally defensive of the Democratic Party, this isn't based on anything. He's just fucking lying.
Stacey K. I had some understandable but mild criticism in the direction of Zoran Mamdani and the timing of his endorsement of Kathy Hochul.
This fucking idiot, man. He's so stupid, man. It's so stupid, man. Governor Hochul, you guys, just to give you guys a snapshot of where we're at in New York politics. I don't have a deep understanding. I'll leave that to Das Vidania, and I'll get to that donation in just a second here. But here's what I can tell you with confidence. I know that I'm right about the following analysis of where we're at. Governor Hochul started her tenure underwater. You know, she inherited the baggage from Cuomo, right? And wasn't very popular when she assumed office. That has changed. And she now has, I think she's like plus 15 in terms of approval numbers for New York voters. I don't know if that amounts to majority support. It's either 45 or 55 in terms of support. But it's net, she's like plus 15. So she's reasonably popular for a governor right now. And she is facing a primary challenge from a progressive candidate whose last name is Delgado. I don't really know much about this person. What I do know is that currently the polls show that Hochul is clearing Delgado by 40 to 50 points. That's the state of that primary challenge. Delgado is trailing Hochul in the polling matchups right now by 40 to 50 points. When is that primary? By the way, when is the New York gubernatorial the Democratic primary? She's facing a primary challenge from her lieutenant governor. Nice. When is the New York primary? So you're telling me there's a chance. That's exactly what I'm saying. June. All right. So Delgado has March, April, May, 4 months to land this plane, okay? 4 months to make up a 50-point deficit. Of course, Mamdani won his election last November, was sworn in just about a month ago. Or I don't remember when he was sworn in. Was it January? I don't remember. And Hassan is insisting that Mamdani should withhold his endorsement for Hochul to try to extract concessions. Can someone explain to me how the fuck this makes any sense? How does that help Mamdani? What actual leverage does Mamdani have over Hochul right now? He's got the power dynamics totally flipped. Mamdani needs Hochul way more right now, way more than Hochul needs Mamdani. Of course, they both benefit if they have a good relationship. They both benefit. He needs her to sign off on so many parts of his agenda. He is not going to be able to deliver a lot of what he wants to get done without her support. And you make another good point. Hochul already helped Mamdani with the childcare agenda. Apparently, she was already working on statewide subsidized childcare since before Mamdani came along and made it a platform of his mayoral campaign. And she didn't need to do this. She like kind of gave him some of that credit, which boosts him in New York City. And so Mamdani last week, I think, came out and endorsed Hochul, and people like Hassan were saying, "Oh my God, what a mistake! He should withhold his endorsement to try to extract concessions." When Delgado is down by 50 fucking points, what is the point of that? Why would you do something that could potentially stress the relationship that you have with the governor, who is a popular governor? Why would you purposefully harm that relationship to potentially try to boost a candidate who is behind by 50 points? What is the calculation there? It's fucking ridiculous. Fucking ridiculous. Like, he's giving Mamdani shit for making just like the most obvious, straightforward political calculation. Like, him endorsing Hochul is such an obvious move. It's such a no-brainer. He doesn't need a team of advisors. I'm sure he reached that all on his own because it's so obvious that it's the only correct move to strengthen his relationship with Hochul, instead of potentially alienating her for no reason when he has no leverage. He cannot save Delgado's campaign. He cannot boost her 40 to 50 points. It's fucking absurd. Anyways.
Hochul. Pops the Knox posted that criticism, that mild criticism, to which, once again, as you guys know, I mean, Zoran is ideologically the closest elected I have. He is not only someone who I am, personally connected to, but also someone who I find to be the closest to my worldview, a person who is a self-described socialist. Some of you may disagree with that. Not only do I feel like demographically represented by a politician, 30.
Vadim with $10. Democracy is an exercise in compromise amongst different people with different interests. You don't always get 100% of what you want because what you want might not be what someone else wants. I mean, it's such a baby brained, sorry, I don't mean to insult you. I mean, that's such a basic definition of what democracy is, but yeah, that's it. That's it. Oh, you didn't get everything you wanted from that candidate? Welcome to the fucking club. That's fucking literally everybody. Everybody. Find me one person in the country that's like, I'm getting literally everything I want. Just like one person. The whole point of democracy is to create a system that requires consensus and cooperation. That is the point of democracies. That is the only way that you can govern. The people that don't like that are the ones that drift towards authoritarian kind of ideologies. They get frustrated because democracies are kind of a bummer. You know, because you don't get everything that you fucking want most of the time in a fucking democracy. And so people see that and they're like, well, that sucks. I want everything that I want. Maybe democracy is bad. Maybe liberalism is bad. Maybe it would be better if we had a uniparty in re-education camps. Then we could actually get stuff done. It's like, well, yeah, that's true. You could probably get a lot more of your agenda done if you had a benevolent dictator, but it would not be great for everybody else in the country who are not 100% on board with what you want to do. Not so great for the people in the re-education camps, or the re-education retreats that are 100% voluntary, by the way. Of course, you're not going to get everything you want in a democracy. Of course. That shouldn't shock you. You should be happy to have gotten somewhat close to your goal. That's the correct attitude when it comes to fucking politics, in my opinion.
4-year-old socialist, Muslim, anti-Zionist, all this stuff. But also, there is this ideological representation that I have, closer than probably many other congresspersons, with the exception of maybe like Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar. So in spite of all of that, and in spite of all the efforts that this community has poured...
Is Omar a socialist? I know she's like an anti-imperialist, but I don't know if I've ever heard her like... Is she anti-capitalist? Has she talked a lot about like anti-capitalism? I don't even know.
Poured into getting Zohran Mamdani, an underdog, elected into a nationally prominent position of power. Although I'm, critical of him in this moment. Pops on Arsa writes, Hassan Piker disagrees with Zohran Mamdani's decision to endorse Kathy Hochul. There's no guarantee that Kathy Hochul is going to turn around and do anything for Zohran once she secures power. While Hochul,
I mean, she's already really helped Mamdani when she didn't need to. So clearly she wants to have a good relationship with him. Again, Dazwadani, I think you were the one that told me this. Like, she didn't have to partially credit Mamdani for the statewide childcare thing. Apparently, she had been working on that project independently of Mamdani well before he had even brought it up in the context of the primary race, is what I think Dazwadani said. But she invited Mamdani to share that stage with her, and she gave him partial credit for that program. I mean, doesn't that tell you that this is a politician that does seem to be up to her end of a transactional arrangement?
has signed off on universal pre-K. There's a lot more in Zohran's agenda she has to sign off on, especially a wealth tax. If Zohran waits in this moment, he could take advantage of Delgado putting pressure on Hochul to assume more left-wing positions. So,
well, she's not going to sign off on a wealth tax. That's not going to happen.
Well, it's not necessarily that I have an issue with like even an endorsement of Kathy Hochul at all. Doing this amidst a massive strike with 15,000 nurses in New York City at a time when Hochul has extended the emergency to not give in to their demands is unimaginably bad, right? It's just like a bad time to do this. I know he wanted to do this to get ahead.
Do you deny that Mamdani's endorsement could be helpful for her re-election? You seem to be presenting it as totally one-sided. No. I didn't say that she wouldn't benefit from his endorsement, but she doesn't need his endorsement. He needs her way more than she needs him. That's the reality of the situation. But because lefties do the Green Lantern theory of politics thing, they think that it's flipped. They think that he has more leverage over her. I don't know what that's based on. I really don't know what that's based on. But I think you're failing to see the larger part here, which is that a fractured relationship between those two, it hurts both of them. It hurts him more than it hurts her, but it hurts both of them. So both of them have an incentive to play nice with each other and work with each other. Them having a beneficial relationship or a good relationship benefits both of them. He does have some leverage simply being an incredibly popular political figure, but I think his margins are similar to hers, though. Don't you understand? Like, his popularity in New York City, I think in terms of net approval, is similar to her numbers, but she's the governor of the whole state. Like, obviously, she has more power in this spot. If she was an unpopular governor, then we'd be having a different story. We'd have a different conversation right now. If she was like -10 or -15 or -20, then I think that the argument gets a lot stronger for Mamdani to hold out and pressure her and just try to extract as much as he can. But even then, I don't think it's straightforward. Yeah.
Of the New York Democratic Party's like obvious endorsement where Kathy Hochul secured like 85%, all this stuff. But regardless, you don't have to put yourself out there. You don't have to present yourself as a defender of the machine at all. This is not necessarily an argument about like why endorse Kathy Hochul.
This is why people spam the ContraPoints meme, by the way. ContraPoints was talking about this shit. Mamdani is very clearly interested in accumulating real political power, which is, I think, a goal that every politician should have. Like, what are your principles? Who gives a fuck about your principles if you don't have power to actually act on these principles? Who gives a flying fuck? You're a democratic socialist. Who cares? What does that mean if you alienate the governor and then hinder your ability to deliver more on your agenda? How did it benefit anyone for you to be principled and like withhold a political endorsement? I mean, this just feels like very standard politics that even a fucking 6th grader could understand. These are not especially complex dynamics that we're talking about here. I think in this particular case,
at all. I understand the political machinations at play here. I understand the reasons as to why you would do such a thing.
Do you though?
I just don't agree with the timing of it.
Do you though?
The point is, you should disagree with your electeds. You can have healthy disagreements. That doesn't mean that you write them off. That doesn't mean that they've betrayed the revolution.
That's fine. That's fine. Stacey did not say that you can't criticize people. This is another deflection that they do, by the way, and it drives me insane. Oh, so you're saying you should never criticize Democrats? No. I didn't fucking say that. It's just that your criticism is fucking stupid. This is a dumb criticism. That's the difference. Criticize whoever you want, as long as it's a criticism that is rooted in some kind of like logical analysis or rational basis.
It doesn't mean anything until, you know, they show themselves to be a betrayer, I guess, right? I don't think Zoran is there yet, right? I mean, but
that's a wild thing. Did he just say what I think he said? He's not there yet. Fuck it, man. I'm just going to say it. Mamdani belongs to us now. He belongs to the libs now, okay? He's ours. We have subsumed him. He doesn't belong to these people anymore. He's already lost them. It's just a matter of time. I'm actually not even kidding. I think he does belong to the libs now because it seems to be pretty competent. The odds of me still supporting Mamdani a year from now, I think, are about 100 times higher than Hassan. Did he really just say Mamdani's not there yet for the label of betrayer? What is this language? This is fucking the best example of the ContraPoints meme that you could possibly imagine. Here you have what I believe to be probably the most high-profile, significant win for leftism. You might say for democratic socialism / socialism. His win in New York City was the most significant win since, I don't even know. You'd probably have to go back decades. It was a big deal. It is the most populous city in the entire country. 9 million people, right? And he gets in there and is, you know, he's playing the game and I think doing a good job in terms of the power dynamics. You know, I already sung his praises quite a bit when it came to that Oval Office appearance. I thought that was like masterful what he did there. I genuinely think that was like masterful. And it made me think like, holy fuck, this guy might be kind of a savant. And Hassan's reaction is to say that he's not a betrayer yet. It's a great filter theory applied to leftist politics. The idea of like the Fermi paradox. Maybe the reason why we're not seeing aliens when we look through the James Webb telescope is because there's certain things that happen that prevent the proliferation of intelligent life. Natural disaster, disease, famine, whatever, you know, these things that asteroid destroying the planet, you know, before intelligent species can ever get to the point where they're actually colonizing the cosmos, there's this filter that exists in the universe, and things tend to be extinction events before it can even get to that point. You can apply a kind of great filter theory to leftist politics, where the closer that their preferred candidates get to power, the more approximate they become to power, the more power they accumulate, the more they reject those candidates. Because they see power in the American political structure as inherently and totally corrupt. Therefore, if someone they like is starting to build power, that must mean that they're corrupt. So there's like a hard cap on how high their preferred candidates can go before they turn on those candidates. Because if their preferred candidates did everything that they advised them to do, they would not last a fucking year in politics. Many such cases. Hutch, Papa Gut and Andrew Wilson are having a debate/conversation. Oh my goodness. I'm actually very curious about that.
Female for the referent of man and woman. So all genders are pointing towards sex.
What about what's in the middle of that?
Oops.
There is nothing. It's just nonsense.
In the sex spectrum, like what's in the middle of that?
There is nothing in the middle of the sex spectrum.
There's no like pseudo intersex.
No. Well, intersex does not mean not male or female.
Well, there's intersex, pseudo male, and pseudo female. So
and can you be trans without being intersex?
Yeah, absolutely.
And intersexuality has nothing to do with transness.
Well, it does though, right? Because
Nothing.
if we can observe that there's an intersex of the body, then why can't there be an intersex of the mind?
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. I'm confused. The mind or the brain?
I think that those are the same thing. No?
Well, okay. If you think they're the same thing, I'm willing to concede that, as long as you think,
Sure.
okay, so
What a pedantic fucking loser.
brain is registering a different sex than the body.
And yeah, and a more complicated, way, probably, sure. Yeah,
Mhm.
that makes sense to me.
I see. And so what's gender, though, pointing at still? Sex.
Yeah, but that strengthens my argument.
So when
because I
you
said if
say,
there's an
say
intersex of the body, why can't
well,
there be an intersex of the mind?
what do you think intersex is?
It's when you're born between both sexes.
No, there is no in
That's-
between both sexes.
Well, yeah, you'll have characteristics of both male and female.
Wait a second. When you're talking about sex, you're pointing at which thing produces viable gametes.
Okay.
So if you're talking
There's some
about,
people that are born with like a penis and a vagina, or
then
penis
only
and
one's going to be
ovaries, or-
viable for reproduction, always.
Sure, but I don't think that you have to. Well, you can't. Your mind can't reproduce, right? So we're having a conversation about the physical body, and then like your mind. Right?
So
it's like a
why
little bit
can't,
more
if your
spiritual.
mind can decide what sex it is, why can't it decide what animal it is?
Well, I don't think that. I think males and females are probably.
Your mind can't determine what sex you are, though. That's the point. They don't separate gender and biological sex in these conversations.
In the thing, for instance, my mind said, if you're,
They pretend not to be able to understand or process the difference between biological sex and gender expression, and then, just like sabotage the entire conversation.
Would say is that, like, I don't know if you've heard this before, but there's like a direct link between the gender and the sex. The gender always points to the sex, right? And so like gender doesn't point to monkeys, it points to sex. So that's why.
yeah, but you're making a conflation here, because you said that your mind itself, your brain itself, can have an incongruency with with your body,
with your gender.
No, well, not just why does it have to be confined to gender?
Your brain can have an incongruency with your body in many different ways.
So why
You have
can't you
dysphoria
just be a
based on-
fucking leprechaun then?
Gender expression is about like personality characteristics, sort of like expected sets of behavior in line with societal norms. To my knowledge, there are no societal norms governing approximate behavior to like, you know, animals, right?
You're not the sex you are.
Like I said, I think that there's probably a closer link between male humans and female humans and the spirituality there versus me being a dog or a cat or
Yeah,
I
of
guess
course.
a leprechaun.
Okay, then how about a
Yeah.
baby? Why can't the mind think you're a baby?
I think that the same thing that I said before.
There's not. How is there
A baby's mind is kind of defined by like a lot of limits on their cognitive functions.
You're also not a female.
So once you advance beyond a baby, that you can't undo the sort of development that your brain has gone through, right?
I see that you're not a female, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then why can't your mind have the incongruency that you're not a human?
I guess it could.
It could.
But
And so what would make that not true?
I would say males and females are much closer.
Okay,
to
so
each
hang
other
on.
than
As long as you say it could, what would make that not true then?
What specifically? Not being a human?
Yeah. What would make that not true?
Well, we're all human.
Well, that was
objective
clever.
Metrics, right?
That was
What are
clever.
those objective metrics?
That was clever what Andrew just did right there.
Human.
What does that mean?
But again, so I know what the outcome you're looking
Do humans need to have 2 arms and 2 legs?
No.
Do they need to have a penis?
No.
Do they need to have a vagina?
No.
Okay. Do they need to have X amount of DNA?
No. It sounds like what you're telling me is that humans don't have to be male or female. So they can be non-binary.
Well, I don't even know why what makes them human.
That's a very interesting philosophical question.
All right. Okay. All right. We'll save that one. We'll save that one for tomorrow. I don't even remember what the fuck we were talking about. New York politics or some such. You said that you'd only watch Piers Morgan clips if they were funny, and this is pretty good. Okay. What do we got here?
Piers, but to get up there and perform the whole show in Spanish is a middle finger to the rest of America.
Dame gasolina, me encanta la gasolina.
America. Who gives a damn that we have 40 million Spanish speakers in the United States? We have 310 million who don't speak a lick of Spanish. This is supposed to be a unifying event for.
I don't think the math's there. That we have 350 million people in the country. Are they doing the thing where like Biden let 20 million illegal immigrants into the country? Is that what they're doing? Is that how they got to that math?
The country, not for the Latinos, not for one small group, but for the country. We don't need a black national anthem. We don't need a Spanish-speaking, non-English performer, and we don't need an ICE or America hater featured as our primetime entertainment.
We don't need it, but sure was fun. I got to tell you, I don't need to masturbate. I fucking love doing that.
Okay, what is the national language, officially the national language of the United States of America?
I mean, English. And there's been a push for many years to make it an official
you don't have one.
Documented thing.
You don't have one.
If you would have let me finish my comment, I would have.
Well, you contradicted yourself. He asked you what the national language is. You said English. And there's been a push for it to be the national language. Well, that doesn't make any sense. Either it is or it isn't, right?
Pointed that out that people have been pushing to make it official.
Okay,
right,
so you're trying to make official.
This attitude that you have right here is why you in Great Britain have lost your culture. You ceded your culture to a bunch of radical Muslims who came in and took over, and now it's gone. We're not.
Megyn Kelly went from being like, God, her trajectory is pretty fascinating because she went from being kind of like, regarded as somewhat of a maverick, was asking Donald Trump some like kind of tough questions. When she was a debate moderator in 2016, she spoke up against the crazy sexual harassment stuff that was going on in Fox News. Tried to forge a career in that niche, which just unfortunately there's not a lot of demand for that particular type of conservative. And so she just dove right back into just like, she went so far beyond where she ever was in terms of like partisan politics. And now she just kind of sounds like a fucking Nazi. Like that sounded very kind of blood and soil. Where she's going with this?
Not allowing that here, whether it's Hispanic, whether it's Muslim. It's not happening in the United States of America. That's why President Trump was elected. And whether it's Bad Bunny, who is American but refuses to speak English in his performances, or anybody else, we have to keep.
I don't know if Bad Bunny knows English. Does he know English? I thought I saw some people on Twitter saying he doesn't even speak English, right? He speaks good English? Okay, never mind. I take it back. Sorry. Trump didn't like Bad Bunny. The bunny will probably unalive himself like Jeff Epstein. By the way, release the whole of the files. Is he suggesting that Donald Trump is going to have Bad Bunny murdered? I don't know if that's a joke or maybe he's on some medication.
The Super Bowl, which is a quintessential American event. Football, that kind of football, is ours. They call it American football.
What does that mean, ours? What does that mean? What does she mean, ours? Isn't the lion's share of NFL players, well, never mind.
And the halftime show and everything around it needs to stay quintessentially American. Not Spanish, not Muslim, not anything other than good old-fashioned American apple pie. There should be a meatloaf, maybe some fried chicken.
Oh God, the really petty side of me wants the next Super Bowl halftime show to just be like Ilhan Omar leading the country in a Muslim prayer, like no music, you know? Just on a purely petty level. I'm not a particularly religious person, so part of me would be a little freaked out. But the fact, like, I just to be able to watch the, you know, like a girl can dream, really.
And an English-speaking performer. That's what the Super Bowl should be.
I smiled. I mean, as soon as that halftime show started, I smiled. I was like, oh my God, this is going to make them furious. And then he just kept speaking Spanish. He just kept singing in Spanish. Lady Gaga threw in some English words in there, but he just kept up with the Spanish. And the longer it went on, the more I was like, oh my God, I am going to lap their tears up. This is amazing. And it was just a fucking really good show. Like, you don't have to speak Spanish to pick up on the vibes of that performance. Everybody was smiling. I got a little emotional watching that. I'm not going to lie to you. I got a little emotional watching that because there's some people in my life that feel like the country is turning their backs on people that have been essential to this country's development over the decades. There's a lot of people in the country right now, I think, that are going through a really tough time, and they feel like they have a really negative view of not just like the country, just holistically, but just like the people in the country. And I think for a lot of people, they got to see, you know, I just thought that was so important, that the way that they did that. I mean, you know, that there could have been so much more drama. There could have been so much more commentary, and there was like explicit commentary. But he said a lot. I think he said a lot with that performance, without saying it though, you know. And I thought it was really important, and it was just like the right tone for that performance to have just a fucking just like unabashed celebration of Latin culture or Hispanic culture. Everybody was smiling from ear to ear. It was just like joyous. You know, I speak a little Spanish, so I can like understand a lot of the lyrics, but like I don't feel like you don't have to speak Spanish to pick up on those vibes. Those vibes were fucking immaculate. Puerto Rico doesn't support being a state. Ooh, I don't know if that's true. I mean, it is divisive, but I think that support for becoming a state is slightly more support, has slightly higher numbers. I think it's like 52-48. It's like, I don't know the last time they did a poll on you know, asking Puerto Ricans if they want to become an official state. They obviously should be. I mean, it's kind of insane. they should have congressional representation. They should have 2 senators, you know. And that's not even a lock for Democrats either, by the way. I mean, that could just as easily be 2 conservative senators or 1 conservative and 1 liberal, you know. There's a lot of conservatives in Puerto Rico. Anywho.
Don't agree with the timing of it. The point is, you should disagree with your electeds. You can have healthy disagreements. That doesn't mean that you write them off. That doesn't mean that they've betrayed the revolution. That doesn't mean anything until...
Nobody said this, though. Nobody said that you should never criticize your politicians. Stacey took issue with your particular criticism in this spot.
You know, they show themselves to be a betrayer, I guess, right? I don't think Zoran is there yet, right? I mean, but it's fine. It's like it's normal and...
That is so crazy, bro. I don't think Zoran is a betrayer yet. What a crazy thing to say about Mamdani, the most left-wing politician that has been elevated to a position of prominence in probably decades, you guys.
Healthy to have reasonable disagreements from time to time. What's interesting about it is, here is the difference between someone having a healthy disagreement with someone who is ideologically on their side. Me versus a regime enjoyer. Stacey K says, I honestly think Zoran Mamdani is better at politics than Hassan. To which...
Talk about a mild criticism, by the way. I mean, it's a little backhanded and snarky, but pretty mild, you know, pretty mild. She could have gone way harder in how she phrased it. She phrased it pretty straightforward. It's funny that he's talking about, oh, she's all up on my nuts because I did a mild criticism of Mamdani, and then he features a post from her and it's like a mild criticism. More of an observation, really.
Which I responded with, I respect how much you ride for the regime. If the Democratic Party was a communist one, you'd be a communist. Maybe one day. To which she replied with, yeah, actually, I would defend an elected communist over unfair criticism from streamers, which is kind of what I'm currently doing.
Yep.
To which I replied with, precisely my point. And then posted an image of the, you know, the most loyal servants of the Cultural Revolution, the Red Guard. Now, it's funny because she's like also calling Zoran Mamdani a communist. That wasn't what I was saying at all. I don't think she took anything away from your back and forth, to be honest. Getting dunked on by Hassan for defending Zoran. If you told me...
Oh, no, you guys. She hurt his fifis. She hurt his fifis, guys. Oh no, he got sensitive about that one. Ooh, he really didn't like that. How dare you suggest that Zoran Mamdani has better political instincts than me? How dare you? Who do you think you are?
In 2024, I would be finding myself off in agreement with Stacey K in 2026. I'd be most bewildered. Zoran played a long...
Wait, was that officially a ratio? Did it ever ascend to a ratio? People use the term ratio incorrectly, but I don't think it was technically a ratio. Because a ratio means it just doesn't it mean you have more replies than likes, but some people use it to mean you get more likes. Whatever, it's fine.
Also, don't assume you know what he's for, to be honest. Getting dunked on by Hassan for defending Zoran. If you told me in 2024 I would be finding myself off in agreement with Stacey K in 2026, I'd be most bewildered. Zoran played a long game well so far. Like, critique him obviously, but also don't assume you know what he's cooking. I've always been blue no matter who, but what you didn't know in 2024 is that I meant that wokely. I was defending Zoran writing for the regime. I love that there is no productive discourse to be had on any website, really, and especially on Twitter, because most of the time you're basically battling people who are either professionally misunderstanding you or too stupid to understand your point. My point is, Zoran is my guy, not your guy, right?
No. He belongs to us now. You just said a moment ago that Zoran was like a stone's throw away from being a betrayer. Fuck you. He belongs to us now. We will welcome him with open arms because he seems to know what the fuck he's doing. All elite memes with $10. Hakeem Jeffries is loved in the community. My family's known him for years. I'm not closely familiar with Hochul, but I think most like her. They're staples of New York politics Zoran should be working with. I mean, if he wants to, he can either be a principled martyr or he can be someone who actually delivers on his agenda. And the problem with the fucking online lefties and the whole Hassan space of the internet is they would rather you lose with dignity That's how they view it in their minds. They want you to lose with dignity, with your principles upheld, rather than make certain compromises in service of actually delivering on your agenda. They don't actually prioritize results of elections, results of accumulating or losing political power. They value those actual outcomes and results less than the symbolic bullshit virtue signaling that they want their preferred candidates to endlessly traffic in.
You're the type of person who says this is too woke, this is too pie in the sky. You stand in opposition to someone like Zoran until they win. And when they win, you're like, now Zoran is my guy. So much so that you refuse to even apply any sort of constructive criticism to anything that this elected is doing. And that's what's fucking awesome. Me and my dog, who I've never electrocuted. Yeah, no, I know she's not a fan. I don't really care about that sort of thing at all. I just, I will defend her rights unconditionally, regardless.
Oh my God. This is so pathetic. This pathetic virtue signal. I'll defend her rights even though she isn't. She is voting against her own interests because, the Democratic Party, really, when you think about it, they're just as bad on trans issues. They're basically the same as Republicans. And so I will not hold it against her that she posted a snarky tweet that got a little bit of traffic in my replies, because I will continue to fight for her rights, even though she's not fighting for her own rights. This fucking self-aggrandizing bullshit. Who fucking falls for this guy's bullshit, man? Holy motherfucking shit. He is so insufferable. Jesus fucking Christ. Holy moly. Hedonic Samuel, thank you so much for the tier 1 membership for 2 months. Bro is a vibes terrorist. That's a good way of putting it.
Regardless of the fact that her politics is so disastrously bad that it probably will elect the most transphobic administration possible.
What did I fucking tell you? What did I tell you? I know this guy's MO. I'm fucking on to him, bro. I got all the angles worked out. I'm fucking Charlie on It's Always Sunny. I got the whiteboard. I got the fucking red pieces of yarn connecting all the things. Fucking told you that is exactly where he was going with it. Even though she's voting for people that are more transphobic. He really just said that shit. He really just said that shit. He fucking actually said that. It is 2:30 almost, so the podcast is going to start in about an hour and a half. Red Hot Pepper with $5. 58% Puerto Rico vote in 2024 didn't have a remain a territory box. It can still be gaining support, but it's like Sanders support and split primary. Oh, I didn't know that. I'll have to look into that more. I wasn't referring to a vote in 2024.
Possible. Either it's a Democratic administration that's leaning into the transphobia of the Republicans, or the maximalist transphobic Republican administration. I will still be out there fighting for her rights regardless, right?
He's such a fucking loser, man. This fucking idiot. He is so Trumpy. How do people not see this? He is so Trumpy. He is so similar to Trump with the way that I don't know if he's deluding himself by saying this, or if it's all just like very kind of conscious, deliberate propaganda, but he's so similar to Trump in these fucking noble fictional narratives he spins. I will be the one doing the hard work of protecting trans people by, telling my audience that Democrats are basically no different from Trump and Republicans on trans issues in practice. I will do the hard work, okay, of helping Republicans win elections. Even though Stacey herself is trans, she's too stupid, not nearly as wise as I am, to know how to push for her own benefit. I will be the one to step up and do the job for her. How unbelievably condescending. I don't know a lot about Stacey, but I know that she's involved enough in trans issues that she testified in the Missouri state house, right? Or the state assembly. She seems to be fairly plugged in. I mean, like directly in terms of politics in advocating for trans rights. And he has the fucking nerve to accuse her of enabling transphobia. He is such a fucking piece of shit, you guys. How do people not see what a fucking slime bag this guy is? What an unbelievable thing to say. I think we should dwell on this for a moment and just stay in this moment and really unpack what he just said. That is fucking outrageous what he just said. That is fucking outrageous what he just said. General Martok. Oh, I'm so sorry. I missed you for 26 months. Heading to Taipei tomorrow to Chinamax for real. Nice. Have a good time. Sokazar with 93 months. Thank you so much, buddy. Timmy with $2. Are you a fan of Will Stancil? I'm a huge fan of Will Stancil. I've been a huge fan of Will Stancil. I just want to say, I'm an old school Will Stancil fan, okay? Isn't Vadim off for tonight? Nope, he's back on as far as I'm aware, although I'm starting to get some texts, so that might have changed. You have got to be kidding me. Okay, they can make it, but they can't make it until 5 p.m. PST /8. No, hang on. Yeah, 5 p.m. PST /8 p.m. EST, an hour into the podcast. Jesus fucking Christ. I have never had this many schedule changes in literally my entire career of doing content. Okay, all right. Well, hang on. Why do they both have to can't Ogreboy join? Can't Ogreboy join without Vadim? Why does he have to wait? Get Ogreboy in there. They both can't make it until 8 p.m. EST. Okay. All right. Interesting.
But that's neither here nor there. The point that I'm trying to make here is that these people do not have the ideological commitment to third way neoliberalism. The only reason why it looks like they have some sort of ideological commitment to third way neoliberalism is because they are incapable of thinking for themselves.
What does third way neoliberalism have to do with Stacey K? What the fuck is he talking about? With these esoteric terms, no one knows what the fuck he's talking about.
They're incapable of having a political machination that is totally separate from whatever the party, one of the two planks in this country, in our current duopoly, is representing. So if the Democratic Party turned into a communist party tomorrow, magically, a lot of the people that are vote blue no matter who would be communist. They would be saying better red than dead. They would be advocating for full tilt communism.
If I came to the conclusion that communism would be better than whatever the Republican Party is, the same calculation would take place. I mean, that would be difficult. I don't know. I really don't know. If it's like the choice between Marco Rubio in 2028 and the system the system holds, we remain a liberal democracy, and then, with the potential of Democrats winning down the line, and if it's between that and like a communist and the possibility of a fucking communist revolution happens, I don't know. That is a difficult choice. But yeah, at that point, it's just civil war. Yeah, exactly. At that point, we're talking civil war. I mean, that's how that would play out.
luxury communism. That's my point. My point is these people don't actually have any political machinations, any interest in like an affirmative vision. They're constantly on the defense. Yes, as the chatter said, they are loyal, unthinking soldiers, but that's a good thing. You need...
That's Hassan's audience, by the way. Loyal, unthinking soldiers. That's literally his audience, by the way.
Need people like that. You do need...
He knows this too. He knows he has that kind of influence over them. I mean, he demonstrated his kind of like tight grip of control perfectly during Collargate, because he got his audience to disbelieve their own eyes. You know, everybody fucking saw the crazy piece of tape and all the wild inconsistencies, and or they actively avoided it because they didn't want that to be challenged, you know?
People like that. You need some cadres. Yeah, she's literally an apparatchik, lol. Exactly. So my point is, I welcome them because they play a major role in the grand design that I have and that many of you, I think, understand at this point, which is dramatically reshaping American politics by exhausting one of the options that we have in the duopoly that exists and getting these regime loyalists to defend that perspective. Same with the average Republican.
He was playing 5D chess. Don't you see? Stacey K sticking up for Zohran Mamdani. That's just me playing 5D chess. And really, she doesn't understand that I've manipulated her into defending Mamdani. It's not because he's displayed competence and a real kind of savvy for, to use his language, political machinations. No. She's not evaluating him based on his own merits. She is praising him because she is reflexively kind of being contrarian against me, which was my plan all along. Checkmate, you fucking dummy libs.
Voters who don't care about billionaire tax cuts and defund the public sector, they simply want to be lounged with the side of power. Yes, I think the vast majority of the...
Are they doing like a powwow before? Is that what's happening? Are they doing a fucking powwow, like going over strategy? What is happening? Why are they both showing up an hour later? What is this? Are they doing like a surprise? Hold on, I'm going to make a prediction. I shouldn't even say it. Hold on, I'm going to put it in the text here. Are they about to do like a H3 Sam Cedar situation with a certain creator? Dude, I'll bet you anything that's what's happening. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? You remember that? If they're actually doing that and it's the creator that I think they are, then that person is banned. That person is banned on YouTube, and like we could literally get fucking banned if we have him on the thing. Dude, I'll bet you anything that's what's going down, bro. He's been plotting, scheming in the background. Dude, I'll bet you anything. I'm getting some vibes. Dude, if it's Mike from PA, please. 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 Here's what I would do. I mean, I shouldn't even say this, but here's what I would do, okay? Mike, you've been telling your audience for 2 years, what, a year, that I owe you $1,500, okay? Give me your Zelle information. I'll send it over, okay? And then right before I click send, you know what, though? Can't quite remember if we actually settled on terms, and I don't have the DMs anymore. Why don't you, right now, pull up on stream the DMs and show me where we settled on terms? You know, something like that. I've already talked about this. Wouldn't exactly be a big surprise. Fucking guy. Okay. Let me pee real quick, you guys. Let me play a little bit more of the video that I posted this morning. We'll finish up the rest of this Hassan video. Give me just a few minutes and I will be back, okay? Oh, that's the wrong one. Here we go. All right, give me just a few minutes here. A lot of time kind of moralizing and calling other people evil people and bad people. And so, of course, like everybody who doesn't like him for that endless moralizing, you had about 50,000 internet sleuths that were combing through every fucking video he ever made. And they found other examples of him, like basically like a lot of evidence to support the claim that he was shocking his dog. And then it was just obvious. It was just obvious that he lied about it. Just fucking obvious, okay? And everybody outside of his community could see, like, yeah, he's obviously lying. And everybody in his community, they all... It's like MAGA. It's like a cult of fucking personality around this guy.
Content. He is engaging with...
They found his trainer. Yeah, they found his trainer in San Diego. And then you go to the trainer's Instagram page. And the guy's like, there's like a bunch of videos of using shock collar training. There's like, the guy specializes in shock collar training. And this is the guy that like trained Kaya. So yeah, whatever. Anyways.
The thing is like making fun of Hassan, including pushing the insane shock collar conspiracy theory. Like that's kind of my litmus test for if somebody actually has legitimate criticisms of Hassan is if they believe in the just absolute batshit shock collar gate thing that happened. Hassan. There's so much anti-Hassan.
Stop whining about this. Stop. This needs to stop.
Yeah.
Hassan's fandom are the biggest group of babies of anyone that exists of all the fandoms. His fandom are the biggest group of fucking babies because they will constantly push back against the very idea of criticizing one of the most relevant political commentators that exist on social media. The fact that so many people are talking about Hassan is a testament to how successful he is. It's just such a pathetic deflection because people don't, you know, I suspect people are not comfortable engaging in the substance of the critique. And so they deflect to nonsense propositions like, oh, it's a problem that people are criticizing Hassan a lot. Well, if it wasn't Hassan, it would be someone else. If there was somebody that was bigger than Hassan or, you know, the other people that are bigger than Hassan, you would be spending more time talking about those people. He is one of the most relevant, popular, successful political streamers. The stuff that he says is gonna cause discourse. You should be happy that so many people are talking about Hassan. Even the fact that so many people are criticizing Hassan, that means he's successful. Jesus Christ. For the love of God, stop complaining that people are criticizing someone or engaging in critique of someone who has a massive platform. This is so stupid. Let it go. Let's put it this way. If everybody stopped criticizing him tomorrow, you guys, he would freak the fuck out. Do they not understand this? If everybody that was making these videos criticizing Hassan, if they all stopped tomorrow, Hassan would internally panic. Do you guys realize this? Hassan would be like, wait, what's happening? Why is no one talking about me? Am I losing relevance? That's his internal reaction to that would be. Why would he do that? Because that would mean he lost relevance. Don't you understand? He'd be like, wait, what's going on? Why am I not making as many waves? Am I losing motion? Am I going backwards? Have I plateaued? Am I declining? That's what he would think if that was happening. That he would freak the fuck out if people stopped criticizing him tomorrow, okay? He would be like, something's wrong.
Hassan stuff in here. Now I get it. Everybody has to play the thumbnail game on YouTube. Everybody has to do the clickbait thing. But I think once you actually look into a bit more of his content, which I've tried to give a fair shake, you can kind of see that he has become the epitome of this rigid internet mind whose views are not really based on an evolving political scope, but a line that has to be drawn because everybody else that you don't like is seen as hard opposition. Don't get me.
That's not true. There's plenty of people that. Okay, let's get through the rest of this video. Dazu Donnie with $5. Another thing, if Vadim downplays Hassan's not endorsing, if they don't think he would have had an impact, why did they push for anyone to endorse Zoran? Well, that's an interesting point. Didn't think of that. Did I get everybody? Did I miss any of these super chats? I don't think I did. Pin the video, you bald bitch. Okay.
The voting population have no personal opinion about how this country should run or what a decent future for this country would look like. They have no grand design. They have no ideological commitment to anything. They're simply operating on a defensive.
He sounds like a little bit like what Ryan Getty was saying. He wants liberals to stand for more than just like the freedom to pursue the things that interest you. Just a little observation there.
Posture. The voters, I mean, their followers. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. You need a yeah-based guy. You need many yeah-based guys. And these are our yeah-based soldiers. These are the people who see themselves as intellectually a cut above the Republicans. These are the people who look at the Republicans in the MAGA base and go, oh, they're a cult. They're so stupid. They're such a violent cult. And they're true to that. The Republicans are a violent cult. But they also operate under the same cultish thinking. But I don't think that's a bad thing. I think that's a necessary and good thing. All it would take for these people to defend and...
We're pawns in his grand design. Meanwhile, I would bet everything that I own that my preferred system of like liberal democracy will still be... I'll wait until I'm done eating.
Preach the gospel of socialism or communism would be if the Democratic Party was a communist party or a socialist party. Not saying that that'll happen. As I have said over and over again, if Bernie Sanders had won in 2016, the Democratic primary, every single one of these like, oh, I'm never voting for a socialist ass people, I'm pro Hillary Clinton ass people, would have become major Bernie dick riders. The evidence for this suggestion comes from 2008, because when Hillary Clinton had a diehard cult-like fan base, the overwhelming majority of the Democrats voted excitedly for Barack Obama and became
the overwhelming majority. Didn't she win the popular vote in terms of the total primary tally? Did he get that wrong?
From 2008, because when Hillary Clinton had a diehard cult-like fan base, the overwhelming majority of the Democrats voted excitedly for Barack Obama and became lifelong Barack Obama stans.
That's not true. Am I misunderstanding what he's saying? Hang on.
Pro Hillary Clinton ass people would have become major Bernie dick riders. The evidence for this suggestion comes from 2008, because when Hillary Clinton had a diehard cult-like fan base, the overwhelming majority of the Democrats voted excitedly for Barack Obama and became...
That's not true. She won more primary votes than he did. I'm pretty sure. Wait, hold. Hillary Clinton won 17,822,145 votes in the 2008 primaries versus Obama, who got 17,535,458. She won the primary popular vote by 300,000 voters. Just a small point of clarification there.
Lifelong Barack Obama stans. They're just fucking loyalists. What they see in front of them magically becomes totally available and in the realm of possibility and something that they demand. They are the ones who lack the vision. They are the ones who are not audacious enough to dream. But you need people like that. You got too many dreamers, too many yearners, too many ideological delineations, and all of a sudden you have too many problems, too many cooks in the kitchen. So my point is, we shouldn't be spending a good deal of time trying to fucking yell at these people. We should.
That's why I replied to her tweet twice and decided to devote 10 minutes of my stream at the very front of the stream talking about her.
Work to
what the fuck, man?
Identify how we can get them on board in the primary structure to vote for the most left candidates possible by pumping them full of the electability argument. And that's it. Now, of course, they get their notes from mainstream media, and mainstream media, for the most part, is still very much committed to the think tanks that churn out policy papers with regular frequency, that have a very clear vision of defending liberalism, defending third.
It just really, I do find it a bit stunning how much he will just lie, just make stuff up. What evidence is there that Stacey gets all of her talking points from mainstream media? What are the odds that Stacey even has a cable subscription? I would say probably not great.
Third way neoliberalism in particular. So you just have to do your very best to continue pumping it. These same idiots join the bandwagon and do left bashing every chance they get. Fuck them. Yeah. But they don't do it because they have a serious liberal commitment. Do you understand? That's my point. They do left bashing because they're learning that from MSNBC. They're learning that from...
Bro, he just pumps his audience with the fucking dumbest, most vapid lies, generalizations, these kinds of things. And then they go out there and he knows that they're like his loyal soldiers. And so then they go into other people's replies and just repeat these lies, you know? What the fuck does Stacey have to do with MSNBC? What? What is the basis for this? It doesn't matter. He'll just make it up. Like, it doesn't matter. He knows that among his audience, one of the best ways that you can smear someone is by accusing them of being like a mouthpiece for the mainstream media and the liberal establishment. He knows that his audience will hear that and go, oh my God, she's like super bad, right? And so he just makes it up. Like, it's just kind of insane to me how similarly this guy operates to Donald Trump. Like, he is Donald Trump inversed into leftist politics. 1000%. He does the same tactics. It's the same thing. This is just a different way of going about like Sleepy Joe, Crooked Hillary, Lil Marco, Lion Ted, you know. This is just a different kind of version of that.
The mainstream resources that they're reading. They would not be engaging in left bashing if all of the readily available resources was, you know, repeating the things that I'm saying, for example. My point is they're an empty vessel.
But that's never going to happen because your movement is doomed to fail. That's the reality. I don't know if he's still going to be doing the same grift like 20 years from now. If it's going to be him just repeating the same thing. But nobody should have any confidence that his political movement will take off in this country. Why would it? How could his movement take off in this country? How? How is that possible when you have someone like Zohran Mamdani who, in his own words, in his own words, is the most any politician currently represents him in terms of approximation to like ideology. They have very similar ideologies. He just said that. Zohran Mamdani is closer to his politics than any other politician in the country, aside from, in his own words, Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar for some reason. And yet, 3 minutes ago, he just said that Zohran Mamdani is not quite ready to be labeled a betrayer yet. Like, he's going to turn on Mamdani. Like, he will turn on, like, any politician that demonstrates any real competence which is to say, just like ignores his advice. He has basically nothing but awful takes. So the smart ones are just going to ignore him, as they should. And, you know, maybe they accumulate more political power and they achieve more success, and then he turns on them. So there's just like, his movement is never going to grow in any kind of meaningful way. Like, take a look at, like, have you guys seen the 2028 primary, potentially, the potential, matchups here? It was a protein bar. It's what's it called? It's really good. They're called RX bar, and they're just really simple ingredients. It's 3 egg whites, 6 almonds, 5 cashews, and 2 dates. I don't think there's any additives. The ingredients are dates, egg whites, cashews, almonds, chocolate, cocoa, natural flavors. Wait, hang on. Natural flavors, that's like a additive, and sea salt. 12 grams of protein, 200 calories. Maybe a little too much sugar, to be honest with you. Actually, not that much. 14 grams of sugar, is that a lot? Ooh, that sounds like a lot. Is that a lot? 14 grams? RX bars are way too dense for me. It's like chewing on bad taffy. Ooh, I think they're fucking delicious. What is the recommended amount of sugar per day, daily? 36 grams per day. Okay, so that's not bad. I don't drink like regular sodas anymore. I get like the zero. I do like Coke Zero or Dr. Pepper Zero. I don't usually add sugar to the stuff that I cook for dinner, so I don't eat a lot of sugar really. The iced coffees, there's probably some sugar in the oat milk. There is some sugar in oat milk for sure. Anyways, back to what we were talking about. 2016, right? If we take it back to 2016, Bernie Sanders stays in the race after everybody else drops off, and he looks like he's, in my opinion, just like way more popular than he actually is. And so, what were his numbers like in 2016? What was the total? What did it end up like? 2016 Democratic Party primary, presidential primary. She beat him by 4 million votes, something like that, right? Like 55% to 44% or something, or 45%, whatever it was. She got 55.2%, which represented 16.9 million votes. He got 43.1%, which amounted to 13.2 million. Okay. Pretty good, not bad. And then you go fast forward to 2020. And then how does he do in that race? Bernie ended up with 26.2%. of the total votes, 9.6 million, compared with huge wiener Joseph Biden, who got about 19 million votes. And now fast forward to the 2028 primary polls right now. And the only progressive that is on this list, she's not splitting the progressive vote with anybody else. I don't see Warren on these lists. Right? Is she? AOC is not even cracking double digits, you guys. That's what's going on to the progressive movement in this country. That's what's happening. They're doing worse, not better. Worse. Now, maybe that changes, you know. Plattner seems pretty progressive. He's doing pretty well. You might have outlier cases here and there, these kinds of things, but Hassan can act like he's playing like 5D chess and it's all part of some grand design, but it's like, bro, how are progressives doing? What do you think you're actually accomplishing here? It's a bit delusional when you think about it. Speaking of Plattner, I missed it. Apparently Pacman interviewed him. Uh, 8 days ago.
It's great to welcome to the program today Graham Plattner, who is a Marine.
Wait, surely he asks about the tattoo, right? Surely, right? There's no way. This Pacman's Jewish, right?
And U.S. Army veteran, oyster farmer, and a Democratic candidate running for U.S. Senate in Maine. We recently interviewed another participant in that primary, the governor, Janet Mills, and we said we wanted to talk to Graham, and we are going to talk to Graham today. So I really appreciate your time.
Oh, no, of course. Thanks, David.
Listen, in all of these races, there are sort of two dynamics. There is the dynamic of the primary, and then there is the question of who is best suited eventually to face off, in this case, against Senator Susan Collins, who's the Republican. Talk to me a little bit about your thoughts as to, in the primary, why you are the best candidate, but then also importantly, why you, rather than the governor, would be better positioned to defeat Susan Collins, which is arguably just as important.
Yeah, well, I mean, honestly, more so in some ways, because Susan Collins needs to go. I think we can all agree on that.
Yeah.
The answer to both, though, is actually the same answer, which is that right now, whether it's in the Democratic electorate or the electorate writ large, people are sick and tired of a politics that is not representative of them and doesn't represent them. People are sick and tired of it. I mean, it's a
hit him with the populism, hit him with the populist rhetoric.
It's a word we throw around a lot, but like people are sick and tired of establishment politicians. And folks who have been in this system for decades, who I think a lot of people see them, rightly or wrongly, but see them as essentially the creators of the situation we find ourselves in now. And people are looking for something different. They're looking for a kind of politics that in many ways is more small d democratic, more built out of communities, built more out of organizing, and really focused around
the bleaching dude with 49 months, thank you so much. All elite memes with $5. They say they want a coalition and for libs to stop punching left, but now that Zoran is embraced by the coalition, Hassan's like, wow, haha, we tricked you. That's exactly what happened, by the way. That is exactly what happened. Dazudani with $2. We're going to listen to any of the Stancil fight songs. I'm not familiar with the Stancil fight songs.
Concept of building representative power that isn't beholden to corporate interests, that isn't in bed with large donors and like all the things that I mean, we could come up with examples all day long, but of that kind of political power structure that people have seen for years not represent them, and in many ways exploit them, and all for the benefit of the ultra rich and the ultra powerful.
Do you think that the perception of what you just mentioned explains why Democrats didn't do well in 24?
I think I left my phone downstairs. Sorry, 1 second. This will take me literally just 1 second.
The epitome of this rigid internet mind whose views are not really based on an evolving political scope, but a line that has to be drawn because everybody else that you don't like is seen as hard opposition. Don't get me.
That's not true. There's plenty of people that I don't like that I don't consider to be opposition.
Wrong here. It is entirely reasonable to see things as hard opposition, but it isn't just about seeing people as hard opposition. It's about...
That's right, Killjoy. That's right. There were those "I'm gonna unalive myself" Discord messages when his views dipped. I don't know if it was bait or not. Yeah, there's like Discord logs of him saying, like, basically talking about being depressed because his views went down.
Hutch fundamentally not having the contextual understanding of the things that he's talking about.
All right, let's get into it. I'm expecting him to deep dive into the positions that I've staked out. I'm expecting him to deep dive into my analysis, unpack the issues. He doesn't, maybe like 3 to 5 examples of me talking about a particular issue. And then I assume he is going to unpack the issue himself, do his own analysis, and then point out where I was substantively wrong on the facts or wrong in the analysis, right? That's a all right. Okay.
I think that's part of it. The big one, though, is that the problem with that kind of politics is it's so divorced from reality, from material realities with people, that it essentially tells people that what they are experiencing or what they're seeing with their own eyes isn't happening. And people just don't believe it. I mean, when you're being told that the economy is doing well, when you're being told that GDP is high, unemployment is low, everything is good. Meanwhile, people are working 3 jobs just to afford their rent, which makes up 50% of their monthly income. That doesn't work. I mean, and I also think it goes to like foreign policy stuff.
I just want to look this up. I just want to know. I mean, I'm well aware that people work 3 jobs. I worked 3 jobs for a brief period in my youth. I worked 4 jobs. There was a time when I was refereeing basketball games for the Boys and Girls Club. And I was doing that when I was high as fuck, which is like, that is not a good combination. Refereeing a basketball game when you're high as fuck is so hard. You have no idea how hard that is. I made a lot of mistakes. A lot. I pissed off a lot of coaches, and I knew I was doing shitty too. I was like, I'd be pissed too, you know? I was a referee for Boys and Girls Club games, Boys and Girls Club basketball games. I was delivering pizzas, and then I also like worked at the Boys and Girls Club, and I worked at Starbucks. There was like a 6-month period where I don't know why I did that. There was no reason for me to do that. It was crazy. What percentage of Americans, what percentage of Americans work 2 and 3 jobs? About 5% of Americans work more than 1 job. National surveys indicate that a much smaller share work 3 or more jobs, but the exact percentage is not directly published in BLS headline data. I wonder if they're undercounting this quite a bit because of the gig economy. Because I don't know if Uber driving counts as a job. I wonder if the numbers are much higher.
As well, when people are told that what's happening in Gaza isn't happening, but everybody opens their phones and sees it, it's hard for folks to be like, what are you going to tell me? Like, not to believe my own lying eyes, not to believe my own material reality. That, I think, was one of the reasons I think Donald Trump has been so successful is that in some way, he tells people that the thing that they know is true, which is that they are living in a system.
5 to 15% of the U.S. population, according to gspublishing.com, 5 to 15% of the U.S. population participate in gig work when broadly defined. But this is all encompassing, so it also includes freelancers. I know a lot of people that do freelance work. The company that Esme works for, they have a lot of freelancers too. 2 to 4% of Americans specifically participate in platform-based gig work such as Uber, DoorDash, etc.
That is screwing them. That somebody somewhere is stealing from them and that they need to be blamed. Now, of course, we know that Donald Trump and right-wing populism don't actually give answers to that. But I think people can be very forgiving of a lot of other things if they are told that at least foundationally, the thing they know in their bones is happening when you tell them it actually is, and the other side is telling you, oh no, things are great. People respond negatively, which I think is one of the major reasons that Democrats lost in 24. I think it also is just the fact that there really wasn't much clear policy. It was a
well, that's not true, but okay.
A change election that the Democratic Party ran as an election to protect the status quo. They essentially ran the wrong kind of messaging and the wrong kind of policy.
I don't know if Kamala's platform was pro status quo. I mean, like, she ran on like a pathway to citizenship, $50,000 grants for first-time home buyers. Pretty significant, if you ask me. Major tax cuts for entrepreneurs. There are a lot of small businesses in this country. I think it's like 2 million are formed every year. I mean, those are more kind of wonky, you know. I think she was running on a very kind of focus test approved kind of platform. She ran on like anti-price gouging, which was consequently her most popular policy position that she didn't really aggressively run on beyond a certain point. Like, she led with anti-corruption stuff and anti-price gouging stuff, and that stuff was popular. And then she leaned more into the wonky stuff for like the final month and a half of the election, which was obviously a mistake.
Policies and politics that people were actually looking for. And I think fundamentally that happened because
it was status quo. She said she wouldn't be different than Biden. Biden was not status quo. That is insane to say that Biden ran or governed as a status quo president. If your bar is like ending capitalism and anything below that is status quo, then sure, he was status quo. But he broke from decades of neoliberal precedent. You understand that? He was the least neoliberal president since Reagan by far. Like, by far. The most left-wing, least neoliberal president by far.
Because within the party, it has...
Hey, Sauce with 5 months. Thank you so much. Sorry if this was asked 8 million times today. What time is Live and Learn? Live and Learn is supposed to start in an hour or 53 minutes from now. But Vadim and Ogreboy are not going to join for whatever reason. I think they're planning some kind of a switcheroo situation, although I don't know. We'll see. I think that's what they're doing. I think that's what they're doing. They're plotting something. This is just so weird. It's just like, this is so weird. Vadim originally agreed to like 3 weeks ago, asked for a delay, asked for another delay, asked for another delay, then said he wasn't coming, then said he is coming, then said he's coming, but he's not coming until him and Ogreboy are not going to come on until 5 p.m. The whole thing is just like unlike any other appearance I've ever coordinated in my entire fucking career.
Ceased being in touch, at least many in leadership have ceased being in touch with the daily struggles of regular working class Americans.
I'm interested in how some of your policy positions and ideas kind of intersect with that. And a lot of it, interestingly, has to do with what we're seeing right now with these ICE and CBP operations.
Yeah.
Well, the pod always starts at 7 p.m. Eastern on Mondays. So we're going to start at 7 p.m. Eastern for sure. Oh, let me queue up one more video here.
Governor of New Jersey.
They're not going to join until 8 p.m. Eastern. They're not going to join until an hour into the pod.
a staunch defender of gun rights, and I'm interested in your view. You know, my view on the firearms component of what happened with Alex Preddy has been that while I'm not a gun guy who believes the more guns there are, the safer we are, I have to acknowledge that Preddy was doing what the MAGA right has been saying.
I kind of want to, dude, I kind of want to do it, guys. I'm really thinking about it. I kind of want to get a concealed carry. Don't ask me why. I don't, I don't really, I wasn't expecting to want to do this. Like, truly, I was not expecting to want a concealed carry. And now that I'm getting into it, because I am getting into it, like, I am really working on my shot. I'm putting in a tremendous amount of effort to improve my shot, and for whatever reason, it just like, fuck, now I like want to do it. I don't know, man. I get paranoid sometimes. Maybe that's not the best combo for CCW. I'll stop talking, actually. You know what it is? It's theaters. Theaters kind of freak me out. It's totally irrational. Totally irrational. But theaters kind of freak me out. Like, anytime somebody gets up in a theater, I'm like, is this guy gonna fucking Dark Knight Rises situation? CCW in Cali is super attainable. It is not in Los Angeles County. In Los Angeles County, you have to go through the sheriff, and that can take anywhere between a year and 18 months before they even begin the process of going over your application. And at that point, I think you have to submit to a psychological evaluation, like independent of your own therapist if you have a therapist. So you have to pay like $400 to get evaluated. You have to, I think you have to get at least 18 hours of lessons, like approved accredited lessons, like gun lessons. And there's like an advanced kind of screening. I looked into it. They ask you questions that go well beyond the questions that they ask you for the federal application. You have to give them references, and I think this level of scrutiny is good. It's fine. It's just that the process itself takes a long time to begin in Los Angeles County. Other places in California, they can start processing your application within a month, but it just takes forever in Los Angeles. But they ask you stuff like, I don't know how they do it in other states, but they'll ask you for like if you live with a romantic partner, then you need to give them their information. And on top of that, they want a reference from like an ex that you used to live with. Which, that wouldn't be a problem for me either, I don't think. I didn't really, I don't think that would be a problem. But it's pretty, there's pretty significant amount of screening. Which, I fuck with that. It's just, again, Los Angeles County, it just takes fucking forever to start the process.
Saying is not only legal but keeps everybody safer, which is he had a firearm with him. He had it legally. He had ammunition. Donald Trump saying it's a little weird. He had this gun and ammunition. And it's like, listen, people who have guns typically carry ammunition with them as well.
I will just say that as somebody who does occasionally carry, because it's my right in the state of Maine to do so, I always carry a reload with my pistol. It's not a weird thing at all. Carrying 2 extra magazines for someone who carries a weapon or a firearm that's not remotely out of bounds or weird.
Maine is an open carry state. I did not know that. What does that mean? Anybody can carry openly? Is that what it is? The law applies to both residents and non-residents, and it reflects Maine's commitment to individual rights regarding self-defense and personal security. If I took my gun to Maine, I could just walk around as like fucking bing bong boom. Actually, you know what? When we look this up, man, it's like a shitload of states have open carry laws. I remember I looked this up like 6 months ago and it blew my mind. It's like over half the states or something, isn't it? It's like some crazy amount. Yeah, bro, this is what we looked at. Open carry status. With or without a permit. Alabama, Alaska, Arizona, Arkansas, Colorado, Delaware, Florida, Georgia, Idaho, Indiana, Iowa, Kansas, Kentucky, Louisiana, Maine, Michigan, Mississippi, Missouri, Montana, Nebraska, Nevada, New Hampshire, New Mexico, North Carolina, North Dakota, Ohio, Oklahoma, Oregon, Pennsylvania, South Dakota, Tennessee, Texas, Utah, Vermont, Virginia, Washington, West Virginia, Wisconsin, Wyoming. It's like the overwhelming majority of states allow open carry. Vermont. I said that like a German. Vermont. I read that list like 6 months ago. It blew my mind. I was like, what? I'm just so California brained.
Entirely normal thing.
If all of that being true, I guess is my question. Do you believe that, more broadly speaking, the way that we need to deal with the presence of these operations, which there's news out of Maine as well about these operations, as Susan Collins announced that she spoke with Kristi Noem and was told ICE has ceased the enhanced operations in the state of Maine, which I'm glad to hear.
I'll believe it when I see it.
You'll believe it when you see it. Fair. What do you think
Kristi Noem don't hold a lot of water with me. But.
I want to hear your approach if you were in the Senate, which is different than being, for example, governor, where you're more at an operations level. We've heard from some Democratic senators about the need to write really strongly worded letters, for example, to try to address what's happening. And a lot in my audience are sort of rolling their eyes about more letters, dear God.
Sorry to be a little sidetracked here. Did you guys hear? I told you about it a few days ago, but not everybody would have heard about it. That a massive open world RPG in the style of Hogwarts Legacy in the universe of the Lord of the Rings is being developed. Did you guys hear about this? I am fucking gone from this stream for like a week. When that game comes out, I'm taking a week off. Excitement is mounting for fantasy gamers as reports reveal that the upcoming Lord of the Rings game will feature a fully open world stretching from the Shire to Mordor. The ambitious design promises unprecedented freedom, exploration, and immersion in J.R.R. Tolkien's iconic universe. Players can expect to traverse lush landscapes, perilous terrains, and iconic locations while engaging in quest battles and narrative-driven missions. Successful, this open world game could redefine expectations of fantasy, blah, 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 blah. Bro, sign me the fuck up.
Really specifically, I mean, how would you deal with these operations, whether it be Maine or Minnesota or any state, if you are in the Senate?
One of the very still clear positions of power the legislative branch has in this country is the power of the purse. Now, in my opinion, the legislative branch has abdicated its responsibility around war powers, has abdicated its responsibility around a lot of things. But one thing it still absolutely has the power of is money. They allocate funds. An agency that is stepping all over the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, the Fourth Amendment, the Fifth Amendment, the 10th Amendment. Like, there is an easy constitutional argument here that agencies that do not agencies that do not respect the constitutional rights of American citizens do not deserve funding. Period. End of story. And it's been really frustrating. Actually, today, this has been driving me nuts because we did have what seems, and may still remain the case, watching a lot of Democratic leadership that sometimes does not rise to the moment, at least making all the right sounds about holding out and not funding ICE. Yeah. And I think as Democrats, we need to be really, really disciplined about our messaging, pointing out that the only reason we might head to a government shutdown is merely because Republicans were unwilling to strip the DHS funding out of the larger bill. We could not do this. We could do that separately. But it's Republicans that have brought us to this point, just because they want to give ICE $9 more billion. However, I've already started to hear things about how, like, well, ICE is already funded for 6 years. We've already funded ICE. And so what does this really matter? That's what law is for. You can unfund organizations.
Dawes Vidani with $5. It needs to clear the gold standard for Lord of the Rings games. The Lord of the Rings Return of the King 2003 from GameCube. I never played that game.
This country, we often pass funding measures that then later on get revisited and the money gets reallocated.
Everybody says that Shadow of Mordor and Shadow of War are both really good games. I tried them both. I did not love it. The Nemesis system, like I tried. I played both of them for like 5 to 10 hours. And then I got to a point with both of them where I was like, you know what? I'm good. Just wasn't for me. I mean, a lot of people seem to love those games, but didn't personally think that they were like all that engaging.
That's what laws are. We enforce the most recent laws. We can change them. We can pull money back if need be. And I think that is a position of institutional power that does still very much exist, that the Democratic Party and Democrats in the Senate specifically need to hold the line on and need to use the bully pulpit of being a United States senator to be saying this very plainly, frankly, the way I'm saying it, to the American people. It's not a complicated situation, to be entirely honest. If you can discuss this, an agency that murders American citizens in the street and steps all over Americans' constitutional rights is not an agency that deserves a single dollar of federal funding.
Do you believe ICE should be defunded or abolished?
ICE needs to be destroyed as an agency and fully rebuilt. I mean, this is something that I also think is, ICE was formed in 2003.
Yeah.
It's only existed. It's not some foundational element of American security. We used to have the INS. We had a whole other thing once. And I mean, we can have plenty of criticisms of how the INS worked, but recently people are like, well, if you get rid of ICE, what are we going to do for immigration enforcement? It's like, I don't know, all the stuff we did prior. Oh, and we can make a new agency with new rules and new personnel and new institutions and a new culture to actually enforce immigration law, not just be weaponized essentially as a paramilitary political.
I mean, at that point, what is the actual difference between reform ICE and abolish ICE? Feels like we're splitting hairs. Feels like they're kind of the same thing. If we get rid of ICE and then establish a new agency that are maybe governed by a new set of rules, maybe Congress can directly regulate the agency. He did say abolish, but what is the difference between reform and abolish at that point? I think abolish just sounds stronger, so people like it more. Reform means ICE keeps the name for ICE. I mean, listen, I'm not going to if that's what the people want, that's what the people want. But at that point, there's really not a big difference between reform and replace.
Force, which is what we have right now. And so it's been, I think, an agency that is willing.
The other thing, too, is like you couldn't just snap your fingers and abolish ICE, right? Like you would need some kind of interim period. Because I assume this new agency is going to have to bring on new staff and train them and wind up that kind of bureaucracy and administrative structuring and all that stuff. Like you couldn't just have like a 9-month period where nobody is enforcing immigration law, right? I don't know, man. Whatever. I don't really have a strong opinion on reform versus abolish.
Or is capable of going this far outside the bounds of constitutional behavior is not something that deserves reform.
I want to.
Well, I mean, that is what we're talking about, but whatever.
I'll talk a little bit about the funding sources for some.
We're talking about reforming the mechanism through which the federal government enforces immigration. That's what we're talking about. And I just feel like it's virtue signaling to say this cannot be reformed. I just hate that. It's like, it feels so virtue signaling to me. It just feels like a bumper sticker. It feels like a shirt, like text on a shirt, you know?
Some of these programs, which are
like a sign that you bring to a fucking protest or something. It just feels very kind of empty.
Are American taxpayer dollars. Right now.
You just said you didn't know the difference. Well, I was being a bit hyperbolic. Like, I don't think there is a difference is my point. I guess it would be technically abolish ICE if we just, you know, just got rid of it and just put it right back to INS. Then I guess that's technically abolish ICE, but they're going to have their own INS agents that are going to go around the country and arrest people and that kind of a thing, right? The Steelman abolishing, I think the strongest argument would be that Congress would have to draft all new legislation going over the authority, funding, etc., which would be a good opportunity. Yeah. I mean, that's a good point. That's a good point. This mandate for leadership suggests abolishing the DHS and replacing it with immigration agency that incorporates Customs and Border Protection, the Transportation Security Administration, immigration. Wait, hold on. That was in Project 2025? Interesting. I did not know that. I mean, it kind of makes sense because their whole thing was to shrink the federal government. That was their whole thing. Like, less agencies, less departments. That's clever. That's clever. Use Project 2025 against them. That's clever. I like that. That's good. You know what? Abolish ICE. Yeah, let's do it. Let's go with that. I mean it. I'm being serious. Like, strategically, that's a... kind of makes sense. I mean, to be clear, I'm down to... I already said I was down to abolish ICE. I've been on that train for a while.
If you make $609,000 or more, you're in the top federal tax rate, and your rate on your income above $609,000 is 37%. If it were up to you, based on your ideology, morality, politics, understanding of economics, what would the top tax rate be, and at what income level would it start?
It's a...
Ooh, he asked him a specific question. He needs to go beyond vague platitudes. Hold on. What was that question again? What was that question?
$609,000 is 37%. If it were up to you, based on your ideology, morality, politics, understanding of economics, what would the top tax rate be, and at what income level would it start?
I mean, that is a basic question that I think Plattner should be able to answer off the top of his head. If he's a serious Senate candidate, surely he would have thought about this, right? Surely he would have gamed this out, right? Like, he should be prepared for this question. If he's going to run on a platform of left-wing populism, which is about, like, I'd say probably one of the more important elements of left-wing populism is the idea of taxing wealthy people and redistributing that wealth. Surely he's given this some thought, right? Why is his face beat red right here? What's going on with that? Can you guys see that? Did he turn red after this question? I'm so biased against this guy. It's crazy. I think this guy is such a con man, you guys. I just think he's such a con man. I'm going to be real with you. I can't prove it 100%, but I think he's a con man. I just get the vibes. It's just literally just like the vibes and, you know, a few things.
It's we have reached a point where the wealth disparity in this country is so vast that there is an insane amount of money far above that $609,000.
That so far is non-responsive. And he kind of short-circuited before he just kind of went, and then he starts going on a rant about how wealthy people have too much money.
Come level would it start?
I wonder if he'd get, like, answers the question, because this was a very specific question, right? Not a great start to that answer.
We have reached a point where the wealth disparity in
they're not great when you press them to go into details. Like the left-wing sloppy lists, they're not great.
This country is so vast that there is an insane amount of money far above that $609,000. I personally would like to see a billionaire minimum tax where we just go after almost every dollar over a certain number.
In income?
That's not going to happen.
Income or net worth, though, Graham?
Well, so it's a good question, because I mean, I think income we should do, but we also have to go after wealth.
Income and wealth. All income and wealth above a certain number. This is not a serious proposal. Just to be honest with you. He's also avoiding the details again.
I mean, it is only relying on income tax, especially at an age where the ultra rich, they just borrow against their assets for liquidity.
Yes.
But because their assets are technically unrealized, we don't tax them. And yet they can borrow against them for liquidity, which they can then write off as debt. It's absurd. So, I mean, I think part of the mechanism there is either we just go after certain types of unrealized wealth in general. Certainly, I think if you're going to borrow against an asset, that asset needs to be taxable. End of story. Because you are using it essentially as income. You're using it for
I'm a bit out of my depth on economics, you know. To be honest with you, I mean, I don't know. This sounds somewhat reasonable, but I could be somebody who's more qualified to opine on economics might maybe break down why this is stupid, but literally a Kamala Harris policy. Did she propose taxes on unrealized gains? I don't know if that is tenable. I don't know if that is tenable. Did she? It's not stupid tax the rich, but you can't spend that money until you, like it's not liquid cash, you know? You can't spend that money until you cash in those options or that stock or whatever. That doesn't feel very tenable, but I do agree that it's a crazy loophole that rich people can just borrow money. And I guess what they're paying on interest is less than what they would be paying in taxes. And so it just works out that way. That's kind of crazy to me too.
For cash. And then you get to like have it count against your tax bill because it's debt, which is utterly insane. So if I had my way, and I understand this is a long shot, I would love to return to the era of Dwight D. Eisenhower, where our top marginal tax rate is 90%.
And that would be at what income level?
I mean, that honestly is up for debate.
My dude, you are asking the Democratic primary voters, is it open primary or closed primary in Maine, to make you the nominee to become a senator? This is a fine answer. What's the issue? Because I think you should have a position. I mean, it's true that there's going to be a debate about this kind of thing, but you should have a position here, right? You should be able to articulate it, right?
Our top marginal tax rate is 90%.
And that would be at what income level?
I'm not running for Senate, Narrow. That's the point. If I was running for Senate, I would probably prepare for these kinds of questions. This is a decent answer. It's honest. I don't know. I think you should raise your standards a bit. I want somebody to have like, yeah, it's up for debate, but where do you stand on the debate? I mean, that's a really important question to ask, right?
I mean, that honestly is up for debate.
Like, what if you're What if your net worth is $3 million and you make, you know, $150,000 a year and you're thinking about voting for him? What is that person supposed to do with that answer? Like, well, is he talking about me? You know, like that's kind of a, you know, that's why you probably should have a fleshed out answer.
I've read a bunch of different white papers and memos. Certainly we're getting up into the, I would say, above $100 million realm for
okay, better
for that kind of thing. What I don't want, and this is something I think it's important for people to understand, if you make $1 million a year, $5 million a year, in our society now, you are closer.
Okay, I should have given him a little bit of time. That's a better answer. I will say that's a better answer.
Someone living in poverty than you are to a billionaire.
Which is hard for...
Well, that's fucking ridiculous. Let's stop. I mean, mathematically, yes. In terms of lifestyle, you are way closer to a billionaire than you are someone living in poverty.
For a lot of people to conceptualize.
Of course it is, because we've allowed for a consolidation of wealth in essentially an incomprehensible manner. And where we set those levels, I mean, I, of course, I think... So if you're making over $100 million a year, materially, you're going to have a hard time arguing to most Americans that every dollar above that, if you lose it at a certain rate, somehow you're going to be immiserated.
Hard to argue that.
It's a ridiculous concept. But certainly, once we're getting into the $100 million realms, we need to be looking at very high rates. How do I say this? We need to also reevaluate how our spending works and how we spend. I think before we also start identifying, because what's going to matter, we need to figure out how much money we need and what we need to spend it on. And until we stop spending money on the military-industrial complex in the way that we do, I'm not entirely sure that we're going to have a good answer, because that number is going to be flawed, because we'll be blowing taxpayer money on what I find to be rather. I mean, I fought in Iraq and Afghanistan. I've seen the fraud, waste, and abuse. I know how worthless all of this is. And the rates that we set are going to have to.
I find that to be a bit dubious. You served in 2 theaters of, do you call those theaters of war? 2 theaters of war? And therefore, I know all about the waste, fraud, and abuse. Well, the military system that we have in the like internationally is vast and complex and is doing about 7,000 different things at the same time.
Reflect the actual needs. But, you know, I want to have a universal.
I'm so biased. I know, I understand. Listen, I'm so biased against this guy. I'm telling you guys, something's not right. All you got is your gut in this world. My gut, I'm going to be honest with you, it started with the Nazi tattoo. I found out that this man had a literal Nazi tattoo, like not an exaggeration, like a Nazi tattoo. And when I found that out, I thought to myself, that doesn't seem right. I can't believe he survived that. God bless this country. God bless America. God bless it. God love this country. Greatest country on earth, man. You can run for senator, be seated in one of the highest seats of power in the government of a country of 330 million people as a lefty, and then it's discovered that you have not a dog whistle, a literal, explicit Nazi tattoo, and your popularity like holds. God bless America. Only in America. Well, maybe Hungary get away with it too.
There's a healthcare system, and I am happy to go after as much money in the highest echelons to make sure that we can fund that.
He did get it covered up. That's true. Put that as a point in his favor. Okay. did get it covered up, you would still vote for him, so don't judge too much. Absolutely. If he is the guy that the main Democratic Party primary voters decide that they want to represent them, if he's the guy, I will encourage all of my viewers in Maine, all 17 of them. Do we have any Mainers in the chat? Any Mainers? I will tell you guys, I will enthusiastically endorse him, okay? We have an opportunity to unseat Susan Collins, a political juggernaut. Susan Collins is like Thanos with the fucking Infinity Gauntlet. That is her, like, she is royalty in Republican Party politics. A reliable red senator in Maine for 2+ decades. Like, she is a titan. She has so much value to the Republican Party. She's probably, Das Vidani, am I wrong about this? She's probably the most valuable senator for the Republican Party. In terms of like relative value, you know, she's like the Joe Manchin of the Republican Party, and I mean that in a good way. Maxutaibi, thank you so much for, don't know what that currency is. I linked a paper in the Hutch Poll subreddit debunking the buy, borrow, die tax loophole. Top 1% earners borrow for less than 1% of their income. Ooh, let me bookmark that. This is another illusory truth effect situation, maybe, because I keep hearing that wealthy people, they get around paying taxes by like borrowing money. Oh, there it is right there. Let me, are you a robot? Wait a second. Are you fucking, can I trust you, bro? I'm not clicking on that. You thought you got me, didn't you? Fuck you. You're not getting my emails. I'm not clicking on it. I'll ask Copilot to summarize the article for me. Das Vidani with $5. I don't like how he characterizes himself as working class. He's a grandson of a famous architect and the son of a successful attorney. He's rich. He also went to school, right, in one of the most prestigious, like, prep schools in the area, right? Am I making that up? I'm pretty sure. It's not illusory truth. You need to educate yourself on this, Hutch. If you're going to comment on tax policy, wealth taxes. I fucking, hang on. I tell you guys, I don't know shit about economics, okay? But I do want to look into that because I keep hearing people make that claim.
And also make sure we're not putting it cannot be regressive. It always needs to be a progressive tax program.
Now, let me ask the natural follow-up, which my audience will come after me if I don't. Somebody who is potentially going to make $100 million in income is going to figure out a way to not have that be income. And this is one of the other mechanisms that exist, which is, well, instead of $100 million in income, you take a very small salary and then you've got deferred compensation and then you've got stock options and then you've got post-retirement, whatever package. You get the point, which is you can reduce your income and then have that money come in other ways. Is that what your wealth tax idea is meant to go after?
Yeah, I mean, Elizabeth Warren has a very good wealth tax proposal, essentially around this exact problem, because that is true. That's the case. Now, I also think, and this is another kind of leg of the stool here.
So, you know, again, with the disclaimer being, I do not claim to be well read on economic policy. I will say that I did look into it independently without just asking AI to summarize. I read a few articles and looked into it, and there have been several European countries, including Sweden, but there have been like, I think 6 or 7 European countries that tried a wealth tax and then abandon it. Oh crap, what did I do? Here. Oops. There were a number of reasons why the policies just were not yielding the kind of results that they wanted. Capital flight occurred. People with vast sums of money can afford to hire really proficient accountants who will use every loophole at their disposal. And so that makes taxing that wealth extremely burdensome. Like, you need to hire a lot of people to dive into those people's taxes. And so there ends up being kind of diminishing returns there. Source it, Hutch. Okay, let me find your source here.
Is funding enforcement mechanisms. Like, the IRS goes after poor people when we cut its funding. The IRS goes after small businesses when we cut its funding.
And why is that?
Because it's expensive to battle corporate attorneys. It's manpower intensive. I have a very good friend of mine who was an IRS special agent. And he always told me, he's like, every time our budget gets cut, we essentially change our entire enforcement strategy, because we do need to show wins. We need to go after tax cheats. We have to go after unclaimed taxes. To go after large corporate structures and the ultra rich, we need a mountain of lawyers and personnel to do the forensic audits, to chase the money down. That stuff costs it's manpower and money. And when you don't have that, instead you're just going to go back, you're going to go after a small business that did its deductions wrong, or claim, because you know you can get money and wins out of that. So you're not going to go. So I think we need to, all of this only works, and I'll just be upfront, I'm a big material guy. I don't really care about words on paper or philosophy if we cannot make it a material reality. And in our society, material reality comes from enforcement. And so I very much think that we can talk about wealth taxes, we can talk about changing income tax structure. All of that needs to be running in tandem with a robust enforcement mechanism that's empowered to go after those who are, frankly, stealing the most money by not paying taxes, which is always the ultra rich and corporate power. They're the ones with all the money, for God's sake.
Graham, last thing I want to ask you about, there have been a couple of
oh dear,
sort of scandals, I guess we would call them, or controversies that have surfaced about your past. The tattoo on your chest that had a Nazi symbol.
That we all just kind of moved on from. He did the equivalent of just like streaming through it, like a live streamer gets caught like sexting a minor and then they just fucking stream through it. He did that shit, but in a Senate race. He somehow got past, found his way past having a literal Nazi tattoo. It's kind of impressive.
Some inflammatory Reddit posts about rural white Americans being racist and stupid, etc. And then the alleged use of some derogatory slurs, homophobic slurs, and some ableist slurs. I just want to hear from you as far as my understanding of your response has been on the tattoo, you were drunk and you didn't know the meaning and you've covered it up. And on the other stuff, that it was a dark...
You asked me for a source on the wealth tax. Here's a source that I found here, but can't find the exact article that I read. I think I looked into this like 4 weeks ago and I read an article and I can't seem to find that article now. If I find that article, I'll let you know, but
dark period, and it was a different sort of era of your life. I mean, am I sort of accurately characterizing what your view is on this?
Yeah, and on the tattoo front, I mean, I got that too in the Marine Corps with a bunch of other Marines. We got a skull and crossbones, which is what we thought. I had that thing for 17 years.
The problem, you guys, is that there were journalists that tracked down people who were able to establish that they had had a long relationship with Plattner or had a relationship that, you know, maybe occurred like 10 years ago. And they provided, you know, text message evidence like, see, this is us talking 10 years ago or whatever. And there were two different people who didn't give their names. They were anonymous, but the journalists, you know, looked at their text messages and saw that they had had a relationship, who said that he had referred to the tattoo as my Totenkopf. I think one of his former like chief campaign advisors, who has since quit the campaign, wrote a long Facebook post about how he knew what the tattoo was. And, you know, she was expressing frustration that people were giving him, like, believing his story on this. And so, I don't know. To me, it doesn't feel very credible that he had this thing for 17 years and didn't know. Like, it just doesn't feel very credible to me. He called it his Totenkopf. It's like how Hassan denies owning a swastika sword despite being on camera calling it a swastika sword. Jesus Christ.
I re-enlisted in the Army and got a security clearance with the State Department and got full tattoo screens. I've been taking my shirt off for 17 years at the gym, at the beach, and no one ever once looked at it and said, "Oh, I think that's a Nazi thing." For me, it was I always call it it was a Marine Corps tattoo. I got it with some machine gunners I was with because.
Well, I mean, would we reasonably expect that people would like walk up to you and say, "I can't help but notice your Totenkopf"? I've seen people with Nazi tattoos out in the wild. I don't make it a habit of walking up to them and saying, "Is that a Nazi tattoo?" I'm like, okay, maybe I'll cross the street. Yeah.
We were machine gunners. We got a skull and crossbones for fairly obvious reasons. The moment I found out that it had these connotations, I covered it up. I have no interest in having something like that on my body. With the posts and all the other stuff, look, I've not been running for Senate my entire life. It was not, and I'm an elder millennial. I spent a lot of time on the internet between the age of 15 and really around like 38.
Yeah. You and I are the exact same age. It's a difference of a few months, and that's kind of the environment I grew up in.
And also not to justify anything, but I spent most of my 20s and early 30s in combat infantry units.
I did.
Language and culture, everything is very crude, very offensive. I mean, we deal in immense amounts of violence professionally, and part of the way that kind of culture deals with it is with really, frankly, horrific language. It's also, when I was in, it was all men, very masculine dominated. It's changed now, which I think is probably for the better. But that was the world I came out.
Not with Hegseth. Your face cam got real weird when my internet dipped. No, it was because I went to the Restream link and then it tried to access my camera. And so when I do that while I'm using the camera, it gets all weird.
And it was the language that I used. I certainly held opinions back then that I do not hold now.
That's what I was going to ask, whether it was simply language you used without holding certain opinions, or whether you were also kind of sucked into some of the opinions.
Certainly not. Like, I use language that can be skewed as homophobic without question. I would never. I don't think anyone who's known me my whole life would have ever called me homophobic. I've been a staunch defender, I would say, of gay rights, to the point of like getting in fights about it physically. But it was language that I used for a long time because I thought it wasn't offensive. I just thought it was kind of like, it was just.
You got in physical fights over homophobia?
Words that we used. Then I got out of the service. I went to college. I made new friendships and new relationships with a lot of people, and people I cared about told me why this language was bad and I shouldn't use it. And so I stopped because
I'm not going to judge him for using language that did not age well.
In my opinion,
I'm not that guy. I don't think I'm the guy to do that.
That's how you grow as a human being. And not to sound too flippant, I also said things when I was posting on Reddit for years to piss people off in internet arguments. Things that I didn't remotely believe, but knew was going to get a rise out of whoever I was fighting with. And certainly at the time.
I've never done that, personally. Nope.
I was an angry guy on the internet who liked to get in fights with folks on the internet about things. Generally, I would say arguing on very much the progressive and right side of things, but doing so in a way to definitely try to get a rise out of whoever.
We call that dark woke, right?
I'm arguing with. And I didn't think I was ever going to run for Senate. I mean, I never thought anybody, why would anybody want to read my internet comments? I certainly never thought about that then. When we announced this thing, like, again, I'm an elder millennial. I'm well aware that everything I ever said on the internet is going to be there forever. I knew at some point that was going to happen. And so when it all kind of came out as a scandal or whatever, we didn't even hesitate. The best way to deal with it was to just talk about it openly. And say, like, yeah, of course, I'm not going to deny it was me. It was me. I said dumb stuff for years on the internet.
Yep.
It's not in any way, shape, or form reflect the comments. There were like 1,800 of them. Some folks have read through all of them, and they've all been like, it's clear this guy is just like somebody who used salty language, but did have some pretty progressive values the entire time. And that's here in Maine. People heard my response to that, and they were all like, that sounds eminently reasonable. And then we'd all just kind of moved on with the race.
All right. Listen, Graham, you've really said it all. We are watching.
You know what? God bless him. If he's the guy, fuck it. We ride. He looks like he's hanging on to like a 10-point lead in this primary. I'm kind of quietly resigning myself to the possibility that, or the potential inevitability that he becomes the nominee. And if he's the guy, fuck it, man. You know what? He's our Nazi. Sorry, ex-Nazi. He may be an ex-Nazi, but he's our ex-Nazi. And he has a D next to his name. If anything, I'm being completely consistent. This is me living my principles, okay? You know, we're pretty close to like, would you support a fucking segregationist with a D next to their name? We're kind of getting close to that with this guy. A little close. Maybe not right next to it, but a little close. Okay, so I have to shut this stream down in order for the chats to merge onto the restream for Live and Learn tonight. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to shut this stream down. If you guys are watching on YouTube, there is a different chat for the stream that is going to begin here in about 5 minutes. I don't think it will be a vertical layout. Twitch, you guys don't need to go anywhere. It's the same chat, so you guys can just stay put. But YouTube, if you want to come over and watch tonight's Live and Learn with Ogreboy and Vadim, then it should show up as an upcoming stream. And then that's the chat that you guys want to be in. And I will see you guys momentarily. Love you guys. Bye-bye. Dobsy, thank you so much, buddy. Appreciate it.